Like and subscribe, it's all we need. Alternate or here to speak. And defense, let's take a peek. Collaborating for your eyes. Sharing content, no surprise. Together we shine brighter than one. Join our journey, it's just begun. Like and subscribe, hit that bell. Enjoy the show and wish us well.
Ha! I pop us
I
both
love
up.
that song. It's a good thing you mute me during it because I sing it.
Oh, I don't mute you. So it just does it automatically. So I
That's
would
probably a good
be careful with that.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone. It is good to be back. I took a
Yay.
very long break. So
Have a lovely rest.
I did. I did not do
Well, I
much.
played with my pussies.
She means her
George.
cats.
Yes.
Before we get started, I do have an update. I didn't tell even Jody this.
Oh.
It's nothing good.
No.
So Friday we had to put our dog down
Oh.
that had cancer. So
Hensley.
so Hensley, I had been in communication with the vet. I could not get this tumor that was outside of her skin on her shoulder. I couldn't get it to stay closed up. Like it would scab over part of it, but not all of it. And then she would rub it off or I don't know what was happening to it, but I couldn't, if I kept it covered, if I didn't keep it covered, like it didn't matter what I did. And so I was keeping an eye on it. I was sending him pictures of it because it was, I thought, changing. So he said, here's your options. And they weren't good. One was to do systemic antibiotics, which he said she could get MRSA. And I'm like, not doing that. And it's not going to do anything. The other was we could have froze, do the cryogenic and tried to freeze it. But he said, I can't get it all.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just going to always be an open wound. And there's nothing I can do about it. So even though she was fine, she had such a good day Friday. She was playing and running, and I'm inside trying to make this decision. And I told my husband, told my kids, it is not fair for her, for me to keep her around, because I know at the end of the day, this was ultimately my decision. My husband wasn't going to tell me one way or the other.
Was she your dog?
I'm generally the one, I deal with the dog. They're my dogs. He makes sure I have dog food, but I feed them every day. I mean, they're mine. But I mean, he just would not ever make that decision for me because he tells me, like, you're the one that has to deal with it. He was home Friday. So I'm like, we're going to go do this. I called the vet and I had emailed back and forth. And I said, it is not fair for me, because I want her here, to keep her around and then wait until she's riddled with a horrible infection, or if there is more tumors that they just spread and she's in pain. She's good. And that's what made it so hard, is because she was good. And she was so good on Friday. She was so good on Friday. But right before I had sent the vet an email, and I was like, I know you're only open, till like 12:30 today. Can I just be your last appointment? And they called me and said, just come at noon. You're going to be our last appointment. And before we left, she was outside with Hera and doing what they do what they did every morning. Every morning, every night, they took their walk through the woods together and stopped and whatever they do in the woods, sniff things, look at things, whatever. I don't know. It was just those two. They would go through the woods. They loved to go outside and just lay on the back porch in the sun. Um, so she was doing that, and before we had to load her up and take her down there, and everything after that went smoothly. So that was that. I brought a blanket down there for her to lay on, and I brought that blanket home and laid it on the couch for Hank
Mm.
to lay on, and he has laid on it every day,
Oh,
and
good.
nobody has laid on her couch. So
Mm.
the couch that she laid on, nobody has touched it yet. So
Are
that's
you going to
my
cremate her
weekend.
or?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
She's already we left her there. They'll call us when that's all done. We got a box similar to our very first Dane, Harley, who I lost in at the end of 2020. So I lost Harley 11 months to the day after I lost my mom. So
Oh
that one was
gosh.
hard. Um, so we got a similar one for her, and we'll put her by Harley.
Yeah, I've got all
And
mine.
um,
You can
keep
even get
going.
these little pet ash memento things that you can put around your neck and put a little bit of their ashes in. They're proper.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not me, but
Yeah. I've made up big shadow boxes and stuff.
yeah,
Um,
there's I mean, we will bury
yeah.
her with Harley by Harley. So she will be by Harley and Miley.
It's
Miley was
awful when they look okay and they behave okay. We had to do that to one of our animals because he was he used to get out, it was a ridgeback, and he would jump an 8-foot fence, and we couldn't keep him contained, and he attacked sheep one day, and once they get that taste, I was pregnant, I had a 2-year-old, and the council said, they were around every day catching him or trying to catch him, and they said, as soon as we corner him, he's a fear biter, and you've got young kids, what are you gonna do? That was the hardest decision because there was nothing wrong with him,
yep.
but I couldn't kids have a birthday and they corner this dog. I could not live with myself if
Oh, absolutely.
something happened to them. So my husband, it was his dog, he made the decision, but it was, yeah, it's bloody awful.
It is. I have to give credit to my vet. Their
Were
staff
you
is
there with her?
amazing. Oh, 100%. I was
Yeah,
sitting on the floor with her
yeah,
because I sat in the back of my car with her all the way there because my husband's like, "What about your back?" I was like, "I don't even care. I don't
no,
care right now. It's
no,
fine." I said, "I just may not get up."
mm,
I just
yeah.
I
Don't get
may
out the car. Don't get out the
I
car.
may not be, out of the car. I may not get off the floor from the vet.
Hmm.
Um, it's like
Oh, I'm sorry,
but I
sweetheart.
just sat with her, and she was fine that I was sitting with her. If had I not been sitting with her, she would have been, uh, worse, but they are so good there. They are so, um he's just such a gentle man. Like, I don't know how else to describe him, and
Oh, that's good.
he's just
And Hensley liked him.
yeah. So, I mean, she she was always a very nervous dog anyway when something was different, but, she did okay. So, she just I I mean, we didn't have any issues. She just came in and sat down and laid down on her blanket, and I sat down with her and,
Oh,
laid there petting her, and she had her head on me, and, so, yep, just until she was done, and then, I they gave the blanket back. They asked me if I wanted them to wash the blanket. I'm like, "No."
no, no.
I said, I have a purpose for it," and because I was worried about Hank. Hank has been fine, because they said
He hasn't been pining for her.
he has not, because they said he might get destructive, and he's never been destructive. So he's been okay. I think Hera's a little sad because that's like I said, that was her. They were kind of frenemies sometimes.
Hmm.
So she was the little sister, and Hensley was the big sister, and it was very typical of a sibling relationship. So Hensley would pick on her, and they never fought or anything like that. But yeah, so but that's was my weekend. So I
Oh,
am
yay.
still trying to get my routine changed and not out of habit
Mm,
do my normal things like the
yeah.
first day
Yep.
they get milk bones, and first day I grabbed 4, and then it was like you don't need that, and it's that has been hardest
Yep.
on me is just
Yep.
getting my routine changed. And
She was
but
12, wasn't she?
she was 10 and a half. She would
Yeah.
have been 11 in January, but I knew that at the end of January, so I knew I didn't have a chance of making that one. But I
It's
I
a
think
long time to have that routine.
yeah, it
Mm,
is.
mhm.
And Harley was 8 and a half, and she's been gone almost 4 years, so it's been a long time that I've had the routine and of
Mhm.
those two.
Yep.
And Hank is 9, and then we've got the youngsters of 3 and 2. So yep, it's just part of it. It's part of it, and so that's enough of that. And but uh, thank you,
Yes,
everybody, and
that's
good.
enough.
And thank
No more.
yeah, sorry. So thank you, Regina and Christine
Yeah,
and Carmen. I know she was ready.
mm,
They know
doesn't make it any easier.
it doesn't. It sucks. So that's that. On to something more depressing.
Yeah.
uh, we are going to cover the Nebraska versus Angela Hock case. This trial happened about a year ago, but it's
Mm.
interesting. It's an interesting it's an interesting trial. It's
Welcome,
just
Candace, sorry.
yes. Sorry, no, that's fine. Sorry, you just hopefully maybe you just missed the first. So I apologize if you didn't, and I made Jody cry. I apologize. Not because I was mean to her.
No, you weren't.
But welcome.
Not at all.
Um,
Yes, welcome, sorry.
so Angela Hock is a she I'm not exactly sure what her title is. Um,
Well, she
I
called herself a midwife, but
but
an
she should call
unregistered
herself a
one.
midwife? Okay.
Did
So,
she had a website and everything?
yeah, I've got a little short court TV thing to play. So she was unlicensed. She started in 2017, Nebraska Birth Keeper. She started that website was to, you know, keep basically help you have a home birth.
Mhm.
Nebraska law is weird on this, and I did not realize it. I used to live in Nebraska. Obviously, I didn't have kids in Nebraska because I moved there when I was 12. So, but uh, I never thought about it until this trial. And then it made me go back and look like what is going on, because there's a lot of people that think home birth in Nebraska is illegal. It is not. It wasn't then and it isn't now. The law is weird and it needs to change, and they're trying to change it. Somebody said somebody misinterpreted it decades ago when the law, first became law. I don't know what's the holdup. But anyway, so in Nebraska, a certified nurse midwife who has gone through like all the classes. There's one of the women that is trying, she's like the main one trying to get this law changed. Her list of qualifications and the classes that she has taken to be able to do this are a paragraph. But if she, as a certified nurse midwife, is only allowed to practice under the direct supervision of a physician, period. If she would go and do a home birth with anybody, she could be charged with a felony and face jail time.
Yeah.
On the flip side, I could just say I'm a midwife or I'm a doula. I don't have to have any certifications. I don't have to go to any formal training. I don't have to do jack.
Yep.
And
And I'm not
I
accountable.
can go deliver your baby. I don't know why it's like that. I have no idea. So I don't know. I don't know, Brie Dill. She's had a lot of school, like college. So I
I
don't
think she
know.
had a decent
But
amount of qualifications to back her up. Um, just that she didn't do the paperwork to register
I don't
or
well,
license.
the Angela Hock doesn't want to be licensed.
No, no, not at all.
Flat out says, "I don't wanna be licensed." I
No.
think it is like once you do that, it gives government intrusion, and then it's like she doesn't want anybody to basically tell her what to do. She kind In her interviews, she comes off kind of just obstinate. Like, I'll do what I want to do, I can do it. She had helped this family, this
Yeah,
young couple,
previous.
deliver
Yep.
their first baby
Hmm.
successfully.
And
So,
that baby was breech as well,
yes,
wasn't she? Is it Bailey?
yes,
If I
yeah.
remember.
I don't remember the name. It's starts with an S.
But I
Say
think
I don't
did
remember.
she end up having to have a cesarean section for that birth at the end? Because I thought there was something about possibility of uterine rupture after giving having a breech birth after a C-section. That was part of the argument, I think.
I'm not sure on that.
Maybe I've glanced the wrong thing and took it out of context, but
Um, I just know her first baby.
yes, they were very pleased with her and had a great experience. Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. That baby was breech as well, and they were able to do everything that they needed to do. And the baby, she's was 2 at the time that this baby was supposed to be delivered. So, uh, why think anything was different? This baby
Yep.
was breech also, but it became an emergency.
Yep. She
And
couldn't turn the baby.
I think there was kind of a debate on how long they waited to call 911. And her attorney, I'm going to play a short little thing from Court TV that kind of gives a little overview. Her
Mm.
attorney says when the EMTs and the firefighters got there, they asked her what she needed them to do. So they were still looking to her for direction. Um, but the baby was born in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, and unfortunately, it passed away 2 days later. I'm
Yeah,
a
they had
little
to resuscitate it, didn't they?
confused on why they're just if she's being charged with child abuse that results in uh, death.
Hey, Bri. Sorry.
Hello, Bri. Oh, you're fine. And is facing up to 20 years. But I don't understand why she's just being charged out when the parents chose to have a home birth. It didn't matter
Surely
who
there's
was
some
there.
waiver maybe that you should sign.
I don't know. Like, they decided to have that home birth.
Mm,
Why they just charged her with that, I don't understand that one because she was there, she was called to assist. She didn't make the
mm.
decision for them. That's what their decision
Yeah.
was.
Yep.
So, they're not off scot-free because my gosh, they lost a
Grief
baby.
works in
But that's
many ways.
horrible, but I don't understand if charge one to me and this you charge them all or you don't charge anybody
Mm,
because they all had a hand in making those 2 made the decision to have the birth
mhm.
at home, and then they had her come assist them, and she made the decision to go assist them.
And there was a doula as well.
Yes. So
Yep.
I'm confused on that. Um, is it you're correct, Bri. It's all great till something goes wrong.
Yep.
And even that CNM, that certified nurse midwife, she kind of contradicts herself on being able to do home births because she talks about in one of the articles I was reading that she was assisting a birth in the hospital and the woman something happened and she started having a bleeding issue and they had to rush her to the OR, and whatever they had to do, they got done within like 6 minutes. I'm like, you couldn't even get to the hospital in 6 minutes. I don't care
Mm.
where you were unless you lived across the street, even then. So she kind of contradicts herself of, should you be at home? Like, so because she's like, we needed the hospital. Well, then stop fighting to be at home if you're saying there's times when you need the hospital, because you don't ever know. It could be going okay, and then all of a sudden
Yep.
it's not.
Yep. And childbirth
So
is so unpredictable.
it
But
is.
surely she would have had scans and known that that baby was breech.
Maybe they're
And if
young,
she did and chose to still have that baby at home, then I'm sorry, but she's culpable. The
right?
mother, I mean.
And the father.
Yeah.
So it's like Bree's saying, and
Yep.
she's talking about my granddaughter. But we talked, because her and I talked about this yesterday. I said, you may not want to watch this trial, but she wouldn't had been able to be on the CPAP at home. They wouldn't have had it there. They wouldn't have known. They knew to get the people down there to her room and get that going. So
We know what a midwife brings with her. Maybe does they even bring suction or?
I have no idea.
Mm.
So let me
Mm.
play this short little thing from Court TV just to give you a little overview, and then we will get started with opening statements. Oh, by the way, this is a bench trial. So
Mm.
there is no jury. The
Mm-hmm.
judge is the only person that will decide her fate. So
Good morning, Adair.
good morning, Adair. Good to see you.
Bra sandwich.
Thank you for not sending any more storms my way, Adair.
No, they've
Appreciate
been here. It's been
it.
terrible.
We've had none. We actually had one the night we said goodbye to Hensley, and she was my one that was so scared of storms. So
We've
it
had
was
more wind here than me eating cheese.
oh Lord.
Good morning, Mama Shark.
Good morning, Momo Shark. Alrighty. Let's see. I think I've got this. Oh, nope, I don't. I don't think I need him super loud, so let me know. I'm gonna turn him about there. Boosted the other one. Get over there. Alrighty.
Go on,
Let me
get.
know. Go on, get. Carmen. He's not saying nothing to you. He's only saying things to me.
Wife murder trial in Nebraska. It's a bench trial, meaning no
Wow.
jury. The judge is going to make the decision on this. It begins Monday morning. The defendant, Angela Hock, is an unlicensed midwife and was charged with child abuse resulting in death after a home birth went terribly wrong. Here's a look at the case.
Talk with Nebraska Birth Keeper, coming to you through video for the first time in a while.
In the summer of 2019, 36-year-old Angie Hock was working as a midwife with Nebraska Birth Keeper, a company she founded with the stated mission to provide traditional home birth services to women in her community.
You know, when we talk about prenatal care, most people think it's going to your provider and getting clinical skills done, and that's important, and this does not substitute for that. But it's more than that. We want to nourish and help pregnant women feel whole and healthy and inspired and empowered.
On June 15th, 2019, Hock arrived at the home of 25-year-old Emily Noe to assist in the birth of her second child. Noe was in active labor, and it soon became apparent that her child was breached.
My client, as soon as the baby started to be born, did everything she could to save the life and protect the life of the mother. And 911 was called. And when the ETs and the fire department came there, they asked what they could do to help her.
Vera Noe was born in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, but died 2 days later. In early July, Hock was facing criminal charges in the baby's death.
Ms. Hock, the charge filed against you today is child abuse resulting in death.
During their investigation into baby Vera's birth and death, police discovered that this was not the first baby Angie Hock had delivered for the Noe family.
She assisted this family in a childbirth about 2 years ago. And the mother had the same issue with respect to a breech.
Investigators also found out that Hock was not licensed to be a midwife in Nebraska, a fact she acknowledged in a 2017 podcast.
I am not a licensed midwife. I'm a traditional midwife. I never want to be licensed because I don't like rules and regulations. If mom wants me to, to work with her and she has a breech or multiples, I don't want anyone coming and telling me I can't do that.
She obviously knew it wasn't okay to do. And I think, based on what she's written, she believed that she could circumvent the law as long as the parents signed off on something, which is obviously not logical.
Per Nebraska law, certified midwives are registered nurses who receive additional training to assist in childbirth, and they are prohibited from attending home births. Angela Hock says she is a direct entry midwife, meaning she doesn't need training or a license if she's not performing any medical procedures.
Also, I want to touch base a little bit about birthing options in Nebraska. So many times I get messages from women that say, I know I can't have a home birth, but, and I'm here to tell you that that's not true. You can absolutely have a home birth here in Nebraska, and you can absolutely have someone attend that home birth.
It certainly gives you an indication of what her thoughts are on the laws.
Hock has requested a bench trial instead of a jury trial, and if she's convicted, she could be sentenced to up to 20 years in prison.
This is a terrible tragedy, and sometimes tragedies happen and nobody's at fault. This is one of those cases. She's very distressed with respect to the fact that this child died.
And that
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like she wasn't even a registered nurse by the sounds of that.
No, she's not. No.
And how can you say you're not performing medical? I mean, you've got to at least be able to have the skills to assess someone and know if their condition is deteriorating.
Yeah.
And turning a baby from breech position is a medical, it's an intervention.
I'm glad I never had to experience that because it sounds
No.
horrible. And
Momo, pretty much how you would think. Both hands.
yeah.
Both hands.
Yeah, Bree, when she said
Generally,
that,
yes.
I don't want to follow rules and regulations. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
okay. Yeah. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know
Yep.
the answer to
Both
that one.
hands. Well,
But
pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Generally, a C-section is required. It depends on the baby, how their heart rate's going, and if it fluctuates during contractions, and the mother and the pain levels and a whole manner of things. Her pelvis, how far she's advanced, how long she's been in labour.
And the baby was born in the ambulance on the way to the hospital,
Yep.
so I would highly doubt they did a C-section in the ambulance. So I don't know. I don't know. I think at the bottom of that screen, they were saying that they thought that the baby had had gone without oxygen for 11 minutes.
Okay.
So,
Oops.
that's not good.
Because I know they resuscitated the baby in the ambulance, and she survived for the 2 days. But I only watched the opening statements. And
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, me too. So we're gonna get through. Yeah, Bree.
absolutely.
She's did NICU before she went on maternity leave. So and then yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, her statements are not great, Brian. They're just not good. I'm still having a problem with just charging her, though. And yeah, Gabby. So I don't know. I mean, obviously the baby didn't come back from that. I think I had read maybe in the comments somebody saying that she was on life support for those 2 days.
I would
So
imagine, yeah.
I don't think she came back out of that not having the oxygen. Yeah, and nobody knows. Like, I mean, we may find out during testimony. So we're going to
Yeah.
hear, so we're going to do the opening statements. And the first witness that's going to be called is the father of the baby.
Correct.
So we're going to hear him. And then, excuse me, I have not streamed for like 5 days. My voice is going, what are you doing? And then we get into the doula that was there and then firefighters. And I think we just do firefighters today. We don't have any EMTs on the stand.
No, that's
And
tomorrow.
then
I think.
they talk about it. So
It's only a 3-day trial, so it's fairly quick, and then day 4 is closing arguments and verdict. So we should be able to get this one licked this week, I reckon. Were you driving before, Gabby?
oh, I think she was driving. Or she was outside. I'm not sure. Sometimes she's in her yard yelling at people. I'm like, you're gonna be that lady's like, get off my lawn.
Oh, absolutely, Brian. And her website and that, and the promo that she had for this service was great.
Yeah. So I
Happy
don't
to
know.
hide her if I had a
And I
uterus still.
Is that Hamilton just pops in every now and again anymore. So she's working. She's a working woman. But I think she catches us on replay. So we will just let her know that Super Baby has her koala jammies on, whatever it's called, sleeper. I don't know. So I was telling Jody, because like I said, I used to live in Nebraska. So where this woman lived at the time was a area. They said that she lived in the Kearney area. So Kearney would be maybe, I don't know, probably about 20 to 30,000 people, maybe that big. And I don't think she actually lived in Kearney. I was explaining to Jody out there's just a lot of little towns that you drive through. So she could have been that surrounding area. But where this happened was in Douglas County, which is Omaha area. And that's a few hours away. So I'm not exactly sure how those two things got together. That was confusing for me on timeline of her getting to Omaha area from the Kearney area. And I'm not that part I don't understand, but it doesn't really play into this, I don't believe. But I was just explaining that to Jody because fun fact, I guess. There you go.
But that was only last year, Brian.
Brian. Well, we have electricity and stuff, and we weren't even fighting buffalo. Oh. I'll see her tomorrow. All right.
My
Judge is
baby's
on.
in Hawaii. She's over your way.
Nice. All right. Good night, Carmen.
Night.
Go have a good sleep. Get some rest. So you can wake up. Do it again. Like the rest of us.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
A big blue wall.
We're here in the matter of state of Nebraska
key lime
versus Angela Hock at CR 19-3050. We're here today for a trial before the court on the charge of criminal negligent child abuse resulting in death. Can the attorneys for state of Nebraska place their names on the record?
Your Honor, Amy Jacobson and Demetria Herman, Deputy County Attorneys. And we also have Sir Wayne Wardlow, who's a Senior Certified Law Clerk on behalf of the state.
All right, and can the attorneys for Ms. Hook place their names on the record?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Stu Dornan on behalf of Ms. Hock, who is present. Also, there is co-counsel at table. We have Hermine Hayes Klein. We have Keith Dornan, and we also have our paralegal, Shelby Hale.
Who's allowed to sit at the table.
Are you ready to proceed to opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed, Ms. Jacobson.
The pastel paralegal.
Judge, we're here today because of Angie Hock's arrogance.
I can't hear you.
She put herself out to
I
be a
know.
skilled midwife and led a family to make decisions that endangered their child's life. She's charged that she caused or permitted a minor child, Vera, to be placed in a situation that endangers her life or physical health or deprived her of necessary care, and it resulted in the death of Vera Noe. This begins
Good.
a couple years before Vera was born. You're going to hear evidence that Emily and Creighton are the type of family that wanted to do natural childbirth, and they were seeking to find a midwife to do that service for them. They found Angie Hock and enlisted her help for the birth of their first child named Sabra. Angie Hock is unlicensed, purports to be trained in childbirth. She has contracts for her clients, and in fact, you will see the contract that the Noes signed in order to use her help. In her contracts, she tells them that she provides them with concrete knowledge, ancient wisdom, and current research, so women can take back their power by making fully informed choices. She says things like, I work directly for you. In the contract, it says, I do have boundaries for specific situations that I am comfortable working with based on my knowledge and experience. She also told them, I am trained to recognize, treat, and refer potential problems before they become an issue wherever possible. She talked in the contracts about having a training in the art and science of breech birth. In her contract, you'll see that she tells them she's had training in routine breech presentations. The problem with this case, Judge, is you're going to hear from state's experts that are going to tell you that breech presentations are anything but routine. They're very dangerous, and they're best served in a hospital setting. She says in the contract that if the birth moves beyond normal or the range of her expertise, she's happy to consult with other midwives, physicians, and other medical professions. This birth of Vera was way beyond Ms. Hock's expertise, but she told them she could do it. So back to Sabra. They were laboring at home with Sabra, and they went several hours. And eventually it became clear that Sabra was not going to be able to be birthed vaginally. So at some point, Angie Hock told them, you're not progressing. You need to go to the hospital. And because they trusted Angie Hock, they did what she said. Okay, we'll go to the hospital. They went to the hospital, and Sabra was born by an emergency C-section. Fast forward to then when they were pregnant with Vera. They were very pleased with Angie Hock's work. They trusted her. They liked her. There's a doula. You're going to hear from that doula. Her name is Mickey Heffley. She was present both for Sabra's labor, and then she was present for this labor. They liked both of them. They were friendly. They really liked him. Felt like they cared about him. They were being advised, Creighton will tell you when he testifies, that he was being advised to not do a vaginal birth after cesarean, that it'd be safer if the birth was done in the hospital. Now, that's not the end all. There are hospitals that will probably do a vaginal birth after C-section and allow someone to try a trial of labor after C-section. But the Noes decided they were going to use a midwife again, and so they hired Angie Hock again with all the promises I talked to you about a moment ago. On the evening of June 14th, around 9 o'clock, Emily's water broke, and she called her husband to come home, and of course her husband did come home. They also called Angie Hock. The plan was for Angie Hock to come in the morning. Of course, sometimes labors take a long time, so a decision was made that she was going to come in the morning. She comes from Kearney. She has her business out in Kearney, Nebraska Birth Keepers. She has a website. That's how she advertises her unlicensed birth midwifery business. So she arrived along with Mickey Heffley at about 6 a.m. Things were going fine. They found Emily laboring in her bed. Creighton was with her, and things went fairly well throughout the day as she labored along. Sometime in the late afternoon, early evening, things started to progress further. Contractions intensified. And at some point, Angie Hock decided to check to see how it was going. And when she checked, she says something about a cord, and also we have toes. You're going to hear Mickey Heffley tell you that that's what she said. That's a very serious situation, Judge. And she told Emily and Creighton that your baby's breech, and gave them the option of going to the hospital. But the part of this that's the crime part is she told them, I can do breech births. I've done this before. I have experience. I can do a breech birth. What you never hear her say to them, that they never heard her say, is they never told them that breech births after a cesarean section increases the likelihood of uterine rupture. Creighton Noe will tell you he never heard the words prolapse cord. That's very important because obviously, as well you can imagine, you'll hear from Dr. Bowen and Dr. Lessman, who will tell you that just by virtue of being breech, of course, your cord's coming out before your head. And when that cord comes down, it's risking the chance of getting cramped and stuck, because when the rest of the body comes through or the head comes through, it's going to squeeze against that cord, and that cord's not going to have any way to live, any way to get air. There are multiple different breech presentations. She never explained them about any of those things. The information was simply, you can go to the hospital, it's your choice, but I got this. I know how to do breech deliveries. Tragically, she didn't know anything about doing breech deliveries. They labored on. After they had a conversation about it, Emily and Creighton talked about what they were going to do, and they believed in Angie Hock. She put Vera in a situation that endangered her life or physical health and did not provide Vera with the necessary care. So they labored on, and eventually Emily went into the bathroom by herself and eventually called out for help. And when Mickey Heffley walked into the bathroom, she sees Vera's legs. She's about out from her waist down. Again, you'll remember what I said about the cord coming out ahead of that. It has to. The cord can't come out after the head if you're coming out feet first. And things were pretty tense at that point. Angie Hock is trying to do maneuvers to get the baby to deliver, isn't able to do that. They move her out in the hallway, and she tells Creighton to call 911. Mickey Heffley dialed 911, handed the phone to Creighton, and the paramedic showed up. Things are frantic at this point because you have a woman who's acting like she knows what she's doing, but it's a very dire situation. When the paramedics get there, they will tell you, you're going to hear from 4 of them, 2 paramedics and 2 EMT firefighters, and they're going to tell you that a breech situation is very, very emergent. They heard on the way that it was breech, and they knew they had a problem. And when they arrived, they described the baby basically hanging out from the neck down, one I think will describe to you. They have got to get her to the hospital. They try a few maneuvers to try to get the baby out. Angie Hock's kind of running the show. They don't know who she is. They don't know if she's a nurse. They don't know if there's a doctor. One of them will describe that she had some kind of uniform on, a Nebraska birth keeper's uniform of some sort, or a T-shirt. And she wanted some trauma shears. Give me some trauma shears. EMTs are not trained to do episiotomies, but that's what Angie Hock wanted to do. And it took a couple scissors to do it. She broke 2 scissors as she tried to cut the perineum
definitely a medical
of Emily
procedure.
so we could help deliver that baby. They got her in the squad and took her to the hospital, and Vera was born shortly before they arrived at the hospital. They gave some final pushes, and Vera came out. She wasn't really breathing. They started CPR, and eventually they were able to get a heartbeat back in the hospital. This is about the defendant's arrogance. This isn't about midwifery law in Nebraska. It's not even about whether she was licensed or unlicensed. It's about the fact that she believed she knew how to deliver a breech baby. It's about the fact that she made The Noes believe she knew how to deliver a breech baby. And it was a very dangerous situation and placed Vera in a situation that endangered her life. A life that started as soon as she was being born. You heard the water break. At that point is when that baby is going to transition from uterus out to the world. This wasn't an in utero baby that was dying. This was a baby that was being born and died because of her negligence. Thank you, Judge.
On behalf of Ms. Hock, Mr. Dornan?
Yes, Mr. Keith Dornan is going
Okay,
to give
Mr.
over.
Dornan?
Thank you, Your Honor. Angela Hock is being made into a scapegoat for the accidental death of an
Whoa.
infant child whose parents
Ginger ninja.
exercised their right to have a home birth. Scapegoating one person for the
What'd you say, Jody?
I just went, whoa, Ginger Ninja. I didn't see him sitting there. Where did he come from?
He disappeared.
He was hiding.
He was like, poof, here I am.
Yeah.
And I will just warn you, I don't know why he has the worst audio
Oh,
of them all, of all of them. So his
he's so
audio
tall.
is awful, but yes. So, but yeah, I think it's okay. And he's young. He looks very young. Like first opening statement ever in a courtroom.
Man bun young.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't gonna say it.
Yes, he does. Yes.
I
Little bit
know.
of Glenfiddich, my lad.
Be
Oh,
cutting-
hi.
I'd be cutting that man bun off when he went to bed. Be
Mhm.
like, "Oop,
Yep.
trauma scissors. I don't know.
Mhm.
Got a mind of their own.
Blunt knife, it doesn't matter, it'd be coming off.
Well, maybe in the gingerbread house that he came from, Gabby, he ran out of scotch, so he had to go get some more to take back to the gingerbread bar in the gingerbread house.
Mhm.
And now we're moving forward since we have digressed so far.
Mhm.
There we go.
for the actions of others is an ancient tradition. It goes like this. A goat is selected to bear the failures of the people. A high priest places their hands on this scapegoat, confesses the failures of the entire community, symbolically placing them on the scapegoat's shoulders. Then, a priest leads the goat out into the wilderness to the edge of a high cliff and pushes the scapegoat over, killing him. This is what's happening to Angela Hock. The state of Nebraska and the medical establishment have failed mothers like Emily Noe and her child Vera. They have failed to make mothers like Emily feel safe and heard when they seek medical advice about their pregnancy. They have failed to establish laws regulating midwifery that respect a mother's right to choose a home birth. And their failures contributed to the risks that Emily and Vera faced in childbirth. The state of Nebraska is placing their failures to make childbirth safer on the shoulders of their scapegoat, Mrs. Hock, and they intend to sacrifice her. But the criminal law in Nebraska does not allow scapegoating of Angela Hock in this way. Legally, this prosecution for felony child abuse ignores several important realities. First, the agency of Emily Noe, her right to control where to put her own body, precludes the imposition of criminal liability on Mrs. Hock under these circumstances.
Judge, I would just like to interject at this point. This is opening statements. I realize this is a bench trial and the court can sort through it, but this sounds an awful lot like an argument.
Mr. Dornan is across the level of argument, but go ahead. Objections overruled.
Yeah.
Second,
The evidence will
the
show.
evidence will show that some infants die due to complications of childbirth, despite the best efforts and intentions of everyone involved. Here in Nebraska, about 1 in every 200 babies will not survive childbirth. It is impossible to eliminate the risk of death for a child during labor. And third, charge of felony child abuse, the evidence will show that the charge of felony child abuse is not legally applicable to these circumstances. At the heart of this trial is a story of a young couple who wants a family. But before I tell this story, I want to be crystal clear about something. Angela Hock is not pointing a finger at Creighton and Emily Noe, blaming them for the tragic accidental death of their child. Creighton and Emily Noe are good parents who love their children. They loved Vera Noe every moment that she was developing inside of Emily, and they loved her for every precious moment they had with her after she was born. Creighton and Emily Noe are not responsible for the death of Vera. They are grieving parents who have been callously dragged into this criminal process against their will. As I tell this story, I want you to focus on the different people and institutions whose actions played a role in Creighton and Emily's decision to have a home birth. Specifically, you should think about what the state of Nebraska did that forced Creighton and Emily to choose an unlicensed midwife for their home birth. You should think about the medical culture that made Creighton and Emily distrust hospital care. And you should think about the thoughtful decisions made by Creighton
Good to
and
see
Emily
you. Hope you had a
about
great
the births
birthday.
of their children.
Yay!
Choices that they had every right to make. It is only by considering all the facts and circumstances surrounding this process that you can judge whether Mrs. Hock was the legal cause of Vera's death. In other words, when you consider all the facts, was it Mrs. Hock's actions and her actions alone that placed Vera Noe in a situation where her death was probable beyond a reasonable doubt? Vera was not Emily's first child. Evidence will show that when Creighton and Emily became pregnant with their first child, Sabra, they did what all good parents do. They educated themselves. They sought out the opinions of medical professionals to understand their options with respect to giving birth and the risks associated with those choices. They went to obstetricians who talked to them about childbirth, their options, and the risks involved. The evidence will show that they sought out prenatal care. They did everything that responsible parents do when they are expecting. But Emily Noe has panic attacks in hospitals because of bad experiences in the past. She has PTSD in regards to hospital-based medical care. So the Noes explored their options for giving birth outside the hospital with midwives. They visited Kansas to consider giving birth at a midwife clinic there, but ultimately decided to give birth at home with a traditional midwife named Angela Hock. Before making that decision, Creighton and Emily sat down with Mrs. Hock in her home, and they talked through an agreement that stated their understanding was that Mrs. Hock was an unlicensed and uncertified traditional midwife. That agreement described Mrs. Hock's midwifery training, and it made it clear that Mrs. Hock would never make medical decisions for the birthing parents. Creighton and Emily chose Mrs. Hock for the primary reason that she would respect Emily's medical decisions. During labor at home with the couple's first child, Sabra, Mrs. Hock suggested that the couple transfer to the hospital because she had concerns that Sabra's heart rate was indicating fetal distress. Creighton and Emily chose to go to the hospital, and Sabra was delivered by C-section. During this process, Mrs. Hock never told Creighton and Emily what to do. She respected the fact that it was Emily's body and ultimately Emily's decision whether to transfer to a hospital. Even though Sabra was safely delivered at the hospital, Emily did not come out of that experience feeling safe. Her voice was not heard, her rights to information and consent were not respected, to the point that her husband described her as being dragged off to surgery. That experience further traumatized Emily, and it deepened her aversion to seeking hospital care unless it was absolutely necessary. In 2018, Creighton and Emily became pregnant with Vera. Once again, Creighton and Emily sought out prenatal care for their unborn child. Again, they consulted with an OB, a Dr. McBee at Offutt Air Force. They had ultrasounds done. They told their OB that they wanted a home birth, but the OB recommended that they have a C-section because of the potential risk of complications. These complications were in part due to Emily's previous C-section. They talked with Mrs. Hock about a home birth, and she also advised a C-section for similar reasons. Later, after they had an anatomy scan done, the couple was advised by their OB that the pregnancy appeared normal, that there would probably not be any issues, but that obviously there were still risks involved. The couple talked to Mrs. Hock as well, and she gave similar advice. At that point, Creighton and Emily had a decision to make. They could go forward with their OB, Dr. McBee, and schedule a C-section. Or they could move forward with Mrs. Hock and schedule a home birth. Those choices were mutually exclusive. It was either one or the other. There's no middle ground where they could plan a home birth but have an OB on call in case of emergency. Creighton and Emily were forced to choose between those options because the state of Nebraska refuses to recognize traditional midwives who assist at home births. In Nebraska, a licensed midwife can only work under the direction of a physician, and they can only assist at births that occur in a hospital setting. You can't be a licensed midwife in Nebraska and attend a home birth. The state has made this impossible. The practical result of this is to drive midwifery underground. Because the state refuses to regulate the practice, there is no integration of care between hospitals and traditional midwives. OBs and hospitals refuse to work with traditional midwives because they are unlicensed. Ultimately, Creighton and Emily chose to have another home birth with Mrs. Hock, and that meant they would have scant support from the medical community. There would be no OB on call in case there were complications at birth. There would be no ambulance equipped with the proper tools and trained personnel to transport Emily to the hospital if complications arose. And if she needed emergency hospital care during labor, she would have to arrive at the emergency room and be treated by unknown doctors with no background on the situation and no relationship to her personally. This was a reality that Mrs. Hock had no control over.
Yeah.
Mrs. Hock is not responsible for Nebraska's policy decisions regarding midwifery. She is not responsible for the increased risk those policy decisions create during home birth. Most importantly, Ms. Hock is not responsible for the decision to have a home birth in the first place. That was Creighton and Emily's decision to make, and they had every right to make it. All Mrs. Hock could...
Sorry, but I have to say thank you.
Welcome
to Debbie
Welcome
Chamberlain
to the fam.
Joining Holy Koalas. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Debbie.
There is no escape now. You are part of the family.
all the typing that is going on somewhere. We have not figured it out yet. Hey,
That's
Kelly.
why we keep doing
Yeah,
magic
that's why I
hands.
keep giving you
It's
hands
not
because
me.
it's not us. How you doing, Kelly? It's good to
Morning,
see you.
Kelly.
And it would have I typed that, but they went after the midwife here. They did not prosecute the parents for what happened. They're just prosecuting the midwife for what happened. Well, I appreciate it. We
Yeah,
all
we
appreciate
do
it.
love it here.
Yes, it's very fun for the most part.
Just don't rewind to the start of the
Yeah,
stream
don't.
because I'll start crying again.
No, sorry, I won't do that. But I didn't want to have to tell it twice.
No.
So
Yeah.
that's why I didn't tell you, because I was like, just want to tell this once.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
Yes, no spoilers, Uda Hef.
all right. So this guy's mic, the way that it is now, stays this way. I don't know what happened to it. But it never gets better. But everybody else's is okay. So I don't know what
It
they
keeps
did.
changing, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it
Goes from
this
mono to stereo.
like hollow sound that it is now is that's it. So he it's in about another 10 minutes. of his opening. So we'll get back on it. Also, I had never heard scapegoat defined and explained what a scapegoat is.
Yes, like
I
it
had
sounded like
never
some
heard that.
ritual.
Yes. I'm like, I never thought
Mm.
about it. Well, I appreciate it, Debbie. We will be here. We'll be here. So, yes, we'll be here when you come back. So, again, thank you. So, yes, that was interesting part. I had never heard that before. Again, I
Fun
just had,
fact, the
it
word
is fun fact.
scant is a term that they actually do use in obs and gynae to describe the the I can't say it in a nice way. The the bleeding after birth, basically. When it's
Okay.
scant, that's good. It's only a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
So I like
didn't
how he tied that in there to his argument. It's the only place I've heard it used.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Bree and Brian like disappeared.
Yeah.
Phil and Bri. Come back. Did not know that. That's kind of early out there. 7
Here
a.m.
we go.
I
Punch
thought
the
that was in
judge.
Nevada.
Is that the one that jumped the bench?
Yeah.
Oh, so you just the one that started today?
Yeah, but it's only maybe it's 8 a.m. out there. They're either 2 or 3 hours behind me. So I don't know what's happening. But that's the fun of getting ready to watch the trial, and then they're like, "Yep, plea deal." Well, you disappeared while Jody was describing the word scant.
Yeah, scant.
And
he used the word scant in his opening argument, and I thought that was a very appropriate term to tie in this topic.
So yeah, that's what I did. What's happening? Yeah, no, it's 10 o'clock here too. But I think when that Nevada that happened in, where he went over that bench.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I just used the footage in my in my intro.
No, not a scant as in a scant amount, right?
Yes.
That is how you just
description of the amount.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let's get back to man bun. Man bun and pink hair. Like that is my lawyer team.
Pastel paralegal.
Yes. Well, I know what
Yes.
scant means and that. Oh, whatever. Oh, good grief. Play.
To do was provide Creighton and Emily with accurate information about their options and the risks associated. Mrs. Hock did provide accurate information, and that information was consistent with the advice given to them by their OB, Dr. McBee. Once the decision was made, Mrs. Hock accepted that decision and supported the parents and their unborn child to the best of her abilities. Tragically, complications arose during the birth of Vera, and she presented in the breech position. This was not preventable. Sometimes babies present in breech, and all anyone can do is respond. In a hospital setting, OBs strongly recommend a C-section in the case of breech, but ultimately, it is the mother's decision to make. If a mother refuses a C-section, the hospital staff must assist in a vaginal birth, just like Mrs. Hock. When Vera first presented in breech, Mrs. Hock informed Creighton and Emily that their baby was in breech and informed them regarding the additional risks that can arise during a breech delivery. She advised them that the identification of a breech presentation could be a reason to go to the hospital for the delivery. She informed them that she was trained in physiological breech delivery and would continue to assist them if they decided to stay at home. The evidence will show that Creighton and Emily carefully considered their options and chose to labor at home a bit longer to see if the baby would be born. When the baby was not born quickly, the group started preparation for Emily's transfer to the hospital. As Creighton was packing a bag, Emily went into the restroom alone and closed the door. For the next 10 to 15 minutes that she was inside that restroom, she is the only person who knows what happened. She was quiet inside the bathroom, and when her husband asked through the door if everything was all right, she called back that she was fine. When Emily suddenly called out to Mrs. Hock for assistance, the bathroom door opened, and it became clear that Vera's feet and torso had emerged from Emily's body. At that point, Mrs. Hock directed that 911 be called and stepped forward to try and help Emily deliver Vera. When the ambulance arrived, the EMTs and paramedics were not equipped with the proper tools and training to deal with the situation.
You make life interesting,
They were
Daddy.
not prepared because the medical community has taken the position that all births should occur at a hospital. But EMS did the best they could, just like Mrs. Hock. And as they drove Emily to UNMC, Vera was born. When Emily and Vera arrived at the hospital, doctors and staff started to look for someone to blame. The position of the medical community in Nebraska is that all children should be born in a hospital. In the opinion of the doctors at UNMC, if Emily had gone into labor and given birth at a hospital, then Vera would still be alive today. OBs are very familiar with medical malpractice because they often face accusations by parents that they are responsible for an infant's death. Dr. Lessman, the OBGYN who provided care to Emily and Vera, sought out law enforcement and told them, in her opinion, this was a preventable death and that Mrs. Hock's actions were negligent. Dr. Lessman did this based on her understanding that she had a mandatory duty to report the practice of medicine without a license. The evidence will show that Dr. Lessman told law enforcement that, but for Mrs. Hock, Vera would still be alive. Dr. Lessman expressed an opinion that Mrs. Hock was negligent based on her understanding of civil medical malpractice law. But civil medical malpractice law is not criminal law. In criminal law, the standard by which people are judged is incredibly high because the penalties for a criminal act are much, much harsher than the penalties for medical malpractice. When an OBGYN suffers the tragic loss of a newborn under their care, they do not face criminal charges. They may be sued civilly, but they aren't handcuffed and hauled off to jail. That is because the law recognizes the inherent risks involved in childbirth. It would not be proper to criminally charge an OBGYN based on an allegation that they failed to meet the civil standard of care their profession is judged by. But that is what the state is doing to Mrs. Hock. They are attempting to prove that she is guilty of a criminal act based on an allegation that she failed to meet a civil medical standard of care. The state charged Mrs. Hock with felony child abuse resulting in the death of a child. That crime requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt that this child would have lived if only Mrs. Hock had not acted as she did. The state cannot meet that burden because every childbirth has inherent risks. It is a tragic reality that infants die in childbirth. Some of those infants who die, like Vera, were delivered in a home birth. Some of those infants who die are delivered in a hospital. Regardless of where they are delivered or who assisted at that delivery, there is an inherent risk of death in each and every childbirth. Charging a midwife under this child abuse statute is an aberration. The state would never think to charge an OBGYN with felony child abuse based on the facts of this case. If an OBGYN had come upon Emily as she was in labor and rendered the exact same care that Mrs. Hock provided in this case, they would not be charged. And there are very good reasons why such a charge is not appropriate. Felony child abuse requires the state to prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt: that the defendant negligently caused or permitted a minor child to be placed in a situation that exposes his or her life to physical or mental health to probable harm or loss, and the defendant's actions must be the proximate cause of death. The state cannot meet those elements. First, the statute refers to a minor child. A minor child and an unborn child.
Objection, again, this is argument.
But a defense is entitled to present their theory of the case too in the opening statement. So objections overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Dornan.
Thank you, Judge. A minor child and an unborn child are two legally distinct entities. This is not a moral or a religious definition that speaks to the value of life or when life begins. This is a legal definition. Nebraska law makes a legal distinction between a child who has exited her mother's body and taken their first breath and an unborn child still inside the mother. This legal distinction is clear in Nebraska law. The Nebraska legislature has created some laws that they intend should be applied in cases where an unborn child is harmed. Those statutes include murder, manslaughter, or assault of an unborn child. There are also statutes designed to protect unborn children from abortion once they have reached viability. These laws reflect the legislator's belief that an unborn child is a life that deserves legal protection. The reason that the Nebraska legislature made specific laws protecting unborn life is because of their understanding that a child is legally distinct from an unborn child. In the American legal tradition, that is the default rule, the common law rule. And that is why this prosecution is so troubling. Defense counsel is not aware of any legal precedent in Nebraska for charging a midwife or anyone else with child abuse based on actions they undertook to assist with childbirth. Simply put, the child abuse statute in Nebraska is designed to make it a crime to abuse or neglect a living, breathing child that is outside of the womb. It is an essential element of the crime charged that Vera was legally a child when she was put in a situation that endangered her life, and the state cannot prove that element. The prosecution must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mrs. Hock's actions were the proximate cause of Vera's death. The state's theory ignores all the factors beyond Mrs. Hock's control that contributed to that death. Some of those factors were inherent. All childbirth carries the risks of death, and when a baby presents in breech, those risks increase. Other factors involve the parent's agency. The state's theory ignores the fact that Creighton and Emily had a right to choose a home birth. Some might disagree with that choice. Certainly the medical establishment disagrees with it, but they cannot deny their right to make it. At every single decision point, Creighton and Emily Noe were empowered to make a decision. Mrs. Hock could not and would not force them to make any particular choice. That is not her role. Creighton and Emily are not to blame for Vera's death. They are not responsible for her death. But legally, the choices they made preclude Mrs. Hock from being criminally responsible for the death of Vera Noe. Vera's death was a tragic accident. Creighton and Emily Noe are victims of that accident, and their loss and suffering is immense. Mrs. Hock is also a victim of that accidental death, and she continues to grieve the loss of Vera. But the criminal justice system is not the appropriate venue to address the death of Vera Noe, because the child abuse statute was never intended to be applied in these circumstances. The evidence will show that Creighton and Emily were going to have a home birth, regardless of whether Mrs. Hock agreed to assist them. The evidence will show that Mrs. Hock accurately described the options and the risks, and the evidence will show that Mrs. Hock respected the decisions of Creighton and Emily and provided care to the best of her abilities.
So, Jody, he was going through the law out there, the legislature,
Mm,
and I'm trying to tread lightly here because I don't want to get into a discussion that I know would be very
mm.
heated and controversial on both sides. He was talking about there's a point, I think, in a viability outside the womb.
The definition of the law
There's
as it pertains.
yeah, and then if something happened to probably a viable child inside the while she was still pregnant, they could get charged with things like that.
Hmm.
But that it technically wasn't a child because it wasn't born. She
Yeah,
wasn't born. So she can't be charged with child abuse because there was no child for her to
yeah,
abuse because the baby wasn't born. So, yes, that's what he's saying. Like there's
yeah. I get that. I just didn't
yeah.
realize that was part of the law
uh,
to differentiate it. Yeah,
yeah, I don't
yeah.
nope.
Mm.
Nope. I am trying to be very, very careful because I don't want to fight about fetuses. So, yes, I don't want to get into that because I don't. But anyway, um, the first witness getting ready to come up here finally after
The
that very
father.
long opening
Mm.
statement um, is yes, yes, you can. But I don't know, everybody's different, every state is different because we just watched, a, what trial? There was just a trial, or maybe I was watching true crime on TV, I have no idea. Sometimes it all runs together,
Mm.
where he was charged with the mom and the unborn, the unaliving of both of them, and was found guilty of I just thought we just watched that.
Yes, yes. The Bercy.
Yes.
Yes,
And he was
you
charged
can.
with both of them.
But I
So,
think it pertains to the child abuse laws.
yes,
Yeah.
this is different because that's not it's not here yet. So,
Hmm.
it's not technically a child.
No, but they need to take that part of the law into account in their decision, or the judge does at least. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Um, I'm not sure about that, Kelly, if the parents are supporting the prosecution or the defense. They are going to testify, the dad is at least. I don't know if we ever see the mother. He's up here
No,
first.
the
But
mother's statement gets read by someone else.
okay. So, he I don't think he is I don't think he'd be mad if she wasn't sitting in the courtroom. I because like that attorney just said, it was their decision to have a home birth. They were going to have it whether Angela Hock was there or not.
Mhm.
Period. So I would say they're maybe just feeling lucky they're not sitting in the courtroom.
But he's testifying on behalf of the state, isn't he?
The
So
state, yes. Yeah, right. Definitely not
we're not,
political.
I've been called a lot of things, but class is not one of them.
I'm not going anything with politics.
No, I've got more ass than class.
Well, me too, but
Mm.
Brian,
It is what it is.
I think it's because there's probably laws saying that if she had not given birth and did something, there would be charges for that in respect of the baby not being born.
Yeah.
And that's why there's so then when you're born,
It's a
you're
different
here.
classification.
It's a different classification because you're here, you're a child, and it's different. So I think both could be charged. They're just saying she can't be charged with this because that baby was not born yet. So they're bringing the wrong thing, basically. They're charging her with the wrong thing, and I don't know what else they would charge her with, because he made a very, very good point of this would have happened in the hospital. Nobody would be charged. So, you know, I don't know.
So it's not actually the parents that have brought these charges against her. It's the state, is it?
State.
Okay.
I do not believe, I've not read anything that the parents were involved in bringing the charges against her. Now, if I will look, see if I can find anything else, but I've not anything that I've seen.
No.
I think he might have even said in his maybe as the attorney that I thought something was said about they did not want her. They didn't agree with her being charged somewhere. I thought one of them said it.
We'll soon find out, won't we?
Yeah. Yes, right, but still stuff happens. That's his point, was stuff happens. And if it would have happened in a hospital, the doctors and the nurses and everybody else there would not have been charged. It would have just been a horrible thing that happened. So, it just, where do you draw the line of when blame is assessed and prosecuted?
And as I said to AJ earlier, surely a full-term baby, they would have had to have had ultrasounds and known that that child was in the breech position. Surely.
I don't, because some people don't go to the doctor.
No.
Not even then. Yes, that's what he said. No charges, just sued. Yep.
Hello.
I don't disagree. Yes, there is more everything in the hospital. There's more resources, more qualified staff. There is everything. And nobody's arguing that. That was just his point, was it could have happened in the hospital. And the doctor wouldn't be sitting there. That was his thing. But anyway, so here comes the father. This is Creighton.
This will be interesting.
Creighton Noe. Every time they say no, like, I think nose. I'm like, why do you keep talking about nose? But it's Noe. But here he comes.
Thank you. Is this stay ready for the first witness? You may.
Bree. I told you this would be touchy for you, Bree. I told you yesterday. I warned you.
We've got ASMR purring. She's rubbing herself against the microphone.
I don't hear it.
Oh, God. I can't hear anything.
It's nothing.
Oh.
It's just, I haven't done anything yet.
Sidebar. Oh, you're invested in it now? Don't you complain about it at me tomorrow. Don't you do it. Hello. Look, you're famous. Look. And then she turns her thumb on you.
Hello, George.
Good morning.
Hey, George.
Come over to my left, sir.
You lurker. I was lurking and watching you.
And before
Judge
you
Wolf
sit
yesterday,
down, can you
George.
raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please proceed. Ms. Jacobson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, state your name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Of course. My first and last name is Creighton James Noe. That's Crayton.
I lurk
Last
you
name
too,
Noe,
George.
Noe.
How old are you?
I am 29 years old.
Question.
You may.
She's not going to stop
Your
until
Honor,
I fill her
before
bowl.
Creighton testifies, I would ask the court to consider advising him of his constitutional Fifth Amendment rights.
No. So
Whoa.
proceed. Go.
What do you do for a living?
I am currently serving in the United States Air Force. And proceeding further information on that, I'd like to state that I am representing myself and not in any sort of capacity of the United States Air Force.
Is that something you have to do when you're called to testify in something outside your employ?
Yes.
What do you do generally, what is your job with the Air Force?
I am currently a religious affairs airman.
What does it mean to be a religious affairs airman?
A religious affairs airman holds crisis counseling and confidentiality up to 100% for other military members serving the United States.
And how many years have you served the United States?
I've served for over 7 years now.
Sir, are you married?
Yes, I am.
What is your wife's name?
My wife's name is Emily Noe.
How long have you been married?
I've been married for about 8 years.
How long have you known Emily?
For about 10 years.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
How many children do you have?
I have 3 living children and 1 that passed away.
Okay. Who was your first child? What's her name?
My first child is Sabra Alabama Noe.
Okay. And then your second child?
Is Vera Avamir Noe.
And is Vera the child who passed?
Yes.
And how old is Sabra?
Sabra is 5 years old.
And you have had 2 other children since Vera passed, is that
Yes.
right? How old are they?
My son Harold is over a year now, and our newest daughter, Avamir, is just born in August.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Holy crap. That's a lot
I
of
want
kids.
to direct your attention back to, around the time when you were pregnant or your wife was pregnant with Sabra. What year would that have been that she was pregnant? When did you find out she was pregnant?
She was pregnant with Sabra back in 2017.
When you were making a birth plan for Sabra, did you consider using midwife services?
Yes, we had several options, including midwife services.
All right. So you considered things other than midwifery?
Yes.
Were there, what was the reason you were thinking about using midwifery?
It was to find a connection and gain a trust and understanding patient care for my wife, Emily.
Were you specifically interested in giving birth at home, or were you also looking into using midwives in a hospital setting?
It was an option, both options.
Did your wife have some hesitations about going into a hospital setting?
Yes.
Is that because she suffers some PTSD from hospital settings?
Along with extreme anxiety, yes.
So in preparing for Sabra's birth, did you eventually land on someone you wanted to help you with your birth plan?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Angela Hock.
Is Angela Hock in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
Could you please identify her for the court, tell them where she's seated and what she's wearing?
She's currently sitting on the right side of the room wearing a white leopard shirt.
I'd ask the record to reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
How did you and Emily go about finding Angie Hock?
My wife, Emily, had found Angie Hock on Facebook through groups and word of mouth. And we proceeded to reach out to her from there.
Are you aware of whether Angie Hock has a website with her services?
I would assume that she has a website with her services.
Did you ever remember you personally looking at her Nebraska Birth Keepers website?
Me personally, no.
You left that up to Emily?
Yes.
Once you found her, did you eventually meet her?
Yes.
Where was Angie Hock located?
To my knowledge, in Kearney, Nebraska.
At some point, preparing for Sabra's birth, did you actually travel to Kearney to meet her?
Yes.
And at this time, were you living here in Omaha?
Yes.
Were you stationed out at Offutt Air Force Base?
Yes.
How many times do you think you traveled to Angie Hock's home in Kearney to meet with her?
In total, including Vera's pregnancy, I would say 4 times.
Okay. What kind of things happened when you went to Angie Hock's home?
We would meet with her for prenatal care, a visitation to catch up on how Emily's pregnancy was going, and to continue to work on our birth plan.
What do you mean by prenatal care?
Whatever expertise or knowledge that Angie would provide us, we would listen, and we would simply listen and take into what she was saying.
Do you know whether she was a certified midwife?
To my knowledge, she was, I did not know whether she was certified or uncertified.
Okay. Did she express to you she had training in midwifery?
She expressed that she had experience in training, yes.
Did you eventually sign a contract to use her for Sabra's birth?
To my understanding, I signed a contract to use her for Vera's birth. I do not explicitly recall if I signed one for Sabra's birth.
At any rate, at some point, did you decide that you and Emily, that you were going to use Angie Hock to help with the birth of Sabra?
Yes.
When was Sabra born?
Sabra was born November 23rd, 2017.
During Sabra's birth or her laboring, did Angie Hock come to assist?
Yes.
So would she have had to drive from Kearney
Yes.
to here to Omaha?
Yes.
Was anybody with her during Sabra's birth?
Yes.
Who was with her?
A doula, Mickey. I only know her first name. I don't remember her last name. And another assistant attended with her.
Was that assistant in part serving as photographer for the
Yes.
occasion? Had you met Mickey before?
Yes.
Where did you meet Mickey?
We met Mickey at, I believe, at Angie's home.
Did you like Mickey?
Yes.
What did you like about Mickey?
Mickey provided a more motherly and maternal side of practice. Being a doula, she supported more of an emotional side, and especially tended to Emily's needs. And that's what we really liked about her.
Like what kind of things attended to her needs? What do you mean?
Just Mickey's overall personality, the atmosphere that she created, along with working with Angie. The two of them were a really great team, and that's why we had trust in them and we wanted to use them.
You said you had trust in them. Why did you, specifically about Angie Hock, why did you have trust in her?
She was willing to listen and understand Emily and the traumas that she has experienced through hospital settings. And so that was a really big part of what we were trying to seek out, was a patient care relationship between Emily and her provider.
How long did Emily labor with Sabra? Do you remember?
Emily labored with Sabra for 56 hours.
That's a long time.
It is.
Was Angie Hock there the entire 56 hours, or did she come several hours into the circumstance?
To what I remember, she was there the whole entire time.
Okay. And was that in the same house that you labored with Vera?
Yes.
Was Sabra able to be born at home?
No.
What happened at home? At some point you went to the hospital?
Yes.
Why did you go to the hospital?
The labor stalled out. Sabra's head got stuck, or she stopped coming. I don't know all the extensive knowledge behind the terminology, but the labor progression stopped. And due to the stalling labor, Angie advised us to go to the hospital.
When Angie told you to go to the hospital, did you have it hesitate at all?
No.
Why not?
Because she advised us to go to the hospital.
Did you trust Angie Hock?
Yes.
And did you drive to the hospital that day, or did you call the ambulance?
We drove.
So you're saying the head stuck. That means that Sabra was coming out head first, coming out in the normal way she should have come out?
Yes.
What hospital did you go to?
We went to Bellevue Medical.
And at Bellevue Medical, what happened there?
We arrived shortly after being told to head to the hospital. Bellevue is about a 20-minute drive. So we arrived there shortly, And when we got to the hospital, we walked in, we told the medical staff that we were currently in labor, and that Emily was 10 centimeters dilated. And from there, the medical staff took their time, didn't see it as an emergency. And to my understanding, 10 centimeters means that that Sabra was crowning. And again, the medical staff just took their time, didn't see it as an emergency, didn't seem to have any urgency in the matter. And about 10 minutes of waiting in the waiting area, they finally actually checked Emily and gave her a vaginal inspection to see how far along she was in the labor. And at that point, then it became an emergency. Urgency started to work into the medical staff.
What happened next?
They got us into a maternity room, and they started to assess what they should do. They didn't inform us due to the emergency that was in session. So a lot of it was we were just along for the ride. Being first-time parents and being in a hospital setting that neither of us had been in before, a lot of explanation and what was going on was just kind of skipped over in our sense, in our understanding.
Did they take your wife in to do an emergency C-section?
Yes.
And did you get to watch that?
Yes.
Where'd you watch it from?
I was put into a linen closet, and I got to watch from the side without anybody there to inform me what was going on. I've seen C-sections on medical sites, YouTube, things of that nature, just to educate myself. But having nobody there to tell you what is going on, especially in the sense of an emergency, caused me some trauma as well.
It was scary.
It was.
And when you say linen closet, were there actual linens there, or were you just using that as a term for a very small room?
As far as my understanding, it was a linen closet.
But somehow you were able to view what was going on?
Yes, there was a small window that was on the door, and I got to watch from there.
And was Sabra born healthy?
Yes.
And beautiful?
Yes.
And how old is she today?
She's 5 years old.
After that, eventually you became pregnant with Vera. Is that true?
That is correct.
When did you first learn that Emily was pregnant with Vera?
I learned that Emily was first pregnant with Vera around August, I believe.
So she was born in June.
I apologize. I said August. I'm very much have trouble with dates, especially when it comes to the conceiving time frame.
Right. Okay. So she was born in June of 2019.
Yes.
So did you find out after the first trimester, sometime during the first trimester?
Sometime during the first trimester.
Okay. All right. So maybe at Christmas time?
Yes.
December
Around 9 months
previous
earlier.
year, maybe?
Yes.
8 months earlier.
All right. So when you were pregnant with Vera, did you again discuss with Emily about what the birth plan was going to look like?
Yes.
Were you ultimately wanting to again try to do a birth at home?
Yes.
Now, did Emily do any prenatal care with any doctors prior to Vera's birth?
Yes.
After going to those doctors, were those doctors recommending that you do a home birth?
They were recommending the risks and assessments that come with an at-home birth, along with doing a hospital vaginal birth and along with a C-section.
Did you understand that there were some concerns about doing a vaginal birth after C-sections?
To my knowledge, there's always concerns when it comes to any type of labor and delivery.
Okay. Ultimately, did you decide that you and Emily decide that you wanted to give birth vaginally at home again?
Yes.
Okay. And when you made that decision, who did you want to use as a midwife?
We wanted to use Angie Hock as a midwife
Why was that?
because we had a relationship with her. We enjoyed our experience that we had with Sabra at the home birth. And due to the traumatic hospital experience following Sabra's birth, we wanted, again, that comfort of home and that trust and reliable relationship with Emily's provider.
So, is it fair to say that Angie Hock knew that Sabra was born via C-section?
Yes.
You told her about those things?
Yes.
Did you discuss with her about the dangers of doing a C-section, or I'm sorry, doing a vaginal birth after C-section?
I would say that a part of Angie's risks and assessments and the discussions we had with her, that those proceeded, yes.
Okay. So you talked to her a little bit about the possible risks of that.
Yes.
I'm going to show you, and I'll need to approach your court reporter to mark an exhibit.
May, approach.
Marked exhibit 128. And take a minute just to flip through the pages there and tell me whether you recognize that.
Yes, I do recognize this.
What is exhibit 128?
It is Angie Hock's birth keeper contract.
And in this exhibit 128, are there some, this is a copy of the document you signed, correct?
Correct.
Because there are some points in here in which I think we have your initials and Emily's initials, and then ultimately your signatures on the final page.
That's her in the leopard shirt. Kind of leaning back. And y'all would keep asking where she is. Not pink hair, that hair, and leopard. So
she's got a massive team of people with her, hasn't she?
Yeah. So I don't know if those guys are. Did they say they were public defenders?
I don't think so. No.
I don't know if they did. I kind of took it as this older gentleman at the end was either their boss or kind of mentoring them in some, like those guy, like the guy that did the opening statement, definitely younger, newer. So I think the woman sitting next to the gentleman on the end, I think she's more experienced. And then I have no idea who pink hair is.
She's the paralegal.
Oh, paralegal. Okay. So I think he's very new. I think the older gentleman is his boss or mentor or both, whatever. And then I'm not sure about the lady sitting next to him. So I don't know if like their partnership, I don't know. So, but yeah. But anyway, you guys were asking where she was. There she is. Meow.
Is that right?
That is right.
At this time, I'd offer exhibit 128.
Any objection? No objection. 128 is received.
We're going to try to go through some of this here.
Yes, Gabby, and now I'm scared.
All right, and see how
Really?
here.
Yes.
Really? I thought she was really hot.
Her business was called.
Yes.
I thought she was pretty.
I'm showing you under my manifesto to see the second sentence here. It says, I provide concrete knowledge, ancient wisdom, and current research so women can take back their power by making fully informed choices. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever explain to you what ancient wisdom was or concrete knowledge?
I would say that my experience and knowledge could not explain exactly what all that entails or covers.
Did you always get the impression that Ms. Hock knew what she was doing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever lack any confidence in her advice or anything leading up to Vera's birth?
No.
The contract also, if I put down here about your birth keeper, it says, I work for you directly. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you feel that way, that she was working for you?
Yes.
Did she express that to you, that she was working for you?
I would say the assumption was there. Yes.
Did it ever feel like she put other people in front of you?
No.
All right. And on the bottom of that first page, see how it says, however, I do have boundaries for specific. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'm going on to the second page. Situations that I'm comfortable working with based on my knowledge and experience. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then it says, occasionally I may choose not to work with the client or refer them out of my care at some point. I am trained to recognize, treat, and refer potential problems before they become an issue whenever possible. What did you take that to mean?
That Angie had every right to refuse a working relationship with her client.
When did she talk to you about some of the training she had?
If she, I would say that yes, she talked with us about the training that she had, but I do not have any real in-depth knowledge on any of her training.
Okay. When you were laboring with Sabra and she said to go to the hospital, is that kind of one of the things that you felt like she was recognized to do, that she could figure out when there might be a problem?
Yes.
Okay. When you say you went to the house to meet Angie, were there times that there were other people other than you and Emily there?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that.
It was her home was open to the individuals that she worked with. She would have multiple clients or other patrons that she supported. And so not everybody in her home at the time that we would either see or meet up with were using her explicitly.
Okay. I'm going to go down the page a little bit further. And that middle paragraph, you see ESN and CJN, are those your initials?
Yes.
Do you see, if you look at this, I know you probably haven't looked at it recently, but it looks like she's gone through and she has, well, number one, talked about being uncertified. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And that she's unlicensed. Do you see that as well?
Yes.
And then do you see how she's just listed some of her trainings?
Yes.
Okay. You would have read this when in here is, I can find it now. See where it says art and science of breech birth?
Yes.
Hello, Memento Mori. It's been a minute.
Hello, Mary.
Haven't seen you in a while. Glad you are here.
I don't know what you're talking about, Bree, Ellen. You mean the lines on the roads?
She sent me. Yes. So it's a rumor over here that you guys have this glow in the dark paint that you're painting on the roads over there. So the lines glow at night. It's really cool looking.
We have reflectors. They may
yeah, so
well be for new roads, perhaps, but I have not heard of anything or seen it myself. Sorry.
Yeah, she asked me if that was true. I'm like, I don't.
It could
who
be
knows?
more on country roads and stuff, but we do have a lot of reflectors.
No, this is like glow in the dark green paint.
Yeah, maybe.
But you would know if you had ever been down one, because the whole thing is.
It could be a new thing with all the new roads they're making, that they're doing them now. Don't know.
It was really kind of cool looking, but we were kind of like,
I'll ask Dr. Google.
Don't believe it, because yeah, George, it looked straight up like paint that you paint on something outside that the sun charges up or whatever, and then it glows at night. That's what it looked
Yeah.
like.
What's it called? Solar.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, Bri wants to, I think, figuratively speaking, not really do it, knock this guy out on the stand. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Just going by what he has been saying. Bree asking me to do things.
I'll have a look for it.
I'll have to go back and look for it, Bree, because you sent me that. And then you
Was it
sent me
on
a
YouTube or Google?
I don't know. She sent me a text asking about it, so I don't know where they saw it because
I'll Google it and post it if I find anything.
Gabby said she saw it too. I knew I was right, Brian.
If you see it first, Gabby.
Oh, she says it was on Facebook. No, George. No. Isn't that what they used to? We're getting way off topic. There was a paint they used way back in the day, not way back, but the women worked in the factory and they were painting watch faces with it. So at night it would glow in the dark. Well, they were getting radiation poisoning. Yes. And they obviously all passed away from it, and they had to be buried in lead boxes to keep the radiation in, because they would like lick the paintbrush or they would
my
paint it
Lord.
on themselves because it glowed. Like,
Wow.
It's a crazy story, but we just didn't know.
Have you got it locked in a lockbox, Bri?
I hope he's just talking about lead paint, which, yes, that is scary enough. But yeah, that other stuff, those poor women had no idea what they were using and, playing with and putting in their and eating. Anyway, back to this young guy that I keep looking at going, you've got 5 kids. They would have 4 kids under 5 if Vera had survived. At this point, they had just had a baby and then had another one that was just over a year old. And then the oldest one is 5. Yeah, George, they just didn't know. Just didn't know. Yep. Horrible death. Horrible. Well, I am glad to hear that, Brian, that your paint does not glow anymore. That is perfect. And now back to the program.
Prior to Vera's birth, did you ever have any specific conversations with her about the dangers of breech births?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And here it talks down to here where it says alternative remedies and routine breech presentations. Any conversations with her? Again, I just asked the same question about breech presentations or the dangers that come with the breech birth.
Not specifically, no.
And obviously, you were told about her breech training because you signed this document. Would you agree with me?
I would agree, along with all the other information that is there, along with her experience. It's on the same level of knowledge, yes.
And prior to Vera going into labor with Vera, you had no reason to believe Vera was breech. Is that right?
That is correct.
And Emily, was she doing some prenatal care with doctors at Offutt or through your insurance?
Yes.
Through the airport? And I guess we already talked about that you had conversations with them about a vaginal birth after C-section.
Yes.
I also want to show you in this contract, 3rd page, you see where it says, I currently will be bringing my nursing baby to your birth and possibly another sibling to watch them. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. On the day of Vera's birth, we're going to get to it, but did she bring her nursing baby that day?
Yes.
How did you feel about that? The fact that she'd be bringing a baby into the situation?
That her nursing child needed their mother. And so we wanted to give her that same respect and same care and responsibility that she was giving us.
Okay. Did it bother you at all that there was going to be an extra child there?
No.
And at the bottom of that page, see where it says, except for extraordinary circumstances, I will remain with you throughout birth and beyond. See that?
Yes.
Was that the way it was with Sabra? Did she remain with you? And then after Sabra was born, did you continue to have contact with her?
Yes, we continued contact with her.
I want to go to page 4 of Exhibit 128. I want to see where it says limitations.
Yes.
That first line talks about, as parents choosing a home birth with Nebraska birth keeper, you are taking responsibility for your own pregnancy and birth, and therefore you are responsible. Is that something you appreciated about midwifery, that you could make your own decisions about how your birth plan looked?
Yes.
Okay. And here at the last sentence of that, it says, I'm here as a consultant and expert in normal birth. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you expect with her consultation that she knew things and had an expertise in normal birth?
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider normal, well, what would you define as normal birth?
I would consider a normal birth anything that is not listed as high risk.
Okay. So is a breech birth a normal birth in your mind?
According to my understanding, if a breech birth is not listed as high risk, then that would be considered, to me and my knowledge, a normal birth.
Okay. And here on the next page, you see where it says, I will attempt to remain with you as allowed by the hospital or family.
Yes.
And right here, about third paragraph down, I do not make decisions for you. I will help you get the information necessary to make informed decisions, and I expect members to respect my advice and requests, but you are the final decision makers. Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you respect her advice in both Sabra and Vera's birth?
Yes.
And here's a paragraph where you put your signatures, where she's having you initial that she's not responsible or liable for any problems. Do you see that?
Yes.
And finally, if we go on through this, we're not going to go through every line, but at some point, she defined for you what services she's giving you. And ultimately, there's also a portion here on the last page about the fees. Did you see that?
Yes.
Obviously, you paid fees for Sabra's birth. Is that right?
That is correct.
How much did you pay for Sabra's birth?
What is on the contract is what we paid for Sabra's birth.
Okay. And I should have asked you when I got up there, but we'll just make it clear, because you were talking about whether you don't know if you signed a contract with Sabra, but this is May of 2019. So this would have been the contract that you entered into for Vera's birth. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and I want to take you to the night that Emily first started going into labor. When was your baby due, Vera?
I do not have the exact date on when Vera was supposed to be born.
When she went into labor, was that at or around the time? This wasn't a concern that she's going into labor early. It was about around the time she was due.
Correct.
Okay. How did the pregnancy go with Vera?
With Vera, the pregnancy went very well.
Okay.
Same exact pregnancy that with Sabra. No issues.
No issues.
No problems. For 9 months, no concerns.
Okay. Where were you at when Emily went into labor?
I was at work at Offutt Air Force Base.
Did you get a phone call?
Yes,
And did you come home?
yes.
Approximately what time was that?
I received a phone call in the evening.
And what do you learn from that phone call?
I learned that Emily's water had broke.
Did you come right home?
Yes,
By the time you got home, was Angie Hock there yet?
no.
Okay. How did you reach out to Angie Hock, or did Emily reach out to Angie Hock?
Emily reached out to Angie.
What time did you understand Angie was going to arrive to help?
Sometime early morning.
When did she arrive?
Around 5 a.m.
When she arrived, was anybody with her?
Yes.
Who was with her?
Mickey was with her along with Angie's son.
Okay. How old approximately was Angie's son at that time?
I couldn't say. Old enough to still need his nursing mother.
Okay. You weren't surprised by that because we saw a moment ago that the contract included that might be it, that she might bring her nursing child, correct?
Correct.
All right. Do you remember where you were at when they arrived?
We had opened the front door for them.
Okay. Where were you?
Assisting with inviting them into our home.
Okay. I mean, did you actually come to the door, or were you upstairs and they just came in, or what do you recall?
We came to the door.
Okay. Was Emily up moving about at that time, do you think?
Yes.
Okay. Where was Sabra?
Sabra was already with her godparents.
Okay. That was probably part of the plan when you went into labor, that Sabra was going to go with someone else?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any animals around?
At the time, yes.
Okay. Which kind of animals did you have around?
We have cats and dogs.
All right. Once Mickey and the defendant arrived, what happened next?
We proceeded with our birthing plan, which, to my remembrance, basically Angie and Mickey take care of us, provide great hospitality, make Emily as comfortable as possible, and we proceed with labor and delivery at its own course.
Okay. Did they stay there throughout the day?
Throughout the day, yes.
Okay. At any point did they leave?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately what time did they leave?
They left for around lunchtime.
Okay. All right. So up until lunchtime, how intense was it with the labor?
I would say as intense as any other normal pregnancy.
Okay. Were you staying with your wife the whole time?
The whole time.
Okay. So the defendant and Mickey went to lunch?
Yes.
Do you know where they went?
No.
How long were they gone?
I can't say exactly how long they were gone, but they were gone for a period of time.
Was it an hour? Was it 2 hours? Was it a few minutes?
It was. I would say it was an hour.
Okay. Did that surprise you that they went out?
I would say I wasn't surprised.
Okay. Did it bother you that they left?
No.
Okay. Now, had you paid your contract we talked about, did you pay something in advance for Miss Hock's services?
Yes.
Okay. Well, how much did you pay?
$700 for the deposit.
While she and Mickey were gone, did things progress normally, or did they intensify, or what happened when they were gone?
I can't remember exactly how things progressed while they were gone. Again, like any other normal pregnancy.
Okay. Did they come back eventually, or did you have to call them to come back?
We messaged them to call back.
Okay. And why did you do that?
At the time, we had felt that we wanted to reach out to them and see if they could come back.
Okay. And did they?
Yes.
Okay. How'd things go once they got back?
From there, when they came back, started up with the normal birth plan of, again, hospitality, taking care of us, making sure Emily's comfortable, and her labor and delivery was proceeding as normal.
Where was Emily doing most of her laboring in the house?
Most of her laboring is getting up, walking around, moving baby with medicine ball, rubbing her back, rubbing her feet, just taking care of her, making her as comfortable as possible.
Was she sometimes lying on your bed?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibits 1 through
62, and I showed you these before we came up here this morning. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And you had a chance to look at these various photographs?
Yes.
Were these pictures taken a few days after Vera's passing?
Yes.
Did law enforcement come out and take these pictures?
Yes.
Do these pictures fairly and accurately depict the way your home appeared on around that time?
Yes.
Do any of these pictures, imagine maybe different things, clothing or things might have moved around, but is the furniture and the major things in this house in the same way they were when Emily was living?
Yes.
At this time, I'd offer exhibits 1 through 62.
Exhibits 1 through 62 are received.
Just want to go through a little bit of some of these pictures a little bit. So you just get an idea of what your home looked like. This is exhibit 1 is the front of your home. Is that right?
That is correct.
And exhibit 2 is just a closer up of the front of your house. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now I'm interested in the stairway. I'm showing you exhibit number 3. So what's the vantage point here? Like if you were the photographer, would your back be to your front door?
Yes.
So when you come in the front of your house, the stairway is just right there. Is that fair?
That is fair.
In exhibit 4, what are we looking at here?
That is as soon as you enter the front door and you turn to the right, that is where our dining room is and the bottom of that same exact stairway.
So through this door, that's the dining room?
Yes.
And is this gate for the animals?
Yes.
Okay. So if I go back to 3, I think I'm kind of understanding it now. When you step in the door, you can walk straight down the hallway, but you kind of have to go to the right a little bit to head up the stairs.
Yes.
And exhibit 5, this is a vantage point of going up the stairs. Is that right?
That is correct.
Maybe that helps a little bit. I don't know. Exhibit 6, now we're just going straight up the stairs. Is that right?
That is correct.
And 7, kind of more of the same. Now at exhibit 8, tell me what exhibit 8 is.
That would be right in front of the bathroom door, facing our guest bedroom.
Okay, so along the right here, are these the steps?
Yes.
So if a person walked up the stairs and went to the right into this door, follow what
Yes.
I'm asking, in exhibit 8, is that the bathroom?
No, that is the guest bedroom.
Okay. If they got to the top of the stairs and went straight forward to this door, what's that door?
That is the upstairs closet.
Okay. How do you get to the bathroom from the top of the stairs?
You would have to perform the same routine as the front door. You'd go off to the left a little bit, and the bathroom is right there.
And we're probably seeing that. So if you went off to in exhibit 9, off to the left, you'd see this bathroom.
Correct.
So the rooms upstairs are to the right. Is that your master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Right in front of you is the closet door. To your left, you get to the bathroom.
Correct.
And is there another bedroom up there?
Yes.
Do you have to go beyond the bathroom to get to the other bedroom?
Yes.
In 10, this is the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
So now exhibit 12, this maybe gives us a vantage point. And so is this the top of the stairs? I'm pointing at the left side here.
No.
What is that?
That is a secondary closet upstairs.
All right. So now we've come up the stairs to get to this, or is this your master bedroom?
That's the master bedroom.
Okay. So where's the picture taken at? Is there taker at? Is there?
So if the photographer were to turn right around, that would be our guest bedroom.
But guest bedroom's behind that photographer?
Yes.
Okay. So probably the photographer to the left of the photographer right now, you go down the stairs.
Correct.
Okay. And this is
our bed.
Okay. Exhibit 13 again. This is the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
All right. I just want to get to Exhibit 21, is this still the master bedroom?
No,
Okay. What bedroom is this?
that is our guest bedroom.
How many beds are in the guest bedroom?
There should only be one bed in that bedroom.
I'm going to show you here in a second because there's 21, exhibit 22, exhibit 23, exhibit 24, and now exhibit 25. Was there the second bed in there?
Yes,
Okay. So when we're looking back at 22 and 23, this room actually has that second bedroom, right?
yes,
Okay. So 2 beds in that guest bedroom.
yes,
It's kind of off in its own little nook, almost its own room within the room.
yes.
Okay. Was this room being used by Mickey and the defendant?
Yes.
What was it being used for?
It is a guest bedroom. So again, Mickey and Angie provide hospitality and care for their clients, and we wanted to provide the same for them.
And fair to say, for instance, in the circumstance of Saber's birth, they were there 56 hours. Or
Correct.
they probably didn't come right at the start, but at some point you probably need to rest. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. During Vera's laboring, did Mickey or Angie Hock ever rest?
Yes.
Where would that happen at?
That would happen in the guest bedroom.
I want to now take you to a point during the labor that Emily asked if Angie Hock would check her. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when that went on?
Angie Hock would periodically check Emily to make sure that labor and delivery were progressing as normal.
And what do you mean by check her? What would she do?
Angie has experience and knowledge in the ways that she checks her clients with how they're most comfortable, and she proceeds to make sure that labor and delivery is progressing as normal.
Okay. Did she have any tools or anything that she uses that you recall?
That I recall, she had a way to keep track of the baby's heartbeat.
Okay. At times for that day, did she check to make sure the heartbeat was okay?
Yes.
Everything going well during that labor?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a point at which you learned that Vera was breech?
Yes.
Where were you all at when that happened?
We were in our master bedroom.
Okay. And what exactly did Angie tell you about that?
She checked Emily through a vaginal exam and proceeded to inform us that Vera was breached.
Okay. When you say vaginal exam, did you actually observe that?
From my point of view, I did not directly observe it.
Okay. But you knew that's what she was doing?
Yes.
Okay. And when she told you Vera was breech, what else did she tell you?
She said that she could feel a foot.
Did she say a foot, or what do you remember saying?
As far as I remember, a foot.
Okay. Did she say anything else?
Not directly following that.
Did she say she felt anything else? Did she say she felt a cord?
No.
You just remember she felt a foot.
Yes.
Okay. Did she have a conversation with you about how to proceed next?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
At that time, she had informed us that we had a choice. We could choose to go to the hospital, and at that point, it was not known to be an emergency or any sense of urgency, or we could stay and we could deliver the baby at home with Angie.
You said a while ago when I was showing you the contract that you didn't specifically remember in that contract that she listed that she had some breech training. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Did she tell you she had training in delivering breech babies at this point in time on
Yes.
that day? What did she tell you?
From what I recall is that Angie reassured us that she had breached training and that she had attended a course for it as well.
Did she tell you whether she actually ever had delivered any babies?
I cannot recall.
How long do you think she talked to you about that?
I would say no longer than a 2 to 3 minute conversation.
And before I forget, your home where this was happening, was that in Douglas County?
I do apologize. I believe it's in Douglas County or in Sarpy County.
Okay, all right. So she talked to you for 2 to 3 minutes?
I would say yes.
Okay. Was she talking to both you and Emily?
Yes.
During that, was Mickey with her at that time?
I believe at that time, Mickey would have been close enough to at least hear and understand what was going on, or Mickey would have been in the guest bedroom tending to Angie's son.
Okay. Did she tell you that her experience giving breech birth was with simulations?
No.
Did she talk at all about the umbilical cord?
No.
Did you ever remember hearing a word like prolapsed umbilical cord?
No.
Did she tell you about that if there is a prolapsed umbilical cord, that it can cause oxygen deprivation to a baby's brain?
No.
She knew that your first baby was C-section, right?
Yes.
Did she, at that moment when Vera was presenting breech, did she tell you that the risk of uterine rupture after a C-section was higher during a breech birth?
Objection, Your Honor. Assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled, you may answer.
Could you repeat?
Hey, Teresa.
Did she tell you that the risk of uterine rupture after a C-section was higher during a breech birth? Did she have a conversation with you about that?
I cannot recall.
Hello, Teresa.
Did she talk
Sorry,
about
I was waiting for a
that
break.
there are different kinds of breech presentations?
I cannot recall.
Did she tell you that there's complete and incomplete breech and frank breech, anything like that?
Not to my knowledge.
And she was only talking to you 2 to 3 minutes. Is that true?
I would assume so, yes.
Well, is that what you just said? I don't want to put words in your mouth. That
Yes, 2 to 3 minutes.
2 to 3 minutes spent talking about the fact that Vera was breech.
Yes.
Did she explain to you that during a breech delivery, when you've had a C-section prior, that baby needs to be delivered once it presents breech in about 30 to 60 minutes? Did she tell you that there was some urgency to the delivery?
I beg your pardon.
Opposed, objection?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Well, she asked, did she tell you this? So overruled, you may answer.
Could you repeat the question?
Well, did she tell you that after C-section, when a baby starts presenting breech, that there is a sense of urgency that the baby would need to be delivered within 30 minutes or maybe top 60 minutes?
There was no sense of urgency.
After that conversation, that 2 to 3 minute conversation with you and Emily, did you talk alone with Emily for a while?
Yes.
How long did you two talk?
I would say 5 minutes tops.
What decision did you make about going to the hospital or staying to labor at home?
The decision was that the hospital would have been another traumatic experience and that it would have caused more anxiety and more trauma to my wife and I. And we decided to stay at home and continue labor and delivery with Angie.
Did you do that because?
So knowing that they made that decision, how is then she being held responsible right here? She's supposed to force them to just go? No, you're going.
Well, they haven't convinced me yet.
I mean, he sounds like he's obviously been coached by somebody with some of his answers. He's got the whole law enforcement with my training and experience lying down. But what he just said right now, case over. Like, we made the decision to not go. Was she supposed to hog time and put him in the car and be like, sorry, we're going?
Yep.
Yeah. Of course he did, Gabby. That's a yeah. This would be a Caleb and Gabby argument. I want to just say thank you for cleaning up my dishes yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
No
Because I
problem.
left them for you
Because
and I was
I
waiting for you to
left
clean them
them.
up.
No, he'd say I left him. It was my fault, and she'd say no, I didn't pick him up, and that was my fault.
Oh,
And
my
then
Lord.
there's just like so
Gabby.
sickening sweet. It's just too cute. I love it. I was like that was an argument. Come to my house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She
You put
said,
the bloody dishes in the bloody dishwasher. Not here to pick up after you.
she said, well, we've been married over 15 years. We should know each other by now. I'm like, I've been married double that.
Mm-hmm.
And then some. And we don't argue that way. Well,
you should know each other by now. So if you accept that they are what they are,
yep,
it is what it
exactly.
is.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. So, Teresa, I don't know how much you've heard, but the law in Nebraska is quite weird.
Mm.
Just because I'm from there and the law is weird, that does not make me weird. Disclaimer, clarification. She couldn't be licensed and do a home birth. That would be a felony out there. And so she had to be unlicensed, and she didn't want it. She does not want to be licensed. So she's made that very, very clear. I get it. I must have missed what exactly was so traumatic about when she had to deliver their first daughter in the hospital, and
I think it
why
was the whole just
the
C-section emergency thing that was
okay,
traumatic
well,
for them. Yeah, hello. They got a live child at the end of it.
yeah, is this not more traumatic? And you still had 2 more. So okay.
Yep. I'm zipping it. I'm zipping it.
Yikes. We're going. Wow. Okie dokie.
Oh, jokey,
You
Novarino.
believed Angie could help you?
Hey, bite me.
Yes.
Did you have confidence in her abilities?
Yes.
Did you understand in that moment how dangerous a breech birth was?
No.
If you understood how dangerous it was, would you have made a different decision?
Yes.
After that, I assume Emily continued to labor for a while.
Yes.
How did that go? What was happening?
Labor and delivery continued as such.
Okay. Were you doing some of the same things, making her comfortable?
Yes.
Was Angie Hock making her comfortable?
Yes.
Was Mickey keeping her comfortable?
Yes.
Was Angie Hock doing any maneuvers or putting her in different positions or?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember about that? What kind of things were done?
The normal, I would say the experience and maneuvers that Angie Hock had used with Sabra to move her around were the same maneuvers that she used for Vera to move her around.
And so we're clear when we're talking about maneuvers. Not everybody's given birth. But is it just a matter of putting the woman's body in a different position?
I would say that it's much more complex than that.
Okay. Well, do you ever see Angie Hock reaching up and trying to maneuver with her hands, or is
No.
it? Okay. All right. And what do you remember about the different positions?
They were explained to Emily exactly what position she was going to be put into, how long she might be in that position for, and what the overall goal of that position may be.
Was Angela Hock making Emily comfortable, as far as you could tell?
As far as I could tell, to progress labor and delivery, yes.
How long would you say that continued? Well, at some point, did Emily get up and go to the bathroom?
Yes.
How long would you say that doing the maneuvers and continuing with making her comfortable on the in the bed there or wherever you were at, how long did that continue before Emily decided she wanted to go up into the bathroom?
45 minutes.
So we're now, so about 45 minutes, is it fair to say? Well, if you had 5 minutes, you and Emily talked, plus the 2 to 3, Angela Hock talked to you about breach. We're now maybe 52, 53 minutes into, since breach has been identified. Is that fair? Am I doing the math
That's
right?
fair.
Okay. So Emily went to the bathroom. Why did she go to the bathroom?
She was feeling like she needed to use the restroom.
Did you follow her?
I followed her to the bathroom door. Yes.
Did you give her privacy at that point?
Yes.
Did you ask her if she wanted you in there?
Yes.
And she told you no?
Yes.
Was it your impression she was actually needing to go to the bathroom, either urinate or have a bowel movement or something? Is that yes?
Yes.
Sorry. How long was she in there?
She was in there no longer than 15 minutes.
Where were you at when that was going on?
Upstairs.
Okay. Where was Mickey at?
Upstairs.
Where was Angie Hock at?
Upstairs.
Which rooms were they in?
We would periodically switch around. Again, in that time, it felt like we needed to move around a lot more, but we would periodically move from hallway to bedroom to bedroom.
And I probably didn't ask a very good question, but the point that Emily went into the bathroom, where were the three of you?
We were all upstairs.
Okay. Just kind of hanging out, waiting to see what happened next?
Yes.
Okay. Where was Angie's, the defendant's child?
I do not exactly recall where he spent most of his time, but from my understanding, he spent most of his time in the guest bedroom.
Okay. And did it seem like Mickey and the defendant were taking turns going into the guest bedroom?
Yes.
Did the child get in your way at all?
No.
Well-behaved child, was breastfeeding baby, so not a child that was running around.
Correct.
All right. 15 minutes passes. What happens next? Well, I should ask you this. Was the bathroom door locked? Do you know?
Not to my knowledge, no.
15 minutes passed, you say, and so now we're into an hour and 2 or 3 minutes past when the breach has been identified.
Yes.
Did anybody check on Emily during that 15 minutes?
I would have went to the door to ask her if she was doing okay.
Did she always indicate that she was doing okay?
As far to my knowledge, yes, she was doing fine.
At some point, did she ask for help?
Yes.
How did that go?
She called out for Angie, and at that point, the door was open, and Angie proceeded to assist Emily as much as she could.
Just take a good note. How did the door get open? Do you remember?
I do not recall.
Okay. Did Angie come in right away?
Yes.
Where do you remember Mickey being?
Mickey was attending to Angie's son.
Okay. What happened next?
At that point, Angie proceeded to assist and help Emily with the final stages of labor and delivery. At that point, when the door flung open, I was able to see Vera outside of my wife, and she was not fully delivered. She had not exited my wife's body yet. And I continued to move towards assisting with Angie's child. So then that way Mickey could go and assist.
Did you feel that in that moment, Mickey would be more help to your wife than you would have been?
Yes.
Okay. And I know it's hard to think about, but how much of Vera do you think you saw? Did you just see legs? Did you see more than legs?
I could identify limbs. Yes.
All right. Do you think you saw any arms?
Not that I can recall.
How was your wife doing? Do you remember?
She was in stress.
Do you remember where she was in the bathroom? Was she leaning over? Was she on all fours? What do you recall?
I recall her in the bathroom, but not her exact position, no.
When you say the door flung open, who opened the door? Did Emily open it for you, or do you remember?
Not that I can recall, no.
But the door came open. There was no struggle to get to the door.
Correct.
All right. Once you took defendant's child, what happened next?
At that point, Mickey had already started calling 911, and Mickey had handed me her phone. I had continued the 911 call to make sure that the ambulance could arrive to our house and assist.
When we go through things slowly, I just want to be very careful about the times here. When we go through slowly, it's hard to get the exact time. So how much time passed, do you think, from door flinging open, Angie Hock getting in there to let's call 911? How fast is that?
I would say that at that point, it was an emergency.
So contrast that when breach is first identified, this is not an emergency, but now we're at emergency.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And Angie said call 911, and did you hesitate at all to call 911?
I do not recall if I hesitated because Mickey was already on the phone with 911.
Back to my original questions I asked earlier, though, if Angie Hock, this woman you trusted, said it's time to call 911, would you call 911?
Yes.
Did you believe in her advice?
Yes.
Did you greet the ambulance when they got there?
Yes.
Okay. So you would have had at some point go down the stairs, is that right?
That is correct.
And did you talk the emergency personnel how to get to your house and talk with them on 911
Yes.
as they were arriving? How long did it feel like it had taken them to get there?
It felt like 10 minutes.
You know, I'm going to back up for just a second because I forgot to ask you something. I apologize. At some point, were you packing Emily's bag for the
Yes.
hospital? When did you start doing that?
As soon as Emily told me that I needed to pack a bag.
And when was that? Was that when you were calling 911? Was it sometime before that, or?
I would say it was when it was told to call 911.
What happened when the EMTs arrived?
4 of them went upstairs. I stayed downstairs, and they proceeded to assist however they assisted upstairs. And then they put Emily on a stretcher and got her out of the house.
I take it you were at the bottom of the stairs?
Yes.
Were you able to see up there?
No.
Okay. Is that because there were so many people up there at that point?
Yes.
Because if I'm doing the math right, you think there are at least 4 EMTs, paramedics up there, and I assume, is Mickey still up there?
Yes.
Is the defendant still up there?
Yes.
And of course, your wife is still up there.
Yes.
Ms. Jacobson, I think we're going to take our mid-morning recess. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Which we all know means 20. And it was 20. 20 minutes. Oh. I almost went to the perfect spot.
Look at you go. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It's my forte. It's one of my special attributes, laughing at inappropriate moments.
Yes.
Why? Because I can.
Yeah. I have nothing.
You can do it.
Apparently I can't.
I believe in you.
Just hit play and shut up is apparently what I need to do. So I will.
Zip it.
Zip it. Judge comes in that door just in case anybody's wondering.
Did you time how long it took him?
I was like too far. I was too close to hit the L because it would jump too far ahead.
Love it, L.
Like, yeah. Brian, I think you're being sarcastic. But I guess I could have helped.
No, it's a when you've worked so hard to obtain the qualifications that you require to do the job properly, it is an insult to your skills and knowledge and training and experience to have someone like this do what they do without making the effort. Does that make sense? Like it's hard to explain, but I know exactly where he's coming from, I think.
Well, because I in like Bry's mind, your mind, Bree's mind, my mind, we would not have thought that went well. She ended up having to go have a C-section, right? So it went okay, but didn't go
Wasn't as
well.
planned, but
Right.
it was successful.
So, like, but as Bry has said and Bree has said, a doctor's not then going to recommend you go
No.
and try to have I'm going to use the word normal birth after you've had a C-section, which she should
especially
have listened.
They knew the risk factors.
I
Clearly.
hope they did.
Well, from what his testimony was, yeah,
All right,
they
back
knew.
on the record, Miss
So
Hayes Klein, would you make sure that the microphone, the court microphone, is up towards you? The other microphone is for the court TV. So just make sure we can hear you. All right, go ahead, Miss Jacobson.
Mr. Noe, you return to the stand. And just, Mr. Dornan, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, sir. I don't think there have been any witnesses in the courtroom, Judge, but I would just ask motion of the court to sequester all witnesses.
Any objection?
A bit late, but whatever.
All right, it will be reciprocal. Motion by Mr. Dornan is sustained. Have a seat. Ms. Jacobson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Noe, we were getting to the ambulance being present. I want to back up just a second because on the break, I was looking back at my notes and I forgot to ask a question. While Emily was in the bathroom for that 15 minutes, did you have any conversations with Angie Hock about whether or not to go in there or what you should maybe do as it relates to her being in the bathroom?
Not that I recall.
Did she have? Did it seem she had any concern about her being in the bathroom alone?
Not that I recall.
All right, so let's get back to, you said that there were paramedics and the Omaha Fire personnel were up at the top of the stairs. Could you hear what was going on up there?
Yes.
What did you hear?
I heard that they were assisting Emily and Angie and Mickey as much as they could.
Okay. At any time, did you hear Emily cry or scream out or anything like that?
Yes.
What did you hear?
I do not exactly recall what I heard, but I know that there was a commotion going on upstairs.
Okay. And did you hear a cry? Or, I mean, I don't want you to use I'm not meaning to lead you along. Did you hear actual words come out of Emily's mouth?
I could identify that Emily was in distress upstairs.
And you can't identify words, but by how it sounded is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. How long did it feel like to you that they were upstairs before they were bringing Emily down the stairs?
About 10 minutes.
Okay. Did you see Emily when she came down?
Yes.
How did she look to you?
She was uncomfortable and in a state of distress.
Okay. Did she say anything to you?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. What happened next?
At that point, I had told Emily that I was going to meet her at the hospital. I had ran back inside, grabbed her packed bag, and hopped in my vehicle and followed the ambulance to the hospital.
Did you ask if you could ride in the ambulance, or was that not even an option?
I do not recall.
Yes, Bri, but the law is on her side because she's not licensed, and that's the way the law is written. It's on her side. You cannot be licensed and do home birth. You can be unlicensed and do home birth. It's weird. I don't understand it. So if it's not her, somebody else is going to do it. I mean, it is.
How do you change the law?
And they haven't. They're working on it, but they don't have it like really defined down. And they really need to be very specific, use very specific language in it. Because like I told you at the beginning, some people think that it's illegal to have a home birth in that state. It's not. But so I don't know. How do you can't, she technically did not do anything illegal. So I don't, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know.
Apparently the laws for domestic violence as well didn't come into fruition until something like 1994. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah. So what do you do?
I don't know. These guys are so young, and
yeah,
I think that plays into it as well in their decision making. That he's probably looking at his wife does not want to go to the hospital, and she knows how traumatic it was for her and her anxiety over it. And so he's trying to not make that happen and doesn't want to make that happen. Listening to Angela saying, yeah, we don't need to go. So he's going to take that because that's what he wants to hear, that we don't need to go.
But as soon as she saw her come out of the toilet and realized that there was an issue, the first thing she said was,
call 911.
Yeah.
And they did. So I think the state did the charges. I don't believe that the husband and wife want her charged.
No.
Yeah, Teresa, she doesn't need a
No, it doesn't.
license. If you
No.
have a license, you will be
Then
charged with a felony.
Yeah. Yep.
So I don't know. And did they bring the right charge? That's also what the defense is arguing because of baby child.
The definition. Yep.
If she was active duty versus dependent in the military, I don't. I will take your word on that, Bri. I will, because you would know, and I do not. Thanks, George. We try to think around here sometimes, no matter what people think.
It is good to have good. Everyone is entitled to their opinions and their voice and their reasoning, and we encourage that. Absolutely, 100%.
Yep, just be nice.
Absolutely.
Don't be rude. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of makes your head just go all over the place with it. And then when you try to wrap the law into it,
law versus parents versus Angie.
Yeah, it's
the combination.
You kind of wonder how they got here, honestly. I really do. I'm with you, Kelly. I'm really wondering how we got here.
Legally speaking.
Yes. So
morally?
Yeah, absolutely. She probably not, I don't want to say she's not a nice person, but she is very she says it. I don't like rules. I don't like regulations. Well, there's a purpose for them. Sometimes, yes, I get it. We have too much, but there is a purpose for them. And you can't just choose to, well, you can choose to operate outside of them, but then there's consequences for that.
I don't think she was 100% forthcoming in her experience to them.
Yeah, when she used the word expert in that contract they were signing,
and
like
simulation,
that's a problem. Yeah. Expert is a problem.
That's the duty of care.
Yep. Don't be using that word because
no,
that's not good. All right, let's go.
If I asked or not.
Okay. But you got in your vehicle. Did you follow the ambulance to the hospital?
I was close behind the ambulance.
Did they take off before you were able to get the bag and get into your
Yes.
car? Okay, all right. What happened when you got to the hospital?
When I got to the hospital, I had entered the operating room that my wife was in. They were at that point delivering her placenta, and they were conversating with us, letting us know exactly how much pain she was going to feel, the process to expect, how long it was going to take for her placenta to be fully delivered, and that part of the end part of labor and delivery was still continuing.
Were you feeling relatively comfortable with the medical help you were getting at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Was it still a pretty stressful situation?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, were you able to see Vera when you got there?
No.
Okay. Did you learn whether she was still alive or not?
We did not learn until after Emily had delivered her placenta.
How long was that?
I would say I'm not too sure how long exactly it was.
But at some point, were you told of Vera's condition?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you learn about Vera's condition?
That she was not going to make it, and that the hospital had put her on life support, and we were allowed to spend the weekend with her, hopefully to see any signs of life. And unfortunately, there was none, and we were told to say our goodbyes on June 17th.
Okay. Was Emily still admitted into the hospital by the time you said goodbye to Vera?
At that point, Emily had been discharged from the hospital.
Did Emily stay a day or two, though?
We both stayed a day or two from June 15th to June 17th. We were at the hospital.
2 days after a C-section.
Going back
That's
to the moment that Angie Hock identified a foot and that your child was breech, did she explain to you that there would be risk of death to Vera if you tried to deliver breech?
Not that I recall.
Did she explain to you there could be risk of death to Emily?
Not that I recall.
And again, the amount of time she spent explaining the dangers of proceeding with breech took 2 to 3 minutes. Is that right?
Yes.
And did that include the time she was explaining to you that she was trained in doing breeches?
Yes.
Hot mic.
It catches something pretty good later. End of the day.
What specific dangers, again, I'm back at that time when she identified Vera being breech. What specific dangers did she tell you about?
I do not recall any specifics except for the risks and assessments that she would cover in that time frame.
So were you concerned this wasn't going to go well after Angie Hock explained to you that she could deliver breech?
No.
Did you have confidence in her?
Yes.
All right, I am going to show you the mark exhibit 65, 66, 67, and 68. Take a look at those. I think you generally recognize what those are for.
I
Hey,
believe
Les.
this to be the study that Angie at Angie Hock's home.
And then was
Hey,
this where you
Flash
would
Man,
have
how are you
gone to
doing?
meet with
Hope
Angie
you are
Hock,
doing
sign
well.
contracts, things of that nature?
Good to
Yes.
see you.
Now, you talked also about times that you would have group meetings with other parents. Would those happen in this little study, or would they happen elsewhere in the house?
They were happening elsewhere in the house.
Perhaps the living room or somewhere like that?
Yes.
I'd offer exhibit 65 through 68.
No objection.
Height 65, 66, 67, 68 are received.
We'll just look at those a little bit. You see exhibit 65?
Yes.
And this obviously looks like, got a little couch here and a couple chairs.
Yes.
And 66, that's just, looks like we're taking an overall view of the room. Is that fair?
Yes.
So this is just kind of a, I don't know, standard size office someone would have in a house.
Yes.
Fair to say? Okay. And 68, that's another angle of that chair. Did Angie Hock ever come to the hospital?
No.
Vera? Did you talk to her again after this happened?
Yes.
When did you talk to her?
We updated her on Vera's situation.
Did she ever come back out to your house after this happened?
Yes.
Okay. When did that happen?
She came out on Tuesday, following that Sunday, June 17th.
Do you know if she ever came to the hospital to talk to the medical professionals about how Emily's labor had gone?
Not to my knowledge.
How did you feel about her coming to see you after this?
We were receiving. We wanted to meet up with her, and we wanted to inform her on how everything went. Again, sharing that same care and hospitality between each other.
Have your feelings changed since that time period to now?
No.
Okay. Did you learn more information about the dangers of breech births since that day?
Yes.
The things you learned about the dangers of breech birth, did Angie Hock tell you about those back in June of 2019?
Object, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay, then.
I have no further questions of this witness, Judge.
Tell her exactly what to say.
Good afternoon, Mr. Noe.
Good afternoon.
Can I ask, when did you first talk with Emily about giving birth outside the hospital?
Could you rephrase your question?
Did you and Emily talk about giving birth outside the hospital before you ever became pregnant with your first child?
Yes.
And why did you consider having your babies outside the hospital?
It was an available option that we could choose how we wanted to proceed with labor and delivery.
Would you say that privacy is important to Emily?
Yes.
What was your impressions of the options for where and with whom you could have your baby?
All options for labor and delivery were available to us to choose.
And what were those options?
They could be at birthing clinics. They could be with other midwives. They could be assisted home births. We could do it in a hospital, C-sections, whatever option available at the time was part of the discussion.
And were you aware that some people in Nebraska do give birth outside the hospital, even though home birth midwives are not licensed in this state?
Objection, relevance, stating facts outside of evidence, and testifying.
Could you repeat the question?
Were you aware that some people in Nebraska give birth outside the hospital, even though home birth midwives are not licensed in this state?
Yes.
Were you aware that some people in Kansas give birth outside the hospital, even though home birth midwives are not licensed in that state?
Objection, relevance.
Could you repeat the question?
Were you aware that some people in Kansas give birth outside the hospital, even though home birth midwives are not licensed in that state?
As far as to my knowledge, yes.
What were some of the options that you explored for your first pregnancy with Sabra?
Again, we explored birth clinics. hospitals, along with working at Offutt Air Force Base with those clinic providers and other birth clinics around the state of Nebraska.
And did you visit with obstetricians at Offutt Air Force Base during that pregnancy?
Yes,
Did you and Emily inform Emily's obstetricians at the Air Force Base that you were considering giving birth at home with a midwife?
as far to my knowledge, yes.
And do you remember how they responded?
No, I do not.
Do you recall discussing the risks and benefits of home birth with any of Emily's obstetricians at Offutt Air Force Base?
As far to my knowledge, yes.
And do you recall being told by any of those doctors that you aren't allowed to give birth at home?
No.
Would you say that Emily's doctors discussed home birth with you and Emily as just another medical option with risks and benefits on both sides of the choice?
Yes.
Did you drive to Kansas to explore your options for childbirth?
Yes.
And what options did you explore in Kansas for the birth of your first child?
We explored birthing clinics down in Kansas along with another midwife.
And why did you decide not to give birth in Kansas?
The reason for the decision was because we would have to make the drive all the way down there before labor and delivery, as well as the midwife we had originally picked to work with had more of a traditional relationship and outlook on how a midwife would perform labor and delivery with my wife.
What were some of the qualities that you were looking for in a care provider, or that you and Emily were looking for in the care provider that you would choose for that pregnancy?
We were looking for patience, understanding, someone who was willingly to understand that Emily's trauma and past with hospital environments.
And what can you tell us any more regarding the nature of her past trauma with hospitals?
Objection. It would be hearsay.
Could you repeat the question?
Can you tell us any more about your impression of why Emily was traumatized by hospitals?
As far as I know, Emily is diagnosed with PTSD and extreme anxiety when it comes to hospital environments. The extent of what led to the PTSD and the high anxiety for the hospital environments is not to my knowledge.
Do you believe that the trauma that she has that is associated with hospitals is related to respect for her medical decision making?
I really want lasagna now.
I'll move on at the moment.
What'd you say, Jody?
I really want lasagna now.
Oh, I thought you were talking about her trauma.
Sorry. I thought I got it in that gap, but you didn't hear me. Thought I snuck it in.
I hear you, but I couldn't hear you. I couldn't understand you. But yeah, lasagna sounds wonderful.
Lasagna.
So her trauma then was not from the birth of the first one. Huh. I want to know.
Well, that makes sense as far as her decision-making process goes with her PTSD.
Yeah. Yeah, because if she already had trauma.
Right, but I understand her decision-making process.
So, as we've discussed, they're young. So then take her even younger, the first one born, and then take her even younger, whatever happened, and then that labor and delivery ended up there, probably traumatizing her more, and she didn't want to go.
Mm-hmm. Lasagna fixes everything. Everything.
Well, you're going to have to make a lot of it, Bri. So you better get busy.
Yeah.
Was one of the reasons why you decided not to give birth with the midwife in Kansas because she wanted to make decisions about Emily's labor and birth that you and Emily would not agree with?
The reason we did not work with the Kansas midwife was because she wasn't in agreement with me being in the labor and delivery room. But do I believe that she would have ignored Emily's decisions? No.
Thank you. And when do you recall meeting Angie Hock for the first time?
I recall meeting Angie Hock sometime during the 3rd trimester of our first daughter, Sabra.
And where did you meet with her?
We met with her at her home.
And was that her family home where her family lived?
Yes.
And was her family around the house when you came to visit for your appointment with Angie?
Yes.
Did you meet with her in a private space?
Yes.
Was anybody present in that room other than you, Emily, and Mrs. Hock during
No.
those conversations? And visiting with and Mrs. Hock at her family home, how did that compare with the circumstances in which you had visited with other home birth midwives? Did you also meet them at their homes?
We met the Kansas midwife at her home, which she had her practice out of her home, very much similar to Angie Hock's.
Okay. And now, Mr. Noe, I would like to revisit with you the agreement that you signed before working with Mrs. Hock. Should I use our copy for that? I think one copy has already been admitted into evidence. I could use the same copy or offer another.
Here, sir.
Thank you.
Great. And Mr. Noe, did you sign something like this for both Sabra's and Vera's pregnancies?
As far to my knowledge, I would have signed this, yes, for Vera's pregnancy.
And how about for Sabra's?
I do not recall.
Okay. Then I would like to offer into evidence the deposition of Creighton Noe, dated November 29th, 2022. Do we have our, oh yes, this is it.
I guess, are we just offering?
Well, you don't have to offer it in evidence. You just need to confront it with it.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to review?
Yes.
It's hard to hear you, Counselor. I know you're soft spoken. If you could just speak up. Have you had a chance to review a document that looks like this?
Yes.
And can you identify this document?
Yes.
What is this?
This is my deposition.
Yes. Mr. Noe, were you sworn under oath when you gave this deposition?
Yes.
And can I refer you to page 45 of that document?
Yes.
Can you see where you were asked? Can you see? Do you recall being shown the same agreement that you signed with Angie Hock during your deposition?
Yes.
And do you see the exchange in the deposition where you are asked, have you ever seen it before? On page 45?
I am lost on the document here.
So if you
Yes.
It's
I do see it.
45 and line 10.
Yes.
May I read the exchange that was happened in the deposition and you can tell me if it refreshes your memory?
Yes.
Question, have you ever seen it before? 5 years ago, I believe. Answer, 5 years ago, I believe, but I do not recognize the document. Question, do you ever remember reviewing it prior to signing it? Answer, yes, I do remember that this would be a document that we would go over and that we would sign it together, my wife and I. Question, and when you say we would go over, what do you mean? Answer, Angie, my wife, and myself would go over the document with Angie and then we would sign it together. Question, so did you actually?
I don't understand. This is improper impeachment. She's just reading the, I don't.
think she's getting there, so go ahead. Objection's overruled this time.
Question, so did you actually look at the document when you were together in person during one of your prenatal appointments? Answer, with Angie, correct? Question, yes. Answer, yes. So the first appointment that we had with Angie, the very first one we met with her, she would have brought this out and we would have gone over it and signed it together. Question, and do you think you signed something like this document for both Sabra's and Vera's pregnancies? Answer, as far as I can remember, yes. Mr. Noe, do you believe that you reviewed and signed this document with Angie prior to hiring her to give birth with her with Sabra?
I believe when I was shown this document, I was uncertain of what I was reviewing for both Sabra's and Vera's contract. So when I was given this document, I had to reflect back on over years of time to see if I recognize the document, as well as I do not have a copy of Sabra's in the first place. But this is the only copy of a contract that is provided for Vera's birth.
Do you have any memory of your prenatal appointment with Mrs. Hock during Sabra's pregnancy?
Yes.
How many times did you meet with her during that pregnancy?
For Sabra's pregnancy, we met with Angela Hock once.
And do you remember what you did at that appointment?
I remember that we went to her study and we had a conversation on what we wanted for a relationship with Emily's provider for labor and delivery.
And do you believe that in that appointment, you would have, as you said in deposition, reviewed Angie's agreement for services and signed it?
I would believe I would have had an understanding of the services and the agreement that Angie Hock was going to provide for us.
Do you have any memory of whether you reviewed and signed a written document in that appointment?
A written document? No.
Are you saying that you have no memory, or are you saying that you know that you didn't?
I have no memory.
Thank you. So have you had a chance to review the agreement that was signed for Vera's birth?
In the short amount of time that I was given, yes.
And would you say it reflects the same understanding that you had with regard to Mrs. Hock's services in both of your children's pregnancies and labors?
Could you repeat the question?
Was there anything very different about your expectation or your understanding of your agreement with Mrs. Hock during Vera's pregnancy as compared to Sabra's pregnancy?
Outlined in the contract?
Or did your understanding that the nature of her services changed when you hired her for your second pregnancy, or was it the same?
The second time that we hired her, the only difference is that she brought her child.
Other than that, was your understanding and expectation for her services the same both times?
Yes.
Okay, then can I refer you back to the agreement?
Yes.
Can we look together at the second page?
Yes.
So you've testified that you reviewed this together with Mrs. Hock prior to signing and initialing it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The paragraph that you initialed with the header, as I provide traditional midwifery services, I remain unlicensed and uncertified as a certified midwife. What did that sentence mean to you?
That with Angie's experience and understanding of delivering at-home babies, that she was a viable option for us to use for at-home assistance.
Did you understand that she was not a healthcare provider who is licensed by the state of Nebraska?
To my understanding, yes.
Is that what unlicensed, did you understand that that's what unlicensed meant, that she was not licensed as a healthcare provider by the state?
I do not remember exactly my understanding at that time.
Okay. And then can I refer you to the paragraph starting "my team" below that?
Yes.
You've pointed to the last sentence, along with a student or assistant birth and possibly another sibling to watch them. Was it your understanding prior to Vera's birth that Mrs. Hock would be bringing her nursing baby to the birth if necessary?
Yes.
And did you decide to proceed with that understanding?
Yes.
Can I refer you to page 4 of the agreement?
Yes.
The sentence, as parents choosing a home birth with a Nebraska birth keeper, you are taking responsibility for your own pregnancy and birth, and therefore you are responsible. What did you understand yourselves to be responsible for?
That we are responsible for our pregnancy, how that child is conceived, how they are taken care of, how our appointments are handled, as well as understanding the needs and comfortability of my wife.
Did you understand yourselves, therefore, to be responsible for making decisions throughout the pregnancy and birth for your family and for your baby?
Yes.
If I could,
I've got
refer
visuals.
you to the next page, page 5 of the agreement.
This deep voice.
Yes.
Did you read the paragraph starting,
Oh, you
I do
cracked
not
up.
make decisions for you?
Yes.
Did you read the line in that paragraph that said that you are the final decision makers?
Yes.
Was that important to Emily to be respected as the final decision maker about her care?
Yes.
You initialed the paragraph,
Religion.
pregnancy through delivery is a beautiful experience. However, sometimes it does not go as planned or expected. Did you understand, what did you understand that to mean?
That when we have a birthing plan, that at times it can go outside of those, outside of the determined birthing plan.
And was it your understanding that you might go outside of your birthing plan because unexpected things might occur during a labor or a birth?
Yes.
Why did you and Emily decide to hire Angie from among the different options that you had explored?
From among the different options that we explored, Angie was the most viable option for Emily with her current conditions through PTSD and extreme anxiety in hospital situations.
Would you say that Angie's commitment to respecting Emily's needs and her decisions in giving birth at home with a midwife what was important to your decision? I beg, let me try it again. Would you say that Angie's commitment to respecting Emily's decisions and her needs was important in your decision to hire her?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the kind of differences in what you would expect giving birth at home with a midwife rather than at the hospital?
During the time of Vera's pregnancy or in general?
In either Sabra's or Vera's pregnancy.
Could you repeat your question?
What was
please?
your understanding of what would be different in giving birth, laboring and giving birth at home with a midwife versus giving birth at a hospital?
So the understanding was that we could provide the care and comfort of being at home for Emily. The hospital environment would not be a traumatic trigger for her PTSD and her high anxiety.
And were you aware that there would be less medical equipment available in the home setting?
Yes.
Were you aware that midwives monitor fetal heart tones periodically? And rather than on a continuous fetal monitor that's available at the hospital?
Yes.
Were you aware that there's no capacity for surgical delivery at home and that surgical delivery is only available in the hospital setting?
As far to my knowledge, yes.
Did you and Emily feel that the benefits of giving birth in an environment where Emily felt safe, where her decisions and needs would be respected, and where she would be provided with traditional midwifery support for physiological birth, for you and Emily in your circumstances at that time, outweighed the benefits of giving birth at the hospital with its licensed providers and all of the medical equipment and resources available in that setting?
I would say that at that time, since we were still having a normal pregnancy for both pregnancies, yes.
Mr. Noe, were you always aware that the death of a baby or the baby's mother is a possibility in childbirth?
Yes.
Were you aware that complications can arise during childbirth and that they can arise even after a healthy, normal pregnancy?
Yes.
During Sabra's birth, what do you remember about the conversation in which a decision was made to transfer to the hospital?
I remember that Angie checked her heart rate and it had spiked a little bit. And in that process, it was Emily also stopped having contractions and the birth was starting to stall out. And from there, Angie had said, I believe that it is time for you to go to the hospital.
Do you recall Mrs. Hock informing you and Emily that she had concerns about the baby's heart rate?
As far as I can remember, yes.
Do you recall her communicating that what she was observing with the baby's heart rate indicated that Sabra might be experiencing some distress in utero?
Yes, but not to the extent of an emergency or any sense of urgency.
But was it your impression that concern for the possibility that Sabra might be developing distress was a reason for the suggestion that a hospital transfer might be a good idea at this time?
The reason for us transferring to a hospital was because Angie had said, it is time for you to go to the hospital.
Do you recall discussing that option, discussing with Emily whether to go to the hospital?
Discussing whether to go to the hospital during Sabra's birth? No, there was no discussion. It was, you need to go to the hospital. We grabbed Emily's packed bag and we left immediately. Again, with no sense of emergency or urgency.
You've talked some in your testimony today about what happened after the hospital transfer, and so I won't ask you to tell that story again. Did Emily consider herself to be traumatized by the way that Sabra was delivered at the hospital?
The hospital environment, yes, was traumatizing. The way that the medical staff at Bellevue Medical took care of us was traumatizing.
And what about the way that they cared for you was traumatizing?
Me specifically, or my wife and I?
Let's start with yourself.
With myself, I felt as if I was put into a linen closet without anybody to explain what exactly was happening, without anybody to explain what exactly was going on or happening. For my wife, it was a sense of urgency, and in her cries of despair, they also continue to progress to deliver Sabra.
When you say in her cries of despair, they continue to deliver Sabra, what do you mean?
Emily has PTSD and high anxiety, extreme anxiety when it comes to hospital environments. So Emily is triggered by hospital environments.
Did she cry out in despair during her care at Bellevue?
Yes.
And when you say during her cries of despair, they continued to deliver Sabra, are you saying that Nobody paid attention to those cries of despair?
The viewpoint that I had from the linen closet was that they had taken the anesthesia mask, and instead of placing it gently over her, they had to seal it down because they were causing trauma to my wife.
How did you and Emily decide when to have your next baby?
Could you repeat your question?
After Saber was born, how did you decide when to continue your family and have your next baby?
We continued through a natural process.
Was it your intention to have a large family?
Yes.
When do you remember talking with Emily about what you wanted to do for the birth of your second child?
I do not exactly remember when the conversation started for what options we were going to pick.
Do you think it started before you conceived Vera?
I would say yes.
And what do you remember about the discussions about planning for the birth of your next child before the child was conceived?
That every option to have a vaginal birth, a C-section, have it in a hospital, have it in a birthing clinic, have it at home birth, all those options were still viable and readily available to us.
Between the time after Saber was born and before you conceived Vera, did you and Emily have any preference regarding how you would want your next baby to be born, or did you consider yourselves to sort of be back to the drawing board and reassessing all of your options?
Back to the drawing board.
Okay. And so then how did you go about exploring your options during Vera's pregnancy?
The same exact process that we went through with Sabra.
And can you tell us what that involved?
Revisiting birth clinics again, calling birth centers, and going through the list that we previously went through.
And when you say birth clinics, what is that?
A birth clinic is, there was a birthing clinic in Bellevue, Nebraska. It closed down due to them pulling those midwives into UNMC's medical practice or system. I do not know any extent or further knowledge on how that process works or how birthing clinics are monitored, or what regulations go through to make a birthing clinic a birthing clinic.
Was a birthing clinic a place where midwives did the care?
As far as to my knowledge, yes.
And was a birthing clinic a place that was neither a home nor a hospital?
Correct.
And where did you visit birthing clinics only in Nebraska during Vera's pregnancy, or outside of Nebraska also?
We went to Des Moines for another birthing clinic.
Okay. And did you, why did you decide not to give birth in a birthing clinic?
The reason being, I don't exactly remember why we did not choose to go through a birthing clinic.
Do you remember believing that a birthing clinic was pretty close to a hospital environment or more medicalized than a home birth environment would be?
Yes, depending on which birthing clinic you attended. There are, again, birthing clinics that have in a very, very home setting where they give you a full-on bed, a nightstand, lamps, along with a birthing tub for you and an additional person to have enough room to be in. But then there are also birthing clinics that have small operating rooms that are more designed to be hospital, to have a hospital setting with it.
Were there any birthing clinics that you seriously considered in Vera's pregnancy?
No more. I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Were there any birthing clinics that you and Emily seriously considered for Vera's birth?
For Vera's birth?
Yeah.
It was the same exact decision-making process that we have for Sabra's.
Okay. And why didn't you choose one of those birthing clinics with the bed and the nightstand and the tub?
There's multiple reasons. It could have been insurance didn't quite cover it. It could have been that we weren't getting quite the home-esque feeling. Again, multiple clients use birthing clinics. So if if the labor and delivery if your due date doesn't align with, if your due date lands on somebody else's due date, it depends on a first come, first served basis as well. Multiple reasons could have led to why we did not pick a birthing clinic.
Okay. And did you visit with any obstetricians during your pregnancy with Vera?
Yes.
And where?
We visited to the OBGYN team at Offutt Air Force Base Medical Clinic, and that's where we did a majority of our prenatal care.
And were you usually with Emily during those prenatal appointments?
Yes.
Were you present with Emily when she met with Dr. McBee, her prenatal provider, during her prenatal obstetrician during Vera's pregnancy?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of what Dr. McBee recommended for Vera's delivery?
Dr. McBee still gave us every option, such as a vaginal birth along with a C-section, and her understanding for the risks and assessments was that if we decided to work strictly with Dr. McBee, she would only provide a C-section.
Okay. And so is it your testimony that Dr. McBee said that the only kind of care she would provide with Emily for childbirth was surgical delivery?
My testimony for Dr. McBee is that as a medical practitioner, she provided us both options, but she said if we decided to work with her, she would only give us a C-section. And hence, we never picked to work with Dr. McBee. So I do not fully know what her final decision would have been or exactly what she would have picked, but what she was putting on the table for us as options was that we could pick a vaginal birth or we could pick a C-section, and informed us the risk and assessments of both. But if we did end up picking Dr. McBee, she would only give us the one option.
Thank you. So therefore, are you testifying that Dr. McBee informed you that vaginal birth was an option for Vera's delivery, just not one that she, Dr. McBee, wanted to perform?
Yes.
And then what do you remember about what Dr. McBee told Emily about the risks of cesarean surgery, the recommended treatment that she was offering?
As far as to my knowledge, the risks and assessments that the medical provider provides.
And what do you remember being told about those risks?
That there are risks and assessments that come with understanding how a C-section works, the pain of it, the recovery of it, things of that nature. I don't exactly remember distinctly what she said or what she recommended.
Do you remember her talking about a risk of death from cesarean surgery?
If, as far to my knowledge, death is always a risk when it comes to labor and delivery to the baby and to the mother. As far to my knowledge, she would have mentioned it in her practice. Do I exactly remember when or what appointment or what day? No. But according to her practice as a medical practitioner, she would have said it.
Do you have any specific memory of her talking during Vera's pregnancy about the risks of mortality or morbidity to either Emily or Vera from her recommendation for cesarean surgery?
I do not recall.
Do you remember her talking about how the risk of Emily and her baby dying during pregnancy or childbirth would increase with each surgical delivery that she has?
I do not recall exactly what those risks and assessments were.
Did Dr. McBee inform you that cesarean surgery would increase the risk of your baby dying in childbirth by at least 300%?
I do not recall.
Assuming that's not evidence in testifying.
Were you and Emily aware that Vera would face risks during childbirth no matter how she was born, and that different providers had different perspectives on how to weigh and compare the risks of your options?
Yes.
And was it important to you that ultimately the law gave you and Emily the authority to weigh those risks and decide yourself how to value them and what was the best course of action for your family?
Could you repeat your question?
Was it important to you that Emily be respected as the person who gets to weigh all the risks and make the decision?
I would say that it was important and that she be respected in what she wanted for her labor and delivery.
And do you recall if Dr. McBee encouraged Emily to weigh the risks and make her own informed decision about whether she wanted to have a cesarean surgery or a vaginal birth?
I would say as a medical practitioner that she would have given Emily the tools and the knowledge to understand which options were available to her, and she had the free choice to pick which options.
Do you recall ever discussing with Dr. McBee where Emily would go for childbirth if she declined Dr. McBee's offer of cesarean surgery?
No, I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall her ever asking where Emily would go if she declined her offer of cesarean surgery and Dr. McBee withdrew care for vaginal birth?
I do not recall.
Okay. And what do you remember about reconnecting with Mrs. Hock during Vera's pregnancy?
I remember that Emily reached out to her, letting her know that we were expecting and her due date, and asking if her availability.
And what was your next contact that you recall with Mrs. Hock during Vera's pregnancy?
During Vera's pregnancy, we had visits with Angie Hock, and we continued our creating a birthing plan for Vera.
How many times did you visit with Mrs. Hock during Vera's pregnancy?
I would say 4 times.
And where did those visits occur?
They would occur when my schedule allowed it to occur. We were only able to make visits when my schedule was available, and we had to drive to her for those visits.
Did all the visits occur at Mrs. Hock's house?
As far as I can remember, yes.
And what do you remember happening during those appointments?
That we would update Angie on our pregnancy, how Emily was feeling, things of that nature, and just continue creating a birthing plan.
And having sort of gone back to the drawing board and reconsidered all your options and explored them, what was it that made you and Emily choose Angie again for your second birth?
Again, it was the care and the hospitality that Angie was willingly to provide Emily.
What do you mean by hospitality?
Again, during Sabra's birth, Angie and Mickey, as a birthing team, cooked us a meal, cleaned up as well, took care of Emily and I, gave me the connection and the relationship of understanding what it meant to be a father from the very beginning.
And would you say that those kinds of personal touches that you've just described and the sort of personal nature of the relationship was part of what you valued in hiring a traditional midwife for childbirth?
Yes.
What else do you remember about your prenatal appointments, if anything?
That we would meet with Angie.
Okay. So before Emily went into labor with Vera, what was your understanding of what was going to happen when she did go into labor?
The same exact relationship, or excuse me, the same exact experience that was provided for Sabra, is that as soon as we knew or were aware that Emily was going into labor, that we would contact Angie and Angie would come out.
And did you know who was going to come with her?
At the time, we knew that Mickey was going to be attending with her.
And you testified previously that Mickey also participated in Sabra's labor?
Yes.
And were you asked for permission on whether Mickey could accompany Angie to the births?
Yes.
And what did you decide?
That was appropriate.
And were you asked again for Vera's birth if you wanted Mickey to come again?
Yes.
And were you glad to have her come as well?
Yes.
And why?
Again, Mickey provided a very emotional support role, that more maternal role. And that's what Emily was also seeking.
Mhm. And so, what do you remember about Angie and Mickey arriving at your house during labor with Vera?
That they had arrived early in the morning, and that they had brought Angie's son with. We were notified and asked if that was still okay. We said yes, that was still okay. And they showed up.
And what happened after they arrived?
After they arrived, they started again providing hospitality and care to Emily and I, taking care of us through her labor and delivery.
And was Emily having contractions?
As far to my knowledge, yes.
How did you know she was having contractions?
As far to my knowledge, when Emily would tell me or express how consistent they were happening, to my knowledge, she was in labor.
Would she demonstrate that she was in pain by exhibiting pain through her body language or her facial expressions?
Could you rephrase your
Did
question?
you know that she was having contractions because she looked like she was in pain or moved like she was in pain?
I wouldn't say that it's pain. I would say that she communicated to me that she was having contractions and that she was in labor.
Were you helping her to time the contractions like dads sometimes do in labor?
No, I was not.
So was it more that she would say, I'm feeling one now?
As far as I can remember, yes.
Okay. And so you testified that Angie and Mickey arrived early in the morning on the 15th, is that right?
As far as I remember, yes.
And labor labor went all day until the emergency that night, is that right?
As far as I remember, yes.
And so was it your experience in this labor and also your previous physiological labor with Sabra that labor involves periods of waiting?
Yes.
Was there a fair amount of waiting around that day?
I would say that labor and delivery was progressing as normal.
And did the role of, was there much to do other than wait for Emily's body to go through its process of birthing the baby?
There was plenty to do in the sense of supporting my wife, taking care of her, making sure that she is comfortable, listening to her needs while she is going through labor and delivery.
How often was Angie interacting with your wife?
As often as Angie felt she needed to.
And what did those interactions involve?
The same interactions that she had during Sabra's labor and delivery.
What did those involve?
Taking care of Emily, maneuvering her, comforting her, such as myself.
Did you observe whether Mrs. Hock sometimes checked the baby's heart rate through Emily's abdomen?
With the appropriate tool.
And what was the tool that you observed her using?
I believe it's a monogram.
Okay. Do you remember her performing any vaginal exams soon after she got to your house? Did she perform a physical exam of Emily, to your recollection?
To my recollection, the comfortable exam that Emily was experiencing, yes. I was not at a point of view where I could identify exactly what she was checking for or what tools she was exactly using for vaginal exams.
Were you usually in the room when Mrs. Hock was examining Emily, or would you step out of the room for those encounters?
No, I was in the room.
Okay. And when you say she performed the exam that Emily was comfortable with, would Mrs. Hock ask permission of Emily before touching her?
Yes.
And was it the nature of their communication in labor with Sabra and with Vera that that Mrs. Hock did not touch Emily without her permission?
I would say the nature of that was that Mrs. Hock had the respect and understood Emily's Emily to the point where she would always ask. And I believe that she would respect that out of any client that she would take care of.
And so, do you remember Emily asking Mrs. Hock to examine her or perform a vaginal exam at a certain point?
I do not recall Emily making any specific requests. I believe that the communication was decided upon between Emily and Angie talking to each other.
And were you present when Angie informed Emily that the baby was breech?
Yes.
And you've testified some about the conversation, but I'll ask you again, what do you remember about that exchange?
From what I remember is that Angie gave us the option to go to the hospital or to stay and continue labor and delivery with Angie.
And do you remember Angie communicating that breech delivery is considered more complex and risky than head down or vertex delivery?
To my knowledge of risks and assessments, I believe she would have said it, but do I exactly remember the distinct conversation? No.
And even if you don't remember the exact words that were spoken, did you understand that the reason she was talking about a hospital was that a breech birth can be riskier?
I would not say that it was riskier. I would say that she was giving us the choice and option to choose either. Again, there was no sense of urgency or emergency.
Yes. Can I refer you back to your deposition, Mr. Noe?
Yes.
If you could open it again to page 149 to 150.
Yes.
They're really drilling him, aren't they?
If I can refresh your memory with the exchange on this topic at the bottom of 149 and on to 150, maybe I will read it to you and you can tell me if it cues your memory in any way or what you make of it at this time. Question: and do you remember in that discussion if Angie communicated that breech delivery can be more complex and risky than a head down or a vertex delivery? Answer: according to her knowledge and her expertise, she probably made us aware, but again, she gave us an option. Question: and did you have an understanding that those potential increased risks were part of why this might be a moment to go to the hospital? Answer: yes, we were in the perception at that time it's either go to the hospital or stay for labor and delivery. Does that recollection help you to think that it was communicated to you and Emily that there would be increased risks with a breech delivery compared to a vertex standard delivery?
According to my understanding, again, we were given an option, and my understanding was that we had the option to go to the hospital or stay and continue labor and delivery with Angie.
Okay. And did you and Emily have a private conversation to make that decision?
Yes.
Do you recall what you discussed?
I recall that we discussed our options, whether going to the hospital or staying and continuing labor and delivery, and we decided to stay.
Okay. And in that decision-making process, was it still the case that you and Emily still wanted a healthy outcome for your baby more than anything else?
Yes.
And do you believe that Angie also wanted a healthy outcome for your baby?
Yes.
What happened after you decided to stay home?
We made our decision to stay. We notified Angie about our decision, and labor and delivery continued as normal.
Actually, I want to ask you a couple more questions about the conversation about whether to go to the hospital. Did Angie communicate to you that she had heard any concerning heart tones that made her concerned that Vera was experiencing fetal distress?
Not that I recall.
And did that contrast with labor with Sabra, at which you were informed that there were concerning fetal heart tones indicating that the baby might be in distress at that time?
The situations for Sabra's labor and delivery and Vera's labor and delivery are completely different. They have no commonalities at all.
And
They
how
are two different labor and deliveries.
they were very different births, but if you compare the discussions that you had or the circumstances in which the decision was being made to go to the hospital with Sabra's birth, was it your understanding at the time of that decision-making process that Mrs. Hock had concerns due to the heart tones that the baby might be experiencing or developing distress at that time?
During Sabra's delivery, Mrs. Hock told us to go to the hospital. And we went to the hospital.
That is your memory of that conversation?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you remember happening after the decision was made to stay home?
That labor and delivery continued as normal.
Okay, and what did that involve?
Again, taking care of Emily, making sure she's comfortable, things of that nature.
Was she continuing to have contractions?
As far to my knowledge, yes.
And so were you waiting to see if the baby would be born safely at home?
We were continuing to take care of my wife. Yes.
Was there anything that you could do to help the baby get born faster?
That experience and knowledge is above my understanding.
So although you could support her emotionally with
He's
what
been
her
well
body was
prepped.
going through, did you have to wait for the body's process to sort of know what was going to happen next?
According to my knowledge, I do not believe I can answer that.
Okay. What do you recall was happening prior to Emily entering the bathroom?
That labor and delivery was progressing as normal.
Okay. And so what had happened? What were the events in, say, if you recall, what were the last events that you remember prior to her entering the bathroom?
That she had notified us that she was going to the bathroom.
What were the last events you remember prior to that, prior to her notifying you that she's going to the bathroom?
Again, that labor and delivery were continuing as normal. This happened 3 years ago with quite a lot of stress and trauma. I do not exactly remember every step, every detail, every minute depiction on what happened right before that.
It's completely understandable. And if I ask you any question for which you don't have a memory, please feel free to say so. Nobody expects you to remember things that you don't remember. I'm only asking if you do.
Thank you.
So do you remember her saying that she had to go to the bathroom?
I remember her saying that she was going to the bathroom, not identifying what she was using the facility for.
Got it. And did you feel any worry or concern at that moment?
No.
Had she gone to the bathroom at other moments in labor?
As far to my memory, yes.
And when she went to the bathroom at other moments in labor, did anybody go into the bathroom with her?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did they wait outside for her to come back out?
As far as I remember, yes.
And so on this occasion, when she went into the bathroom, did she go in alone?
Yes.
Did you try to go in with her?
No.
And did anybody try to go in with her?
To what I remember, no.
Do you recall her asking anybody to go in with her?
No.
And did she close the door?
Yes.
And then while she was in the bathroom, where were you?
I was upstairs.
Where upstairs?
Excuse me. I was upstairs. Again, there's 2 bedrooms and a very small hallway, and Emily and I had stayed in the master bedroom. So I was in the master bedroom at that time.
And do you have a recollection of where Angie and Mickey were during that time?
We would have been walking around upstairs, waiting for Emily to come back out.
Did anybody seem worried or alarmed about the fact that Emily was in the bathroom?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Do you think that you checked on her, maybe going to the door and calling through it or checking?
Yes.
So, and what do you remember about that?
I would have asked her how she's doing or if she's doing okay. I don't exactly remember what I said, but I would have checked on her.
And what what do you think she responded?
She would have responded that she is fine.
Did you hear any more? Did you hear her saying anything else from inside the bathroom?
No.
Did you hear her making any sounds inside the bathroom?
No.
Was she saying anything or making any sounds during the 15 minutes or so that she was in there that suggested that she might be birthing a baby in there?
No.
What was the next thing that you remember happening?
I remember that Emily had called for Angie and the door was flung open. And at that point in time, I could recognize a limb of some sort that was Vera's hanging outside of Emily's body. And from there, we were told to call 911.
And when the door opened and you could see Emily and Vera, were you standing in the doorway?
I don't exactly remember where I was standing.
Do you recall where Angie and Mickey were?
They were upstairs.
Were they beside you at the doorway?
I would say that they were upstairs.
Was there any, were you at that doorway long before them?
I don't recall.
Do you remember them standing next to you in the doorway?
It's a small upstairs. We would have crossed paths or stood next to each other at some point in time up there. Yes.
Do you recall observing any hesitation in Mrs. Hock mobilizing to that door when your wife called for her?
No.
And it's your recollection that what do you remember about the decision to call 911 or how that happened?
That it was announced for someone to call 911. Mickey was already on the phone by my memory, and she had Angie's son in her hands while trying to make the phone call. Took Angie's son as well as the phone because Mickey handed it to me. I continued the phone call to get the paramedics to our house and gave Nikki the ability to assist as much as she could.
Was Angie the first person to enter the bathroom with Emily?
As far as I know, yes.
When you were standing calling 911, was Angie in the bathroom?
As far as I know, yes.
Do you recall Angie directing someone to call 911 when the door opened and the scene was visualized?
Yes.
Do you remember anything about what you said to the EMTs when you called?
That I directed them where our house was located and what the situation was.
Did you tell them what did you tell them about the situation?
That we were having an at-home birth and that they needed to come to our address.
Did you tell them any more details of what the situation involved?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. And then so you testified that you took Mrs. Hock's baby and were holding him in your arms. Is that right?
Yes.
And were Angie and Mickey in the bathroom with Emily?
As far as I know, yes.
Is there anywhere else they could have been?
In the hallway. It's right next to the bathroom.
And were you somewhere where you would not have known whether they were in the bathroom or in the hallway?
Yes, at one point I had gone down to direct the ambulance to come to our house and direct the EMTs. Yes, I had to go downstairs to our front door.
And do you have a sense of, so you call 911 and there's a time after that when 911 arrives, only a few minutes later. Was there a period when you were still standing observing Angie and Mickey working with Emily and Vera before EMTs got there?
Again, I did not call 911. Mickey had called 911, handed me the phone, and I took Angie's son and we went downstairs. I do not recall how long it took me, if I stood there for a moment. I remember that I went downstairs to direct the EMTs to our home.
Okay. When you took the phone from Mickey to continue the call with 911, did you then walk downstairs while still on the phone with 911, or did you stand in the doorway for that call?
As far as I remember, at some point I had gone downstairs while on the phone and carrying her son. I do not remember if I stood there and continued the conversation, or if I went all the way downstairs and then started the conversation. Again, Mickey was already on the phone calling 911.
I understand. Okay. And so then when you're on the phone with 911, you walk downstairs to receive them. Did you wait downstairs until they arrived?
Yes.
Okay. So the next time that you saw what was happening in the bathroom, were the EMTs there?
Yes.
So therefore, during the period while waiting for the EMTs, you were not observing the room. Is that right?
I was not upstairs. Correct.
Okay. And then, so then what happened after the EMTs arrived?
Four EMTs went upstairs to assist. And again, I could hear that Emily was in distress. I don't exactly remember what she had said or if she had screamed out or anything of that specific nature, but I could tell that she was in distress. And then after about 10 minutes, they had Emily on a stretcher and they had taken her out of the house.
So the 4 EMTs enter the house and they go upstairs to the bathroom. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you go upstairs with them?
No.
Did you waited downstairs?
Yes.
And so the next time that you saw Emily, was she coming down the stairs on the stretcher?
Yes.
So therefore, was there ever a period when you were observing Mrs. Hock trying to get Vera unstuck?
No.
Okay. So do you have any knowledge of the maneuvers that Mrs. Hock tried to perform with Mickey's assistance to try to get Vera unstuck?
No.
So you were downstairs when the EMTs entered the bathroom, that's right?
Yes.
And so you testified that you could hear Emily's voice and you registered that she was in distress. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you hear what anybody else was saying?
No.
Did any of the EMTs speak with you at any point, either at your house or as they were leaving, or did anybody stick around to talk to you after the ambulance left?
No.
What happened next?
I had grabbed Emily's packed bag after the EMTs had left with my wife in the back of the ambulance, and I hopped in my personal vehicle and followed them to the hospital.
Okay. And when did you see Emily again?
When I got to the hospital.
And how were you reunited?
I went through the emergency entrance, and they had taken me to the operating room that she was in.
And what do you remember being told?
I remember being told about the care that she was receiving at the time when they were talking through her placenta was going to be delivered, making her aware of how painful it was going to be. They were presenting a lot of care and hospitality that was vastly different from Bellevue Medical.
And do you remember any conversations when you and Emily arrived at the hospital about Emily's history of trauma?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Do you remember being questioned at all together with Emily by any of the providers at UNMC?
During what time?
Let's say during the night of the 15th into the 16th.
Yes.
What do you remember?
I remember that a lot of people had talked to us. At that point, we were already told that that the hospital was going to monitor her for 72 hours. And if there were no signs of life, that we were going to have to say our goodbyes. So we were getting talked to by quite a few individuals. I do not exactly remember what nurses, what doctors. Obviously, there's 3 shifts of nurses. So a lot of faces and names that I can't even recall or remember.
Do you remember being questioned about the fact that you had started labor at home?
Yes, it would have been a part of the process, I would assume.
Do you remember being questioned by the police
Yes.
at the hospital? Was it your impression that that was part of the process?
Yes.
Why?
I
Why would it?
I didn't know any better. As in, with Sabra, when we got to the hospital, the nurses asked questions about labor starting at home, but there was no police investigation.
When you transferred to the hospital with Sabra and were questioned about having started labor at home, did they ask you for the name of your midwife?
If they did, I don't recall.
Okay. mm, How were you able to be with Vera during the hours that she was alive at UNMC?
Exactly when we were there for 2 whole days.
And were you able to be with her in the NICU?
Yes.
Were those hours very precious?
Yes.
Do you remember asking if the police interviews with you and Emily could be held off while you spent your final hours with your daughter?
Yes.
Was that request respected?
No.
Mr. Noe, was it your and Emily's intention for Vera to be born healthy and alive, just like every parent that goes in to give birth at UNMC?
Yes.
Do you believe that it was Angela Hock's intention to support a healthy birth and a good outcome for Vera?
Yes.
Opinion for the court.
Do you believe that it was Angela Hock's intention to support a healthy birth and a good outcome for Vera?
Yes.
When the emergency developed in the bathroom and the door opened, do you believe that Angie stepped forward to do whatever she could to help Vera get born?
Yes.
Do you believe that there was ever a time at which anybody involved with this birth did not care about Vera or her well-being?
Yes.
Do you believe, but let me make sure you understand my question. Was there ever a time at which anybody stopped caring about Vera during this birth? Or did everybody care about her the whole time?
At what point?
Was there ever a time when anybody was not caring about whether Vera, when was that?
There were several points, yes. From my wife and I's point of view, that the care for Vera had stopped.
Would you like to elaborate?
No.
Okay.
Ooh.
Did that happen at home?
It happened in the hospital.
Okay. But at all points, do you believe that Angela Hock cared about your baby's well-being and was doing everything toward that end?
Toward the end.
Toward the goal of her
Towards
being born
her
healthy and
end,
alive.
yes.
Oh.
Mr. Noe, you've testified that you and Emily were aware that there are a lot of options that pregnant couples face during childbirth for healthcare. Is that right?
Yes.
And that you've testified that you were aware that pregnant couples can have their babies at home, they can have them in the birth clinics with midwives, or they can have them in the hospital. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And you're aware that in Nebraska, families choose all of those things, whether or not licensure is available for home birth midwives.
Yes.
Is that right? And were you always aware that it's an option to give birth at the hospital?
Yes.
And so did you or Emily need Angela Hock to tell you that hospitals were available or were options?
When?
Did Angela Hock make clear to you and Emily that she would support a decision to go to a hospital if that's what your choice was?
When the time came, yes.
Was there ever a point at which Angela Hock indicated that she would not support you in going to the hospital if you wanted to go to the hospital?
When the time came, no. Or I apologize. Can you repeat the question?
Did you ever feel like Angela Hock prevented you from going to a hospital?
No.
Did you feel like she would support whatever medical choices you and Emily made, including the choice to go to the hospital at any time if you felt that was the right thing to do or what was needed?
Are you referring to a specific moment, or are you saying
No.
in general?
I'm saying in general, do you believe that Angela Hock would have supported Emily and you in your medical decisions during your home birth, including a decision to transfer to the hospital?
Objections.
Yes.
Has this criminal proceeding against Angela Hock helped you and Emily to heal from the trauma of Vera's birth?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Hock, do you believe that, Mr. Noe, I beg your pardon. Mr. Noe, do you believe that Angela Hock is responsible for Vera's death?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions, Your Honor.
And recross, or redirect, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why he got angry right there. Was it at the defense or was it at the hospital?
I think it's the situation. And I think Bry's right. He does not like hospitals. Whoever said he does, it would have said that. He does not like hospitals. That's very clear. And he was not happy with whatever happened there with them. But he's not saying
I
that's,
have to go back and watch that little bit because it
because that's where he said the care stopped.
Yeah.
Was at the
I was
hospital.
starting to doze.
Well, I can imagine. Her voice is like I said, we're all in a trance.
Yeah.
I'll say here. But, I mean, he's angry. You can see it.
But I hadn't seen that before.
Yeah. And we have 3 people. Well, Bree left. She's listening. That work in hospitals or worked in a hospital. And, so we all know that you guys do try your best. There are accidents wherever.
Correct.
So
I mean, we don't know what experience he's had in his life and his childhood or whatever.
Or
So,
hers.
Yeah.
When he says, I don't even know. She's not even told him. Mentally, though, well, I don't know if that's the right way to put it. She obviously has a lot of anxiety. I said she was fragile in the chat because that was the nicest way I could think of saying it. I don't think they can put her on the stand with the way he has presented her reaction to things. I think she would have been a puddle up there.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I don't care who called her. I don't care which side called her. But yeah, he's angry. He's been very well prepped, like you said. And but I do wonder if some of his military training and experience has kicked in as well. The way that he just is very precise, short, and is keeping it together so far. He started losing it there at the end.
He's starting to lose it now, yeah.
Yeah. But so we got about 5 minutes of redirect, and then Jody's going to go.
And then I'm going to say good night. Farewell.
Play this, and we will listen to the redirect. I'm not sure how you redirect that, but we'll see what it is. That is true, Bri. You guys got to do your jobs, and it's most of the time it's get out of the way and let you guys do your jobs. And there could be that, Teresa.
Vera's death, have you educated yourself a little more on the risk of breech presentations in childbirth?
Could you explain on education?
Well, do you now know that trying to deliver Vera when she was feet first was a very dangerous situation?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled him, answer.
Could you repeat the question?
Well, have you learned since Vera has passed that it is dangerous to try to deliver in breech presentation, the way Vera was presenting?
Yes.
And while you say that you think Ms. Hock had good intentions, do you think she had the knowledge to give you those recommendations at the point in which Vera was presenting breech?
Objection, Your Honor. He has no basis for that opinion.
Sustained.
Do you think you were given the correct advice from Angie Hock to make a decision about whether to go to the hospital?
I believe that she,
Your Honor, foundation, opinion, relevance.
I believe that she fulfilled what she was explaining in her contract.
Would you agree that you weren't told that there was substantial risks of rupture if you continued with the breech presentation?
Objection asked and answered.
Well, it's been asked and answered, but you may, objections overruled. You may answer.
As far as I remember, I do. According to my knowledge, I do not recall.
She did not give you all the risks, correct?
Correct.
She only spoke to you for two to 3 minutes. Is that right?
Overruled.
Yes.
And during that 2 to 3 minutes, part of it was spent with explaining to you that she knew how to deliver breech babies. True?
Yes.
Did she ever list any specific risk of what would happen if you continued with this breech presentation at home?
Not that I recall.
Do you now wish that Ms. Hock was a little more knowledgeable and could have given you better information that day?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
These lawyers telling each other what to say.
Do you believe she accurately described all of the risks that could have happened when she discovered Vera's foot?
As far as I.
Wait, hold on. Objection.
Objection, opinion, and relevance.
Sustained.
No further questions.
That's sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
Excuse. We're going to take our recess for lunch, and we'll be in recess till 1:30.
Do you hear? I mean, maybe lawyers do that all the time, and we're just picking up on hot mics. But that one, the one that should read books to bedtime stories, she objects, and he tells her, "Move to strike." Well, you lost the objection, so you can't. This woman in the purple tells her no more questions. She asks one more and gets an objection, and then she's like, "No more questions. Don't tell me what to do." And maybe that happens all the time. But
yeah, we just don't get to hear it.
I mean, we get such bad audio out of courts that we can't hear Jack. We can hear these freaking people writing on a pad of paper.
Yes.
She's like angrily writing on that legal pad. I'm like, it isn't. We're about to do jazz hands again. It's not us. Oh, all right. They're gonna go to lunch.
Right.
You're gonna go to bed.
Well, I'm going to go to bed.
All righty.
Thank you very much, Lee. I shall see you all tomorrow. Same time, same place.
Send the link early because I have to leave here around 7 my time.
No problem.
And I will
Too
get
easy.
it set up. And I will send you a timestamp.
Okay, cool. Yep. Where we finish. Yep.
Yep.
Just tell me, I've got the timestamps for today. Just tell me which witness you finish up with today, and I'll know exactly. Because I've got four left. All right.
All right.
Good night.
Good night. Goodbye.
Have an awesome day. Bye.
Have sweet dreams.
Yay. Bye.
Bye. All right. So we're going to fly through lunch you get to watch the clock move. And he says I'll be back at 1:30. He guesses. Do they make it? It's 5 after. It's 20 after. It's 1:30. It's 1:35. There we go. Because they don't make it. All right. So the next witness that is coming up is the doula. Michelle Mickey. I can't remember how to say her last name, but it made me think of Udahuf's name and wondered if we got a little closer with it. But then I looked at how he spells it and realized we didn't. So still a mystery.
Mickey Michelle Heffley.
Sorry.
All right, we're
There we
back
go.
on the record in the matter of State versus Hock. Ms. Jacobson, you may call your next witness.
Jack.
Mickey Michelle Heffley.
I thought you just had toaster strudels, Flash fan. I hope it stays that way, Bri. I hate these things. Hey, whatever makes him happy.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You can set your stuff down right by the chair or whatever. And before you sit down, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear a firm testimony you're about to give with the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, please proceed. You may proceed.
So the microphone in front of you does lift your voice a little bit. So if you maybe pull it closer to you or scoot up to it, or yeah, there you go. Please state your full name and spell both your first name and your last name for the record.
Michelle, Michel, M. Heffley, Hueftle.
Do you have a nickname?
I go by Mickey.
How do you spell Mickey?
Micki.
Okay. I'll call you Ms. Heffley if that's okay. But is it fair to say that if there has been a witness referring to a Mickey, in this case, that was probably you?
I would say probably so.
Okay.
I don't know.
You were the doula involved in this case, correct?
I was.
Okay. All right. Are you currently employed or are you retired?
I'm retired.
All right. I want to direct your attention to, we're specifically here to talk about the birth of Vera Noe, but I'd also like to know whether you were present for the laboring of Sabra Noe. No.
Yes.
Okay. I want to, take you, well, let's go back this far. Do you know someone by the name of Angie Hock?
I do.
How do you know Angie Hock?
I met her at my daughter's birth.
At your daughter's birth?
My daughter had her child with Angie present.
Okay.
Okay.
Was Angie serving as her midwife?
Yes.
After you met her there, did you begin a relationship that included you possibly helping and becoming a doula alongside her working as a midwife?
Yes.
Okay. How did that relationship form?
We had carried things out to the vehicle after that, after my daughter gave birth, and we're just visiting about all kinds of different things. And Angie said, "Have you ever considered being a doula? You're so compassionate. You're so kind. You did one. It was so neat to see you support your daughter." And I said, "Well, no."
But after she planted that idea, did you think that might be a good thing to try?
I had previously been going to study, self-study, and my computer died and I was not able to afford a new one. So that just kind of got set aside.
Okay. At some point, did you reconnect with Angela Hock to serve as a doula with some of her clients?
Yes.
Okay. Is Angela Hock in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you just identify her for the record? Just say what she's wearing, maybe her, and where she's seated?
She's seated at the table over there and she is wearing a print blouse, white, black, and gray, it looks like.
Right. I'd ask to reflect that this witness has identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
At some point, did you meet someone by the names of Creighton and Emily Noe?
Yes.
When did you meet them?
I don't recall for sure. Excuse me.
Were you present for the laboring of their first daughter, Saber Noe?
Yes.
Do you think you met them before that?
I am not positive. Hello.
Sometimes it picks up louder. Okay.
Yes.
You're not positive if you've met them before?
No.
Did you go to their residence to help with the labor of Sabra?
I did.
Before we get to that, I want to show you, actually, may I first mark the exhibit?
You may approach.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 129. Do you recognize that? And if you need to flip over through the pages to see, you can.
Yes.
What is exhibit 129?
The Nebraska birth keeper form that you sign to become part of the group that functions. I don't know how to describe it exactly.
All right. At the top here, do you see where it says a private membership association? Do you see that?
My bifocals, excuse me. I do.
So did you have to become a member in Ms. Hock's organization to work with her and work as a doula?
I don't know as it was required. I think I asked because there's some training material.
There's some training material? Is that what you said?
Yes.
What kind of training material?
Just some different information on that, of different events happening and stuff.
Where's that training material located?
I'm not even sure because if I access the site, I only accessed it once. I'm not good with technology.
Well, was it a site? Was it a website where you would get this information?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm not sure that the document has been received into evidence.
Still laid foundation, so the objection is overruled this time.
Okay. Did you access information on her website?
I don't recall exactly. I don't recall exactly.
If you became a member of the association, were you able to get a password and get onto the Nebraska Birth Keepers website?
Yes.
Okay. Are there special things on that website that are only for people that are members? If you know.
I don't know.
I want to ask a couple more questions about this. It looks like on the first page, you see, is that your signature?
Yes.
And is this the date of the 11th day of November, 2017?
Excuse me, my Bible. Yes.
And then if I go to the back page, it looks like you signed again, and here it's November 10th, 2018.
Yes.
Do you think you signed two different documents with Ms. Hock?
I really don't know.
I'd offer exhibit 129.
Objection, Your Honor. We're not sure how this document is relevant to the charge in this matter. It predates the events of the birth, and it's not between either of the parents and Ms. Hock.
Objection overruled. 129 will be received.
Once you became a member and agreed to work with Ms. Hock, what was your job, or what were you setting out to do?
I went along to act in the role of doula at births where parents had requested.
Right. What is a doula?
A doula provides compassionate care for parents while they're going through their birth experience. You're a space holder. You sometimes offer comfort, holding hands. You visit. Sometimes you fetch refreshments. Sometimes you sit quietly and wait. A lot of waiting.
What is the difference then between a doula and a midwife?
A doula is there particularly to provide that care and comfort role.
Okay. Did you receive any training to be a doula?
Not specific training, no.
Okay. Is it kind of an on-the-job learning type of thing in a little bit?
I think the role of a doula, either you are called to that or you're not. You have to be a caring person who's willing to spend time and be there holding that place of peacefulness for people.
How many times did you serve as a doula for a birth where Angela Hock was the midwife?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Was it more than a dozen?
I don't believe so.
Was it more than half a dozen?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Were you ever paid to serve as a doula?
There was a short period of time when I received recompense. Yes.
Okay. And what were you paid?
My old brain can't even remember. I believe it was $400.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the birth of Sabra Noe. And you've already said you aren't sure whether you met Creighton and Emily Noe prior to that day. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember that day?
Which day are you referring
The day
to?
that Emily was laboring with Sabra.
Yes.
Okay. Who was there?
Oh my God, it's gonna take us when we arrived, or
Sure.
Okay.
When you arrived.
when
Who
we
was there
arrived, Creighton, Emily, Angie, and I.
Was there a photographer during that
No,
session? Okay. Did a photographer ever come that day that you remember?
no, not that I'm aware of.
What do you remember about that labor with Sabra?
Oh, may I go back?
Did you state something wrong?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you state wrong?
At Sabra's birth, yes, there was a third person there. Excuse my confusion.
And who was that?
That was the birth photographer.
Okay. All right. How long were you there when Emily was laboring with Sabra?
I don't remember.
Okay. Was Sabra ever born in their home?
No.
Okay. What happened that she wasn't born in the home?
She was not progressing the way that was expected. And at some point, I remember Angie saying, you should take her to the hospital because we don't know what's going on.
And so when Angie directed that, did Creighton take Emily to the hospital?
Yes.
Now let's fast forward a little bit to June of 2019, which was when Vera Noe was born. Did you take part in the laboring with Emily and Creighton for Vera's birth?
Yes.
Had you seen Creighton and Emily Noe between the time they had Sabra till the time Vera was coming?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Do you think you ever saw them at Angie Hock's house?
I believe I did once.
How was it that you got invited to take part in Vera's birth?
I actually requested and then later found out that I had been invited to go.
Why did you request it?
I felt a very special connection to Creighton and Emily.
You like them?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. What do you remember about going to their house for Vera's labor?
I lose track of time because I enter a spot that is there. We arrived and went in, and they were laboring upstairs.
Okay. Was anyone else home?
I don't know.
Okay. Would you remember seeing Sabre that day?
No.
Okay. How did things go with the labor in the beginning? Let's talk about just that. Did you get there in the morning, do you think?
I don't have any idea.
Okay. In the beginning, how were things going as far as the labor was concerned?
Very quiet and very calm.
Okay. Were you giving some aid to Emily?
We greeted and went in, and I don't know exactly how it all went. I'm sure I said hello and probably went and sat on the floor.
At some point, did you and Angela Hock leave?
We did leave for lunch.
Okay. Where did you go for lunch?
To a little deli on close to 72nd Street in Omaha.
Did you go elsewhere? Did you go shopping? Did you stop anywhere?
We went more for because our lunch was not long, we went more for a stretch our legs kind of thing and to give the Noes their privacy.
Okay. How long do you think you were gone?
I don't know.
Okay. How were things going when you eventually returned to their residence? Is that right?
Yes.
What did you observe when you got back there?
Emily was still laboring.
What do you recall happening next?
I apologize. I don't know for sure what order and sequence things went in exactly.
Let me ask you this. At some point, did Angela Hock do a check on Emily to see how she was doing?
I believe so.
Okay. And what did she discover?
She said there's possibly an umbilical cord.
Okay. Did she say umbilical cord or just cord?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that was when she was doing the vaginal check with Emily?
I believe so.
Okay. Did she identify that she felt anything else?
A bit later on, she said, "Oh, toes."
Oh, toes?
Yes.
Okay. So she didn't say a foot or feet. She said toes.
Yes.
Okay. What happened after that?
I believe, excuse me, I believe that I stepped out into the other room and Angie and the Noes had a visit, or I'm not.
Did you overhear any of that conversation?
No, not really.
How long do you think that lasted?
I don't know.
Okay. What happened after Angela Hock had a visit with Emily and Creighton?
At some point, I had stepped across the hall and come back and sat down beside the bed.
Beside the bed where Emily was?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
Just holding space.
Okay. Were you talking to her?
Reassurances, yeah.
Okay. Did you overhear any discussion about going to the hospital at that time?
No.
Were you holding her hand?
Yes, I did.
Was Creighton Noe still there?
I don't know for sure. He came and went.
How long did that go on?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether Angela Hock was putting Emily or coaching her into different positions?
No, not at that point.
All right. What do you remember happening next of significance?
Someplace along the line, Emily stated that she needed to get to the restroom.
All right. How much time do you think passed from the time that she's identifying possibly a cord and then said, oh, toes, passed between then and when Emily said she wanted to go to the restroom?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Do you think it was pretty immediate, or do you think some time passed?
Some time passed.
Okay. When she went to the restroom, did you follow at all?
I did.
Okay. Did anybody else follow?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And what happened when she was into the bathroom?
I said, would you like me to come in with you? And she said no.
Okay. Did you shut the door?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go?
I went into the spare bedroom.
Okay. How many beds were in the spare bedroom?
2.
Okay. Was anybody else in that spare bedroom with you?
At some point, Angie was. I don't know if she was there when I went in or if she was there later.
Did you bring any, I know that laboring can last a long time. Do you bring an overnight bag or items in case you're there for over 24 hours, 36 hours, things like that?
I bring a carry-in bag with my snacks and water because I drink copious amounts of water. And I had crocheting and a book and those sorts of things.
I'll show you some pictures. And I showed you these yesterday. Do you recall?
Yes.
All right, so I'm showing you Exhibit 24, and then I'm going to show you 25. And you see that we're seeing the second bed here. to the left.
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you Exhibit 26. Is that the spare bedroom where you were at when Emily was in the bathroom?
Yes.
At some point, well, did you fall asleep? Did you take a nap? What happened during that time?
I may have fallen asleep for a few moments. I laid down to stretch out.
Did something wake you up or alert you?
I heard Emily call.
Okay. What'd she call?
Angie.
Okay. Was Angie with you at the time?
She was in the room, yes.
And what did you do?
I sat up on the bed and I believe I took Killian.
Who's Killian?
Angie's child.
Okay. So by taking him, you think that Angie must have been there with him?
Yes.
Okay. Did Angela Hock, do you know if Angela Hock heard Emily call out?
I don't know for sure.
Did you say anything to Angela Hock?
I said, yes, she's calling.
Okay. And what happened next?
Angie went to the doorway
Okay.
of the bathroom.
Could you see that from where you were at, or
Yes.
did you get up and follow? Okay. What happened when she got to the doorway?
I believe she asked if it was okay if she came in.
And then what happened?
I believe she said, I'm going to need help.
And what did you do?
Someplace in there, Creighton was there, and I looked at him and I said, are you going to go help? And he said, you'll be better help than I will. And so he took the baby and I went to the doorway of the bathroom.
What did you observe when you got to the doorway?
Emily was leaning over the edge of the bathtub.
What did you observe as far as how far along she was in to giving birth?
Vera was born to the waist, I believe.
Born to the waist?
Yes.
And so what do you mean by that?
She was born to the waist.
Okay. So were her legs coming out first or is it
Her legs.
Okay, all right. So you could basically see from the waist down of the baby.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 9. And then I'm going to also show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize that bathroom?
Yes.
And what do you recognize about that bathroom?
That is the upstairs bathroom in the hallway.
Would you say this is a relatively small bathroom?
I would say it's average for that type of home.
For that type of home. So it's as wide as the bathtub is all, correct?
Mhm.
There's no shower in there?
Looking at the picture, it doesn't appear so.
And so how did you see Emily?
She was leaning over the edge of the tub on her knees with like her elbows propped on the edge of the tub.
So her knees were on the ground
Yes,
and elbows up on the tub.
I believe so.
So you were observing the backside of her.
Well, I was looking at her from that angle. I don't know as I saw her immediately or if Angie was. Yes, I would have been observing her from the back.
All right, so what did you do to help?
I believe Angie said, we need to have you stand up. And Emily said, I can't. And so I stepped around and through and into the bathtub.
At some point you called 911, is that right?
The call was dialed from my telephone, yes.
Okay, is that before this or after that? I want to make sure we're saying this in order.
I honestly don't know. Those events are rapid fire.
Okay, so let's get to the 911 call. Did you dial 911 on your phone?
I did.
Did you talk to the 911 operator?
No.
What did you do?
I handed my phone to Creighton and said, Angie wants us to call 911. I don't know your address. Excuse me. Can I
Do you need some water?
avail
Actually,
myself to a
I think,
glass
yeah,
of
we
water?
can.
or-
We've got cups here. Or there's bottles.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have offered earlier.
It's all good.
So you handed the phone to Creighton because you did not know his address. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, basically.
All right. And you don't know exactly when that 911 call happened,
No.
but are you pretty clear that Angie said call 911?
Either call 911 or I believe she said call 911.
So let's get back into the bathroom here. You said you stepped in the bathtub?
Yes,
And what were you doing?
I was assisting Emily.
How were you assisting her?
I squatted down because she had stated that she couldn't stand herself. And I squatted down in front of her and looked her in the eyes and said, put your arms around my neck, on my shoulders, and I will wrap my arms around you if that's okay. And then we will stand together.
You don't look like a very large woman, but we are making a record here. So I would like you to tell us what your height is and how much you weighed at that time. No one will repeat it. Sorry.
I'm not sure. Oh, I don't care. No, I'm not sure what my height is. 5'4", 5'6", something like that. You shrink with age. And my weight was probably 150, 155.
That's not that large of a person, but were you able to lift Emily, or was it kind of a joint effort where both of you were doing it together?
It was a joint effort. I never lifted Emily.
Okay, all right. So once she got stood up, what happened next?
Angie requested that she move to different positions, and so I assisted her with those.
Did all that take place in that bathroom?
At some point, we moved to the hallway.
Why'd you move to the hallway?
More room.
Okay. What happened when she got to the hallway?
She got down either on all fours, or I believe she got down on all fours.
When you were in the hallway, were you pretty much right at the top of the stairs? Is that where the both of you got Emily to?
Yes, but closer to the edge of on the master bedroom side.
Got some pictures of that too,
Mhm.
so let's take a look at some of those. So exhibit 6, of course, is the stairs going up. You see that?
Yes.
And 7, it's maybe a better view. And you go up those stairs, what's to the right? Is that the...
To the right is the guest bedroom.
So here's the top of the stairs. You think the guest bedroom's right there?
Yes.
And so you must have to go to the left to get to the bathroom?
Yes.
And this is the master bedroom we're looking at here in exhibit 12, correct?
Yes.
And so you said you were where? Tell me again, where were you at?
We were in the hallway outside the bathroom.
Okay. All right. So
more
maybe
more to the master side than the guest side.
All right. So maybe this isn't the best picture, but do you see where I'm pointing on exhibit 8? This is the top of the stairs, right?
Yes.
Right here's the stairway. You would have been back possibly where the person is who's standing taking this picture, maybe.
I'd have been off to one side or the other.
Okay. All right. Eventually, did emergency personnel arrive?
Yes.
How long do you think that took?
I have no idea.
Okay. What happened? What did you observe happen once they arrived?
Excuse me, I didn't hear that.
What did you observe happened once they arrived?
Once the emergency people arrived,
Yes.
They came up the stairs.
What happened next?
Lots of confusion. I mean, lots of just movement and people shuffling around.
Okay. Did you try to help, or did you get out of the way at that point?
I believe I stepped back.
Okay. What was Angela Hock doing?
She was still helping Emily.
Okay. What was she doing to help Emily?
I'm not certain because I was at the other end. I was by Emily's head.
Okay. And what were you doing at that end?
Relaying the positions can we roll over? Can you get on? Those kinds of things to Emily.
Okay. Were the emergency personnel helping with some of these maneuvers?
I don't believe so. I don't recall.
Okay. What happened next?
At some point there was talk about scissors.
Okay. What talk about scissors?
Somebody said something about scissors.
Could you tell who said something about scissors?
I believe it was an EMT or whoever those were.
Did you hear Angela Hock talk about the scissors?
I said, I'll go get scissors. And she said, we don't have scissors. And in my mind, I was seeing the instrument that you use to clamp a cord and that the parents can cut the cord with, which is a totally different, you can't do anything else with it.
Okay. And is that one?
Thank you, Jody. I appreciate that. Oh, Hensley. Never have to be scared of a thunderstorm again. But I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Now go to sleep.
One of the tools that Angela Hock and you had in your bags that you brought?
It is in, yes, one of Angela's bags.
Well, the intent is eventually you're going to have a baby and somebody's going to need to clamp the cord. Is that right?
Exactly.
So that's something that Angela Hock would have come with.
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying, you said I'll go get scissors, and Angela Hock tells you we don't have scissors.
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying what you had in your head was this clamping thing.
Mhm.
Okay. Is that yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Just have to make sure it's clear. So does that clamping thing sort of look like a pair of scissors, only without the
No.
sharpness? Okay. All right. So you just were wrong about thinking you had scissors.
Yes.
Okay. What'd you see or hear next?
Somebody handed a pair of the kind of scissors that you cut clothes off of people with if they've been in an accident or something like that and they need to remove clothing to be able to see if a wound is treat a wound, that type of an instrument.
Okay. And do you know where that scissors came from?
I believe from one of the EMTs or medics, or I don't know what they're called for sure.
Did you see anything, what those scissors were used for? Did you see anybody do anything with those scissors?
I did not.
Did you see Angela Hock with those scissors?
No.
Okay. What do you remember happening or seeing next?
I remember Angela saying, you need to transport her to the hospital now, or very close to that.
So Angela Hock was saying, you need to transport to the hospital now?
Yes.
Okay. Where's that? I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 98. I don't think I've ever showed this to you before. But this appear to be the kind of scissors you're talking about that you cut clothes off.
Something very similar, yes.
And is this a fair representation for demonstrative purposes of what those scissors you're talking about are?
Yes.
It's a bad question, but
I was like, wait a minute. Could you rephrase your question?
I'm going to.
That just made my mind.
Is this a fair example of the kind of scissors you were talking about that the EMTs had?
Yes.
Okay. I'd offer Exhibit 98.
Okay. 98's received.
And these are just, for the record, Exhibit 98 is a picture of some scissors that kind of have a bend in them. Like you said, you can take those to cut clothing off.
That would be mine.
All right. So do you know if anybody used those scissors on Emily?
I do not.
Do you recall whether Emily screamed out or cried or made any noises at any time?
She was not. She was not quiet, but I don't know if she was vocalizing or. I believe she said no.
You believe she said no?
I think so.
No, in regard to what? What?
No, in regard to whatever the EMTs were talking about.
Okay. So did you ever observe anybody try to perform an episiotomy on her?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know what an episiotomy is? I guess I asked that question.
Do.
Okay. And what do you think an episiotomy is?
It is a cutting of the perineum. I can't say it right. The perineum.
The perineum.
Perineum. To assist in some cases to help a mother birth easier.
Have you ever seen Angela Hock do that procedure?
No.
Okay. And did you see her do it that day?
No.
Okay. So you don't know if she would have?
No, I don't.
Do you think an episiotomy happened at the house?
No.
You don't think it did? Why do you say that?
Because Emily was unmedicated.
Unmedicated? Okay. And why does that matter to whether?
It's a hurtful
Okay.
process.
So that's not something that Angela Hock would have done? Or the EMTs? No. Okay. Why do you say that?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
What do you recall happening next?
After Angie said that they needed to be transporting her now, Emily now, I stepped back out of the way and I believe took Killian, and they got Emily ready to go.
Okay. Did you see her go down the stairs?
I did not.
What do you recall happening next?
I think they used a backboard to put her on to take her down.
Okay. What did you see next?
That's, well, them all going out the door.
Did Creighton leave the house?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Did you ever see him come back in to get anything, or when was the last time you saw him?
He did come back in.
Okay. And why did he come back in?
As they were going down the stairs, I heard Emily ask for her phone, and I knew it had previously been on the bedside table. And so I went and grabbed it and took it downstairs and set it on the dining room table.
Did you see if Creighton Noe grabbed that?
He's a very quick young man. He came flying in the house and started up the stairs, and I said, Creighton, if you're looking for the phone, I put Emily's phone on the dining room table. And then he did a quick reverse and
left,
said thanks.
Where was Angela Hock?
I'm not sure.
What did you do next? So ambulance is gone, the Noes are gone. What did you do next?
We straightened up the area where we've been and gather our things, put my things back in my bag.
Did you go to the hospital?
No.
What did you do next?
We looked for a gas station.
Why were you looking for a gas station?
To get gas and to put air in a tire.
Okay. Was it your intent to head back to Kearney?
Yes.
Okay. Is that where you'd come from, Kearney?
I had.
Did you get updates on how Emily, Creighton, and Vera were doing?
I was not in contact with them. I believe Angie let me know at some point that they had arrived at the hospital.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that Vera Noe didn't make it?
Yes.
When did you learn that?
When I saw it on Emily or Creighton's Facebook page. Excuse me.
I have no further questions of this witness, Judge.
Thank you. Cross.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Good.
Good afternoon, Ms. Heffley. My name is Hermine Hayes Klein. Ms. Heffley, can you tell us a little about your experience with childbirth prior to working with Angela Hock?
I was privileged to attend the birth of my granddaughter when she was born.
Have you gone through childbirth yourself?
I have.
And when was the first time that you attended childbirth outside the hospital?
When my daughter gave birth to my granddaughter.
And what year was that?
I am so horrible at dates. August of 2017, I believe. She's 5, however that maths out.
Does it sound about right that it was only a few months before you supported the Noes through labor with Sabra?
Yes.
Same year? And over the time that you, or even prior to that time, has it been your understanding that some women in Nebraska choose to give birth at home?
Yes, indeed.
And is it your experience that the parents who choose to give birth at home want a healthy start to life for their babies and are trying to make that happen?
Yes. Your Honor, may I ask that this microphone be moved? I'm having a double vision, looking through this microphone right here straight at the
Just blocking her view.
woman, and I wear trifocals, and it's, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, please. Thank you.
In your experience and observation, do the parents who choose to give birth at home make that choice in part because they believe that it'll be the best start to life that they can give to their babies in their circumstances?
Objection. The counsel is just testifying.
Okay.
Stay.
In your experience attending home births with Angela Hock, did the families choose to give birth at home with the understanding that the traditional midwives who attend them are not licensed in the state of Nebraska?
Objection. Testifying. Relevance, hearsay.
She can testify that.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Is it your understanding that the families who choose to give birth at home do so despite the fact that traditional midwives are not licensed to attend them at home in Nebraska?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the legalities of Angie's ability to support women through childbirth at home when you were working with her?
Objection. Relevance. The legal questions are up to the court.
Sustained.
You've testified that your role at births was in emotional support of the birthing woman. Is that right?
Yes, along with the family.
Did your role involve the provision of any midwifery care in the sense of, did you ever learn to assess fetal heart tones, for example?
No.
Did you ever learn how to check cervical dilation, to check what's happening in a labor?
No.
Okay. And were you generally included in Mrs. Hock's discussions with clients about their healthcare options, either during pregnancy or during labor?
No.
Had you ever seen a breech birth prior to the birth of Vera Noe?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained, or excuse me, overruled. She can testify that.
No.
Did you see Emily and Creighton Noe at all between Sabra's birth and Vera's?
There was one point, I believe, where we had a gathering of families at Angie's residence, and I believe they were there. Yes.
Do you remember anything about your interactions with them during that time?
Just the sharing of how nice it was to connect with other families who had made the same choices.
And do you recall whether when you saw them during their pregnancy with Vera, did you already know that you would be attending their birth with Vera together with Angie?
I'm not certain on the time frame.
Okay.
because I don't know when that time was exactly.
Okay. So you've testified that you traveled from Kearney to Omaha with Mrs. Hock to attend Emily in labor with Vera. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you remember about what was happening with Emily's labor prior to the vaginal exam when the breech was identified?
She was having a very different labor than she had with her first one. She was reclining in the bed and not up and active as much as I recall.
How did you know that she was in labor?
Because they had called for Angie to come, I guess. And it's very obvious when you're, I mean,
Could you tell when she was having contractions?
no. Not specifically, no.
Have you seen a range of ways that women deal with contractions when they're having an unmedicated labor?
Yes.
Are some women more noisy than other women when they're experiencing the sensations of a contraction?
Yes.
And do some women even scream with the pain of contractions during labor?
Yes.
And how would you describe how Emily, the sort of sounds or movements, or how did Emily cope with her contractions?
Mostly quiet murmurings, and she and Creighton communicate very quietly together.
Was Creighton her primary support through the pain of the contractions?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony earlier today that supporting women through labor involves a lot of waiting. Can you elaborate on what that means?
Yes. Since it's an all natural process, there's nothing hurrying a labor. I lost my train of thought. Could you please repeat the question?
Why does labor involve a lot of waiting?
Because you don't do anything to accelerate or decelerate a birthing mom. That's a natural process that happens. And so depending on the mother and the things, you can have a long labor, you can have a short labor, so you wait quietly. That's my main role, is to wait quietly and hold peaceful space, a supportiveness, I guess.
Is a lot of the waiting for the mother's body to go through the physiologic process of pushing the baby down and out of her body?
Yes.
Would you say that things tend to get more active during a birth once the baby starts to come out?
Yes.
So before the baby comes out, for the hours when the mother's body is opening up to prepare for the baby to come out, does that often involve patience and waiting?
Yes.
And you also described holding space for Emily during childbirth. Can you say more about what it means to hold space?
You're just there, present. And I crochet sometimes. I pray sometimes.
Do you pressure the mother to make things go faster?
Absolutely not.
Would that be helpful?
No.
Would you say it's important not to pressure the mother when she's in labor with a physiological birth?
Yes.
To make things go faster. Were you present when Mrs. Hock identified that the baby was breech?
I was there when she said toes.
Do you remember what caused her to perform a vaginal exam at that time?
I believe Emily requested.
Were you present when Mrs. Hock discussed the option of going to the hospital with the couple?
I was not.
And so, how did you become aware that the decision had been made to stay home, if you remember?
We were there.
And then what do you remember about what happened between the time that the decision was made to stay home and the time that Emily went to the bathroom?
More waiting. I did at one point go into the other room and stretch out because sitting on a tiled floor it's cold and it's long and I'm old.
And so, do you remember Emily going to the bathroom?
I do.
What do you remember about that?
She got up and said, I need to go to the bathroom.
And did she close the door behind her?
I actually walked along the hallway with her, and yes, she did.
Did you walk her to the bathroom door?
Yes.
And then did you and she part ways at the bathroom door?
I asked if she would like me to come in with her, and she said no.
Okay, and so after she declined your offer to come in and help her in the bathroom, did she enter the bathroom and close the door behind her?
Yes.
And was it at that point that you went into the guest room, do you think?
Yes.
And was the bathroom door still visible and audible from the guest room bed?
Not the bed I was stretched out on. I'm not certain about the other one.
Was it?
It was audible, yes.
From the bed, okay. And what do you remember happening while she was in the bathroom, on your side of the bathroom door? If you remember.
Angie was there with Killian and I was in there, and I may have fallen asleep for a few minutes.
Okay. And so while Emily was in the bathroom, would you describe yourself, Creighton, and Mrs. Hock as waiting either for Emily to come out of the bathroom or for her to let you know if she needed assistance in there?
Yes.
Is it normal for women in labor to go into the bathroom during labor?
Yes.
Does it happen commonly that they will go into the bathroom?
Yes.
And sometimes for a longer period of time than people usually use for bathroom visits while they're in labor?
Yes, because it allows a woman to sit in a position that you don't get into any other place.
Is it helpful for women going through the process of a physiological labor to have privacy, meaning to have some space to labor in private?
Yes.
Is that something that a doula or a midwife is sensitive to in supporting a woman through a physiological labor?
Yes.
And is it sometimes the case if a woman is in early labor and she's having the kinds of contractions that are opening up her cervix, for a midwife and a doula to leave her alone and give her space to go through that process with some privacy?
Yes.
Would you describe Emily Noe as a private person in your experience of her?
Definitely so, yes.
And why would you say definitely so? How could you tell that privacy was important to Emily?
Having been with them through the first birth, she had stated the fact that she liked her privacy and that, we visited about mundane things. This is referring to when Saber was born. And I became aware during that birth that they are very, she's a very private person.
And did she communicate her need for privacy during that birth because she was asking for her privacy to be supported and respected in caring for her throughout childbirth?
Yes.
When Emily was in the bathroom, did you hear any sounds coming out of the bathroom?
I did not.
In your experience with childbirth, do women usually make sounds when they are pushing a baby out?
It depends on the particular woman.
Would you say more often than not they make sounds when they're pushing a baby out?
My observation does not support that idea, no.
Okay. Was the first that you heard from inside the bathroom after you parted with Emily at the door and she went into the bathroom, was the next sound that you heard Emily calling for Angie?
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of how you, Creighton, and Mrs. Hock arrived at the bathroom door or went through it? Who got there first? Were you all crowded into it, or what that moment was like?
Could you restate that question? I'm sorry.
Do you have any recollection of what happened after Emily called out for Angie? Would you describe yourself, Creighton, and Mrs. Hock as immediately responsive to Emily's call?
Yes.
Did you all move toward the bathroom door to support Emily?
Yes. Angela was first.
Angela was first. Was Angela already in the bathroom by the time you got to the bathroom door, if you remember?
Yes.
And Mrs. Hock as immediately responsive to Emily's call?
Yes.
Did you all move toward the bathroom door to support Emily?
Yes. Angela was first.
Angela was first. Was Angela
That's with them,
already
not
in
me.
the
I don't know what
bathroom by the
happened.
time you got to the bathroom door, if you remember?
Yes.
So back in time.
And so why did you enter the bathroom?
Because Angela said, I'm going to need help.
And did you know at that time what that help was going to require?
No.
And what do you remember about what happened next? What was the first kind of help that she asked for, help to lift her to standing, as you described in your previous testimony?
Yes.
And how did you know how to safely lift another grown-up, a pregnant grown-up?
I had worked in a nursing home. My father was very stringent about never lift with your back, always squat and lift with your legs, and just instinctively did that, I guess.
And what was Angie doing while you were helping Emily to shift into different positions?
I don't know.
She
was present, but I was focusing on Emily and helping.
Could you tell whether Angela remained calm during the emergency or if she was panicking?
She was calm.
And do you recall, was there a time when you remember Angela instructing Emily to lie on her back and try that position?
Yes.
During the times that you were helping Emily to shift into these different positions, could you see Angela working between Emily's legs at all to try to reach in and help free Vera's head from Emily's pelvic bones?
I could not tell for certain what she was doing, but she was in a position that was between Emily's legs, yes.
Could you see where her hands were touching from where you were?
No. I was at Emily's head, relaying the physical instructions to move.
Was Emily doing all that she could to cooperate with Angela and try to birth her baby safely?
Yes.
And what do you remember happening when the EMTs arrived?
It was, they brought with them a form of, oops, excuse me, their own. I mean, I stepped back a bit from Emily because they come up and they are there present.
During your testimony today, you reviewed a picture of the bathroom. It looked pretty small. Did all 4 EMTs squeeze into that bathroom?
We were in the hallway by then.
Okay. When had you moved to the hallway?
When Angie requested her to lay down, I believe.
So then, therefore, was there a moment before the EMTs arrived on the scene when you and Angie were helping Emily out of the bathroom so that she could have more room in the hallway?
Yes.
Okay. So by the time the EMTs came upstairs, you and Emily and Angie had left the bathroom and were now in the hallway?
Yes.
When the EMTs arrived in the hallway, was it your observation that they were acting ready and prepared to take Emily to the hospital when they walked into the hallway?
My impression is that they stood and observed what was going on.
Did you have the impression that, did you hear them make any instructions or questions to Mrs. Hock?
At some point, I believe somebody said something about an episiotomy.
Did you have the impression that the EMTs wanted Mrs. Hock to get the baby out before they took anybody to the hospital?
Yes, at that point.
And were they looking to her to be the person who could get that baby out?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, she answers, she knows.
Could you restate?
In your observation, did it seem as if the EMTs were looking to Mrs. Hock to be the person who would get the baby out?
Yes.
Had you ever seen Mrs. Hock perform an episiotomy at a birth prior to this?
No.
Had you ever even heard her talk about performing an episiotomy at a birth? Was it your impression that everything that Mrs. Hock was doing at that time was responsive to the emergency in front of you and trying to save Vera and Emily?
Yes.
Did you hear anybody offer Mrs. Hock a scalpel for an episiotomy?
I did not.
What caused the EMTs to finally leave for the hospital with Emily and the baby?
Angie had said, "You need to transport her now."
And did she say that after she was unable to, after continuing to try to get the baby unstuck and was unable to do so? And the baby still did not come out?
Yes.
In your experience working with Creighton and Emily Noe, did you have the impression that they loved and cared about their babies even before they were born?
Yes.
Was it your experience that they were at any time neglectful or unconcerned with the well-being of Vera or Sabra?
Absolutely not.
Is it your experience that Angela Hock does her very best in every situation to help facilitate a safe and healthy birth for the couples she assists?
Yes.
And was it your impression in the birth of Vera Noe that Angela Hock tried very hard to help Vera to be born safe and alive?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, she answer.
Could you restate the question?
Was it your impression during the birth of Vera Noe or during your time around the birth of Vera Noe that Angela Hock tried very hard and did her best to help Vera to be born safe and alive?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Did you hear Angela Hock explain in details the dangers of trying to deliver a breech baby after cesarean?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. She testified that she was not present for any such conversation.
Sustained.
You just talked about how Angela Hock did everything she could to help Vera. During doing everything she could to help Vera, did you ever hear her tell Emily and Creighton that having a breech birth after cesarean is very dangerous?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
You may answer that, move on, Ms. Jacobson.
Could you restate the question, please?
Did you, during this time of her doing everything, Angela Hock doing everything she could to help Vera, did you ever hear her tell Emily and Creighton Noe about the dangers of giving a breech birth after cesarean?
I am not party to any of those conversations.
You were testifying on cross-examination that Creighton and Emily Noe were very good with their children, taking care, and you think they were just good parents. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, do you think that they would, to make sure things went well with that birth, do you think they would have done whatever Angie Hock told them to do?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Were they receptive to direction that Angie Hock was giving them?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered because she testified that she did not observe Angie Hock giving them directions or giving information and consent.
Answer.
Were they receptive to the things Angie Hock would tell them to do?
My only specific instance with that would be when we were in the hallway or in the bathroom, Emily and I, and Emily was very responsive, moving the way Angie communicated and I recommunicated to her.
When Angie Hock said call 911, everybody was receptive to that, correct? You called and then.
I called.
Okay. And Creighton was willing to talk to 911. Is that true?
Yes.
Likewise, when Angie Hock, during Sabra's birth, said, you should take her to the hospital, that's what Creighton did when Angie said that. Is that right?
Not immediately. He, at that time, I heard Angie talk to them about, we did not know what was going on there. It was, excuse me just a moment. Emily was not showing progress. She was not feeling the urge to push or anything like that. And at that point, Angie said, you should take her to the hospital probably because we're not seeing the progress that we need to.
And in that instance, that's what Creighton did. He took Emily to the hospital, right?
He and Emily visited, I believe, and they decided to do that, yes.
When the EMTs got there was, you said the EMTs were looking at Angela to do things. Was Angela kind of running the show at that point?
They did not react in the way I expected them or thought that they probably would as emergency medical people who had been called to attend a situation.
You had never been in a situation like that before, isn't that true?
Through a birth, no.
And Angela Hock, did you hear her identify herself to them and say why she was there or anything like that?
Not that
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope of cross-examination.
Yes.
I was very focused on Emily and being not in the way of them doing, the paramedics doing what they needed to do.
That's fair. No other questions, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Am I?
You're excused. Yeah.
Okay.
You're excused. You're free to leave.
Stay ready with the next witness.
Call Officer, Oklahoma Fire Department Officer, Firefighter Brian Strasdus.
Go ahead.
All right, while we wait for him to get onto the stand, this is a firefighter, one of the people that arrived early at the scene. I'm not sure if he was first or anything like that, but not terribly long witness. Not like the first two. Feels like we should have had like 100. See if I can L our way through it. And also, I don't know how to sound.
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give with the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Say may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Brian Strazdas, Strazdas.
How are you employed?
Say that again.
How are you employed?
Oh, through the city of Omaha firefighter.
How long have you been so employed?
20 plus years.
So what is your role currently with the Omaha Fire Department?
I'm a firefighter on engine.
Okay. And do you respond to calls for emergency service?
Yes.
And when those, do you have any specific training to allow you to respond to those calls?
We have our EMT basic through the state.
And you possess the EMT basic certification?
Yes.
What training or how long was that training?
It was 3-month class, and then you had to do a bunch of 120 some hours of ride time, and then a certain amount of skills.
So ride time and skills, what does that mean?
Riding in an ambulance, having patient contact.
Okay. And during those 3 months of training, how much training do you have on labor and delivery issues?
It was a chapter. I'd say 2 or 3 days.
2 to 3 days?
For pediatric stuff, yes.
During that training, to fulfill your role as an EMT, were you given any specific training regarding emergencies regarding breech births?
Yes.
What was that training?
Mostly for basic, it was load them and try to get to the hospital as soon as possible.
Okay. Did you receive any training on times when you would not just load up and go to the hospital?
If birth was imminent and it was a normal birth.
And if it was a normal birth and birth is imminent, then what would you do?
We were taught or trained how to assist the delivery head first, hold the baby, suction, cut the cord, oxygen.
Okay. And what is your training on what an imminent birth is?
If the head is showing, if there's crowning.
Only the head?
Yes.
Were you received any training on how to respond if any other parts of the baby are showing during delivery besides the head?
Yes. Try to take the pressure off of mom by raising the hips and trying to get to the hospital as soon as possible.
Okay. As part of your job as an EMT with Omaha Fire, do you guys have any standard record keeping procedures?
We have to fill out a report. The captain of the engine or the responding truck and ambulance have to fill out their reports and a narrative at the end of it, every run. Yes.
I'm going to ask you to pull the microphone a little closer because you're a little soft-spoken.
There we go.
As part of that report, is it all manually entered or is some of that computer generated?
Some of it's computer generated, the times, there's some stuff entered by dispatch.
Okay. So some of that comes pre-populated based on the nature of the call. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Were you on duty on June 15th of 2019?
Yes.
What station were you assigned to?
41s off of 61st and Ames.
61st and Ames?
Yes.
In the evening hours on that shift, did you receive a call for service regarding a labor and delivery issue?
Yes.
Do you recall what time that came in?
I believe it was around 9 o'clock, 9:20, somewhere around there.
Would the exact time be listed on the report?
It would.
May I approach the witness? If you reviewed a report, would that refresh your recollection as to the times of a specific call?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to look at this 3-page document. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, this is a patient care report.
call on June 15th, 2019?
Yes,
Does it list times that you were called for service?
it does.
And if you could take a moment to review that document regarding the times specifically.
Yes.
And look up when you're ready to answer questions. Have you reviewed that document?
I have.
Does it refresh your recollection as to the time you were dispatched for a call?
Yes, it does.
What time were you dispatched for that call?
9:26, 21.
And it's listed in military time, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, so approximately 9:26, you received a call. What time did you arrive for that? Well, 9:26 you were dispatched, that means the 911 call came in,
Yes.
and same time you were dispatched to go out.
Yes.
What time did you indicate that you were en route to the scene?
We have to be out of the station in under a minute.
And were you?
Yes.
What's your role specifically that night for that call?
Just assist with the paramedics and what they need.
Are you
Hi,
riding in front,
Flashman.
driving, riding in back?
I'm riding him back on the way to the call.
And then, do you recall what time you arrived at the scene that you were dispatched to?
It was approximately 4 minutes.
Okay. And where precisely were you dispatched to?
46 in Spalding.
Okay. Is the exact address listed on your report?
It is.
May I approach the camera? If you could review your report when you're ready to answer questions, please look up.
Yes. Oh man, I can't read that. So yes, looks like 4826 Spalding.
And is that located in Douglas County?
Yes.
Approximately how far away was that from Station 41?
I would say approximately 3 to 4 miles.
And we're going to show you what's been received as exhibit number 1. You recognize the residents depicted in exhibit number 1.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
From being there that night.
That's the address that you were dispatched
Yes.
to. And what was the type of address, or what type of call were you dispatched for?
It was maternity.
What does that mean?
Means that a mom, pregnant mother is having problems.
And when you arrived at that location, where did you go?
We went in the front door,
And then where?
up the stairs.
What did you observe up the stairs?
I saw mom kneeling down with the baby out, all the way down, shoulders down to the toes with the head still in her.
I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 6. Do you recognize what's depicted in exhibit number 6?
I do.
What is exhibit number 6?
Those are the stairs that we went up where mom was at the top of the landing.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 8. Received as exhibit 8. Do you recognize what's depicted in number 8?
Yes, that's the landing where mom and Miss Hock were.
Anyone else present besides mom and another woman?
From what I recall, Dad was at the bottom of the stairs. At first, no.
For the record, just turn your report. Yes.
Oh, sorry.
So you indicate you arrive at the home, you go to the top of the stairs and see mom with another woman and who's assisting her, and baby has been delivered, everything except the head. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's your reaction?
Oh, crap.
Fair. How many of you went on that call?
The 2 paramedics and my captain were in front of me. And then the driver of the engine was behind me.
Okay. So your first reaction of, oh crap, why?
That's not a good situation. I mean, the baby was hanging out there, obviously, being, the not delivering the head. So basically it's hanging by the neck, getting suffocated.
You indicated this other woman was present. Did you make any observations about that, what the other woman was doing when you made that first initial observation?
She was talking to the medics. She was, trying to deliver the baby still.
Okay. Did you make any assessment or observations about that individual?
I noticed she was wearing a uniform t-shirt. I didn't pay much attention to that, but I kind of assumed that she was some kind of specialized nurse or specialized medical personnel that knew what she was doing there.
Did you make that assessment simply from the clothes she was wearing?
And the way she was behaving.
How was she behaving?
Just like she knew what she was doing.
Specifically, what did you observe this other woman do?
She did ask, she was still trying to deliver the baby. She asked for a pair of scissors, which we thought was kind of odd, but somebody handed them to her. And she continued to do an episiotomy on the mom.
Okay. Prior to asking for scissors, well, let me back up. You said the woman was trying to deliver the baby. In what way? What specifically did you see?
I can't really recall exactly. I just know that's what she was there for.
And you indicated somebody asked for scissors and they were handed over.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Who specifically asked for scissors?
The lady at the top of the stairs.
Wearing the t-shirt that you've just, okay. And you indicated that she attempted to perform an episiotomy. Is that correct?
Yes.
You say attempted to perform. Why do you say that?
She did it with our trauma scissors, which are made to cut clothes.
How long after you had arrived up the stairs did the woman attempt to perform the episiotomy? How much time had passed?
From what I recall, I would say a minute to 2 minutes.
And was she directing you and the other EMS workers?
I believe so. From what I recall, yes. The two medics were at the top of the stairs with her, where I was kind of standing behind them.
You had talked about trauma shears. I'm going to show you exhibit 98.
Yes, Momo Shark, I believe she had no drugs. So nothing for the pain. And he just described a horrible scene with the baby, everything out but the head. So that was new.
Is that what you're referring to when you say trauma shears?
Yes.
And you indicated those are cut clothing. Why do you say that?
They're trauma shears for when we have emergencies where we need to cut clothes off a patient to open up and see what we have for injuries.
They would certainly work the cut skin, wouldn't they?
They could, I guess. Never tried it.
Why not?
It's not what they're made for.
Do you have anything else in your kit that would be appropriate to cut skin?
In our trauma box, no.
Let me take another step back. When everybody arrived on scene, you said everybody went up the stairs. Did you bring any equipment with you?
We had the stretcher and the soft bot at the bottom of the stairs outside the stoop.
Okay, knowing that it was
and some blankets and sheets.
Knowing that it was a labor and delivery call, do you have any specialized gear?
The medics have a bag, a maternity bag.
Are you familiar with that bag?
A little bit, yes.
And you indicated that she attempted to perform an episiotomy. Do you know, or were you able to observe whether that was successful?
I didn't see it being performed. I just heard the scream.
How did the scream sound?
Not good. It was loud, and you could tell it really hurt.
Did your opinion of the individual that you described wearing the t-shirt assisting the birth change at all when you heard the scream and realized an episiotomy was being done?
It struck me very strange.
In what way?
That she did it with trauma scissors.
and also that if she was somebody who was specialized, didn't have her own tools.
At this point, after the attempted episiotomy, what do you recall happening next?
I recall going down to get the bot and coming up.
I'm going to stop you to get the what?
It's basically a soft backboard.
Okay.
To something to put the patient on to get her down the stairs and into the stretcher so we can move her into the squad.
Did anyone direct you to do that?
The medics did, yes.
And who are the medics?
Captain Hurd and Matt Carroll.
Do they have different training than you?
Yes.
In what way?
Theirs is a little more in depth. They're allowed to do a little more things than we can.
And after you got the bot, I think you called it, the stretcher, how did you get the patient onto the stretcher?
We just set it next to her. It kind of folds long ways. So we kind of folded it and then she scooted over onto it. We strapped her in and toweled her up as good as we can to carry her down.
Your voice dropped off a little bit at the end.
Sorry.
You said you set it down next to her and then what happened?
Had her just kind of crawl on it and on her all fours with her hips up.
And were you the EMTs directing her to do that, or was this other woman doing that?
I can't recall that.
Once she was on the stretcher, what happened?
We picked her up and moved her down the stairs. I do remember there too, and a second person sticking their head out of the back bedroom window, our back bedroom door.
Okay, separate from the woman that you've
Yes.
previously described. And did that woman, that second woman, was she involved in the birthing process at all?
While we were there, no. That was the only time I saw her.
Okay.
It was for a quick second.
As you're carrying the patient down the stairs, did you receive a name of who the patient was?
I can't recall. And when I first got there, I was talking to the husband downstairs, so I'm sure he told me, but I just,
The information, would that be logged in the report?
yes.
And did you ever get the name of the other woman that was assisting at the top of the stairs?
Not until you guys called me for trial.
Okay. So we just want to focus on the information you had at the time of the scene. You said you carried her down the stairs. Was there anything special or different that the way you carried the patient down the stairs?
Well, she was kneeling. Usually they're laying down. So that provided a little bit of difficulty, but we got her down safely and onto the stretcher. Okay.
Do you have any specific training on how you should carry a patient who's mid-labor downstairs, or in this situation where the baby is
we have
delivered but for the head?
Yes, we have some recommendations and just kind of whatever works depending on the situation. You can't really train for every little lift.
Was she carried down head first or feet first?
Head first.
Is that normal?
No.
Why not?
It's just safer to go head up towards the top.
Safer to go feet first?
Yes.
So are you familiar with the reasoning that she went down head first?
Yes, we were trying to take as much pressure off the baby's neck and head as possible.
And did you assist in carrying down the stretcher?
I did.
Were you at the head, the lower part of the stairs, or at the feet, the upper part of the stairs?
The lower part.
During this transport, was the patient saying anything?
I can't recall that she was.
Okay. As you carry the person out, where are you carrying her?
We're carrying her outside the front of the house. We had the stretcher ready, and we put her on the stretcher, then moved her to the back of the ambulance.
Okay. Now, once everyone is transferred to the ambulance, what is your role?
I jumped up to drive the ambulance to the hospital.
Okay. Once you jump up to drive, do you do anything? Do you make any notations?
I called dispatch to let them know that we were en route to the hospital immediately. And then I started to go. And then the medics from the back asked me to wait so they could try to do some more things back there.
Okay. The woman at the top of the stairs, did you have a conversation with her? Did you overhear a conversation? Let me back up a step. Was she in the ambulance with you all?
No, she was
not. Do you know why not?
The medics asked her if she was going to come to the hospital, and she refused.
In your experience, is that common?
No.
Why not?
There's a abandonment of care issue for medical personnel. If you do a procedure or if it's your patient and you want to do things that are above our scope, then you can't leave that patient to somebody lesser qualified.
What was she doing that was above your scope?
She did the episiotomy.
Are you all allowed to do an episiotomy?
No.
Why not?
It's a hospital setting thing. We're not trained.
What was your reaction to hearing that she was not coming in the ambulance?
That's kind of when I realized that she might not be an actual medical person per se. Like I said, when we first got there, I assumed that she was some kind of specialized nurse or nurse practitioner or PA or something for delivery. And then when she refused to come, well, first of all, when she used the trauma scissors, it was kind of a red flag. And then when she refused to go to the hospital, it was, okay, why not?
So when you got there and your initial reaction was she's a trained professional, was she directing the scene at that point?
Yes, until we got there.
And once you got there, was she giving you all directions?
From what I recall, her and the medics were engaging in what was to be done, but I can't recall exactly what was said.
Okay. And do you know if that person directed you all to take the patient at any particular time?
No.
What led to the decision that whatever was the right time to take the patient, to no longer wait upstairs?
Definitely after the episiotomy attempt and then the baby not coming out still. Like I said, that's a pretty issue where we would like to go as fast as possible.
Now, you indicated that you got in the ambulance squad and indicated to dispatch that you were en route, but you didn't actually go en route.
No.
Are you familiar with what was going on?
I just know they were trying to do some more stuff in the back of the ambulance.
Okay. Were you able to overhear any of the conversations?
I was not.
Are you able to see back there?
Not really well.
And at some point, did you actually go en route?
Yes.
What time did you get to the hospital?
I'd have to.
Would it refresh your recollection to review your report?
Yes.
If you could turn the report face up, and when you're ready to answer questions, turn it face down. I'm going to direct your attention to the first page of the report under times on the right side column.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
I'm not seeing the. Oh, yes, 2130. No, that's on scene at patient 2130. Okay. I'm not seeing the arrived at hospital.
Do you see an entry for transport?
I do not.
Do you recall approximately how long, I'll just ask you to turn your report face down. Do you recall approximately how long it took you to get to the hospital?
From when I went en route or from when I actually started going?
From when you went en route?
It was approximately 20 minutes.
Okay. And how far away was the hospital?
Probably 6 miles, 7 miles.
Which hospital did you go to?
UNMC.
Okay. Why UNMC?
It was the closest hospital.
And if that's not usual, what accounts for the additional time?
Well, me going en route and the medics asking me to hold on and wait until they tried some other things. Also, there was the sewer project going on in that neighborhood, so I had to proceeded to go to 48th Street, and it was closed, so then I had to turn around, and then go back out the way we came.
So road construction added
Yes.
a couple minutes.
A couple minutes, maybe.
What happened when you arrived at UNMC?
When I parked the squad, backed it in, the guys in the back took off right away. From what I recall, the baby had delivered right before we got there.
You've talked about The woman that was at the top of the stairs that you believed a medical personnel. Do you see her in the courtroom here today?
Yes,
For the record, could you point out where she's seated and what she's wearing?
the black and white shirt over there.
Let the record reflect the witness identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
Did you have any further involvement in this trauma run?
No.
Did all these events occur in Douglas County?
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time.
I'd like to go back to your training officer.
Sure.
I'm sorry, is it officer?
Could be, yes.
What do you prefer?
Firefighter's fine.
Firefighter.
Or Brian, either one.
If I remember correctly, you testified that you had 2 or 3 days of training in pediatrics.
And yes.
And how many days specifically did you train in pregnancy and childbirth?
It was probably a half a day.
Half a day.
Also, throughout my career, we have yearly training on pediatrics and company school daily that it comes up into also.
What is your experience with childbirth?
I've had maybe 3 or 4, but they've all been premature stillborns or miscarriages.
Sorry to hear that. Have you ever, in your professional capacity as a firefighter, responded to a call where a patient was in labor or actively giving birth?
I've had one for sure where mom had delivered a premature and the baby was stillborn. Another one where it was a breech, but again, she was only 4 or 5 months pregnant and the foot was hanging out.
So fair to say you've never come upon a pregnancy that had gone full term and then gone into labor?
No.
And you had never seen a breech birth before?
No.
Can you describe the best practices for an EMT responding to a childbirth that is experiencing complications like breech?
As an EMT basic, we're taught and trained to just try to get the mom in the stretcher and in the squad and to go as quickly as possible.
Are you familiar with the term pack and ship?
No.
Is it fair to say that as an EMTB, one of your roles is to transport as quickly as possible if that is the proper protocol for what you're responding to?
Yes, but we also have paramedics there also.
Can you tell me about your scope of practice?
As far as?
Would you start with what is a scope of practice?
What we're trained and legally obligated to be able to do for injured people.
And are you only allowed to take action that has been approved by medical direction and physician orders?
Yes.
So you're very limited on what care you can provide.
I don't know if I'd call it limited, but there are limits, yes.
Well, you're specifically limited in regards to specific medical situations.
Yes.
And there are best practices to follow in those situations.
Yes.
And you are legally obliged not to go beyond your scope of practice.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Nebraska EMS model protocols?
Yes.
And do those contain the best practices that EMTs and paramedics should follow?
Yes, they do.
Are surgical interventions within your scope of practice?
No.
Do you know what an episiotomy is?
I do.
Could you describe that, please?
It's where they cut the perineum to give more room for the baby to be born, the head to come out.
In a situation like this, where the baby is presented in breech and is partially out, would you agree that is it the perineum?
The perineum?
The perineum. Would you agree that the perineum is located in close proximity to the infant?
Yes.
Would you agree that using a scalpel to cut the perineum in that situation would carry a risk of cutting the infant?
Sure.
would you agree that trauma shears are specifically designed to not cut below the object or area that is intended to be cut?
Rephrase that.
May I approach, Judge? '98.
Yes,
Are these trauma shears?
they are.
And at here at the bottom, is there a little lip that's designed to prevent the scissors from cutting below that?
Yes, they're made to go under the skin so they don't cut the skin.
And that's why they're used to cut off clothes, because you can safely cut the clothes off without cutting the skin beneath.
Correct.
Based on your training and experience, do you believe that an episiotomy was a reasonable medical intervention in the circumstances that were faced when you arrived on scene?
Objection, speculation outside the scope.
I've never been trained in it, so I couldn't answer that question correctly.
Fair to say that you wouldn't attempt it because it's beyond your scope of practice?
Yes.
You didn't. Did you hand the scissors to Mrs. Hock?
No.
Did you see one of the paramedics hand scissors to Mrs. Hock?
I don't recall who handed them to her.
Do you recall whether any of the paramedics verbally or otherwise objected to Mrs. Hock performing an episiotomy?
I don't recall that conversation, no.
Did you see the actual episiotomy being performed?
I did.
You did. In your opinion, were those trauma shears effective in cutting through the perineum?
Compared to what should have been used, no.
Would you agree with me that surgical scissors also are designed to protect from collateral damage similar to the trauma shears?
I don't know anything about medical scissors.
About how long were you in the residence before you transported Emily Noe?
I would say probably 5 to 6 minutes.
About how fast can you prepare a patient and transport them on a typical call?
How fast can we, or how fast do we?
How fast do you?
It all depends on the situation. I mean, if it's something immediate, I mean, as soon as we decide that we need to transport, it can be done in a minute.
If you are called to respond and the issue is a complication, a complicated delivery, would you agree with me that your best practice is to initiate transport as soon as possible?
As an EMT basic, yes. But again, the paramedics were there, so it's their scope.
Firefighter, earlier you testified about abandonment of care.
Yes.
You would agree with me that if you initiated care to a patient, that it would not be abandonment of care if you pass that patient on to someone with a higher degree of training?
Yes.
Such as a paramedic?
Yes.
Did you ask Mrs. Hock what her training and certification was?
No.
Did you hear anyone else ask Mrs. Hock if she had any training or certification?
Not that I recall.
Is there a protocol that emergency responders follow when they arrive at a scene and find that someone else has already initiated care?
Yes.
What is that protocol?
Usually they tell us who they are, whether they're a doctor or a nurse or so on, and if they've initiated care, or if they've done procedures that are beyond our scope, then they're required to assist that patient to the hospital. If they haven't initiated care or done anything beyond our scope, then we can take them.
If you respond and someone, not a doctor, not a nurse, not a paramedic, not an EMT, someone without a medical certification that the Omaha Fire Department recognizes, is the best protocol to take care over from that person?
Yes.
Was that done here?
Yes.
Who did that?
The medics. We loaded her up and put her in the ambulance and took her.
Before that happened, did they provide Mrs. Hock with trauma shears?
Like I said, I don't remember who handed them to her.
But that's your understanding of what occurred?
That's my understanding of what occurred, yes.
And is it your understanding that they actually provided 2 different sets of trauma shears?
I don't remember that either, but there's usually 1 or 2 in the trauma box, so.
Is it your understanding that the paramedics allowed Mrs. Hock to attempt an episiotomy?
That's my understanding, yes.
And they did so before they transported Emily Noe to the hospital?
Yes.
Are you a mandatory reporter?
As far as?
Is it your understanding that if you suspect that abuse or neglect of a child has occurred, that you have an obligation to report that to the appropriate authorities?
Yes.
Do you understand that you are a mandatory reporter in regard to injuries that are a result of a crime?
Yes.
Did you make a mandatory report pursuant to those duties as a result of this incident?
I did not.
Did you cause a report to be made pursuant to your duties?
I did not.
If you believed that child abuse had occurred, would you have made such a report?
Yes.
Section,
Oh, sorry.
speculation.
Does the judge overrule that? I couldn't hear him. I thought I heard him quietly say overruled.
No further questions.
Briefly, did you receive information how long this woman had been laboring?
When I first came in and the husband was standing at the stairs, I asked him how long this had been going on. And he kind of went into a spiel of how she didn't want to go to the hospital because she had PTSD, and that this lady was here helping her. And he said more than 45 minutes.
Okay, more than 45 minutes from what?
I just asked how long has this been happening, or how long has the baby been coming out? He said 45 minutes at least.
And I want to clarify. So you didn't ask how long had labor been going?
No.
You asked how long had the baby been coming out?
Yes.
Okay, and the answer you got was 45 minutes.
That was from the husband.
Okay, and did you relay that information to the team that was at the top of the stairs?
Yes. I don't know if it was not right then and there, but after we got back to the station, but not on scene.
Okay, why not?
It was hectic.
You were asked a number of questions about the trauma scissors or surgery scissors versus a scalpel. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Were you able to look yourself at how the baby was trapped in the birth canal?
Yes, when we first got there.
And what specifically could you see?
The shoulders, body, arms, legs, everything but the neck and head.
Did you see the umbilical cord?
I did not.
Did you see any space in between the neck or the shoulders and the head?
I did not.
any room to get scissors in between the skin to cut?
Not a whole lot.
So my understanding for the trauma scissors, you would have to have one free side so that you can open and close the scissors. Is that correct?
Correct.
Whereas a scalpel, you simply drag it along the surface to cut.
Yes.
And in that situation, based on your training experience, did you believe scissors were an appropriate tool?
I did not have any training, but I would not suggest ever using trauma scissors to cut skin.
Why?
It's not what they're made for.
Okay. You were asked a number of questions about taking over care. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that the paramedics did take over care. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was that before or after the episiotomy?
After.
And did that correspond when you had serious questions about the individual's training?
Yes.
Now, you were asked questions whether you asked this the defendant about her training when you guys arrived. Why didn't you?
Again, she was wearing a uniform T-shirt or uniform shirt, and she just acted like she knew what she was doing. And at that time, I didn't realize that having a midwife.
You broke my computer, Kelly.
Is it fair to say that due to the actions that you observed the defendant doing, you believe that she was properly trained?
I did, yes.
And you believe
I
that
do
she
too.
had the proper training to do an episiotomy?
Yes,
So you believe that she had the higher standard of care?
I do. I did.
Do you still? And you were asked a couple questions about mandatory reporter, that your reports are forwarded to the medical providers, correct? Is that, you're nodding your head, but I can't hear that.
Yes.
Okay.
Ow.
I don't have any further questions.
Oh, good.
So you may shut down your machines.
Thank you.
We'll be in recess for about 10 minutes. Take our afternoon recess.
All right, guys. We got like 2 witnesses left. It's an hour. So I think we can get it done. What do you think? And then we can start fresh tomorrow. That is a good point. Just because I dress like I work somewhere doesn't mean I do. Good point, Gabby. Also, this has been horrible to hear. I'm sure that old Dill, my daughter-in-law, is not liking it at all. It's probably giving her a lot of flashbacks because she just gave birth a couple months ago. So I am sure. Yikes. And Brian, your last comment. Ow. Gosh. All right, so we have another firefighter coming up. We've got the last 2 witnesses are both still firefighters. One's retired. I don't believe this one is. They're not super long. This one's a half an hour. And then I said we had about an hour, so the other one's about half an hour. But here we go. Gotta wait for the judge to come in. Because we all know judges say 10 minutes. It's 20. There he is. Hello, Judge.
Thanks for the seat. All right, we're back on the record. State may call their next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Omaha Fire Department firefighter James Morrison.
Over to my left, sir. And before you sit down, you can raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please sit. You may proceed.
Before we start, would you pull the microphone a little closer? Okay, you don't have to speak into it. Could you state and spell your name for the record?
James Morrison, James Morrison.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a mobile firefighter,
How long have you been so employed?
19 years.
And do you have any special certifications?
I have EMTB certificate, firefighter 1 certificate, hazmat training. But as pertains to this case, the only medical training I have is EMTB.
Okay. And what, as it relates to your EMTB, is that EMT basic?
Yes, ma'am.
As part of that training, how much time did you spend on issues relating to labor and delivery?
There's an 8-hour block in that class on labor and delivery.
And as part of that 8-hour block, does it cover breech delivery?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any training or experience in assisting with breech deliveries?
No, ma'am.
What are your current duties?
I drive the fire truck. I'm a fire apparatus engineer. I've been driving fire truck for 16 years at this current location I'm at now.
And which station are you assigned to?
Station 41, 4515 North 61st Street.
Is it part of the normal part of getting a call that records are generated?
Yes, ma'am.
And part of that is it fair to say, taken from the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
And then part of that would be manually entered by some of the individuals who respond. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you on duty on June 15th, 2019?
Yes, I was.
Same station 41?
Same station 41.
And who all was on shift that night?
Myself, firefighter Brian Strausses, Captain Lou Isold, and I believe firefighter Jay Chandler was there as well. On the med unit was Captain Paramedic Dave Hurd and firefighter paramedic Matt Harrell.
And what's different about the med unit?
They're trained above and beyond of what our training is. They're paramedics. Their schooling is a year long compared to our 120-hour class. Theirs is a year-long class.
Approximately 9:26, did you receive a dispatch for service?
Yes, we did.
And where were you dispatched to?
I don't recall the address, but I know there's a report ahead. If I could review that, please.
If the report indicated that it was 4826 Spalding, would that sound familiar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that within, the closest station would be Station 41?
Correct.
Is that within Douglas County?
Yes, it is.
And did you in fact respond to that house?
Yes, we did.
What information did you have when you arrived?
We got dispatched to a maternity problem. On the way to the call, dispatch gives us updates on over the radio via radio, and via the radio to traffic. Dispatch advised that baby was born, breech baby with the feet and everything exposed except for the head.
In the evaluation of that type of call, where does that fall?
That's a high priority call.
When you arrived at the home, what equipment did you all take in?
We took our trauma box from the med unit. They arrived with us. We took our OBGYN kit, which is a birthing kit we have for any babies that are born. We took our airway bag in for the O2 for in case you need any airway assistance. And that was it at that time.
Do you have any stretchers? Do you have any stretchers that you took in?
At that time, we did not take the stretcher in.
Okay. Where are you in the order of individuals arriving from EMS to the house? That might be a bad question. Let me try again. 6 people who arrived from EMS.
Correct.
Do you all go inside?
We do.
And which order?
I don't recall the order. I know I was second or third in line. I was carrying the trauma box up the stairs to the second floor of the house. It was a 2-story house.
When you get to the top of the stairs, what do you see?
I see a female on her hands and knees with a baby hanging out and the birth person holding the baby at that time.
Why do you say birth person?
She was wearing a pink shirt that said Nebraska Birthing Center or Clinic. I can't remember the name of that.
If report indicated Nebraska Birth Keepers, would that be correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you observe this scene, what's your first reaction?
This ain't good.
Okay. Why do you say that?
Well, a breech baby is not a good situation anyways. You don't want to spend much time there. You want to try to get the baby out if you can. If you can't, then take the baby to the hospital, get it as best care as possible, because it's not receiving the kind of care it needed at the place it was at that time.
When you first make this observation, do you see the woman wearing the pink shirt doing anything?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Did you receive any information whether any procedures had been done to try to assist the delivery?
There were no, well, we got to the top of the stairs, and at that point, the female in the pink shirt asked for a pair of scissors to, at that time, firefighter paramedic Matt Carroll advised we have scalpel in our OBGYN kit. It's a sterile scalpel. The scissors we have in a trauma box are unsterile. They're trauma scissors used for traumas such as shootings, car wrecks, to cut clothes off people, not to cut skin and tissue.
Okay. So the woman in the pink shirt, do you see her in court here today?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Could you point out what she's wearing and where she's sitting?
She's wearing a white and black polka dot, leopard print shirt, and sitting next to the gentleman, the beard, and the female with the jacket.
Let the record reflect the witness identified the defendant. You indicated the defendant asked for scissors.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was the first contact you recall?
Yes, ma'am.
As an EMT basic, are you allowed to perform anything with scissors? Well, let me one step back. Did you have any idea what she was going to do with the scissors?
Not at that time.
What happened?
She performed an episiotomy on the female at that time with them scissors.
Was it successful?
I'm not a trained professional, ma'am. I don't know if it was what a successful episiotomy is and what unsuccessful. I apologize.
Were you able to observe whether the patient had any reaction?
Yes, it was a horrific scream that I will never forget.
Did you learn the patient's name?
I don't recall the patient's name.
What happened after the scream you'll never forget?
We attempted one more time at the top of the stairwell to deliver the baby. That attempt was unsuccessful. At that time, Captain Hurd ordered me to go down and get a bot. It's basically, we call it a big orange thing. The nickname bot. It's a soft stretcher, like a soft hardboard. You know, like if you guys seen on TV, people get put on a hardboard. This one's a soft one where it's more flexible and we can maneuver around the stairs and stuff to carry someone out on.
Who did you get the bot?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
And once you got the bot, what'd you do?
Took it back into the house. At that time, we assisted putting the mother and the baby onto the bot.
How'd that happen?
Later on her back. And then I don't recall what firefighter was supporting the baby at that time. Put her on the bot, strapped her in, and they carried her downstairs and put her on a stretcher that was out in the front yard.
How did she go down the stairs? Feet first or head first?
Feet first, I believe.
Do you recall carrying that stretcher?
Carrying the stretcher or the bot?
The stretcher. The bot once the
The
patient was
backboard?
loaded.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Were you at the
I was at
bottom
the
part
foot
of the
of it.
stairs?
Yes.
About how much time do you think passed from arriving at the house to carrying the patient out on the backboard?
I'd say no more than probably 10 minutes, but there's official records on that. If I could refresh that, please.
Is that information logged in your report?
It is.
There is a copy of a report in front of you. If you could turn it over and review that when you're ready to answer questions, turn it face down and look up.
This doesn't have the current times that the one that we printed off at the fire station has, ma'am. That would have the current accurate times.
Hey, approach. So is it fair to say that there's a report that EMTBs do and then a report that paramedics do?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm going to hand you this 2-page document, 2 of 5 pages. If you could review that, are you familiar with what that is?
Yes, it is. It's our patient care report off our RMS system.
And that's
Or EMS charts is what it's called.
and that's the report that the paramedics would have completed.
That is correct.
And it has additional times listed on that report. Is that correct?
That's correct, because them times are associated with the med unit. Them times are associated with the fire truck.
Okay, so I'm just going to have you review these 2 pages. And when you're ready to answer questions, look up.
It was 9 minutes, ma'am.
And what time do you guys log arriving at scene?
When we arrive on location, we key the mic and tell dispatch engine 41, med 41 are on location. And then it's logged in the CAD system at 911 dispatch.
And that's, so when you pull up to the house?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. And then time to leave, is that, do you add any of those times?
Manually, or
Do you,
what was your?
You notify dispatch of when you're,
Correct.
when you
The
arrive?
person driving the med unit, it will notify dispatch med 41's en route, med center, and give what code they're going.
Okay. At the time, and I want to slow this down just a little bit, at the time that you loaded the patient onto the bot, was the defendant providing any information to you?
No.
And did she come in the ambulance?
No, I personally advised her that we were going to go to the med center and that she should ride along with us because she stated, or she did a procedure that's above and beyond our protocol. Anytime that happens, it's required by our protocol that the person that initiates that care is to ride along, such as there's a car wreck, a doctor, a nurse that initiates medical care above and beyond our paramedic and EMT protocol. They ride along and continue that care, so it's not abandonment of that patient.
Okay. And what was the procedure that was above your care?
Episiotomy, that's above the paramedic care as well.
And based on the episiotomy and the defendant's actions when you arrived, did you believe that she was a trained medical professional
Yes, ma'am.
that had additional or more training and certification than you or the paramedics?
Yes, ma'am.
What was her response to your request that she ride along?
She was not going to the hospital.
What did she say?
No, she was not going to the hospital.
How did you respond?
I said, okay.
Is that unusual to you?
Yes.
Why?
Someone that has.
Staying, move on.
How, once the patient arrived in the ambulance, did you assist in transport? Did you assist in getting her into the ambulance?
Yes.
And did you ride in the ambulance?
I did not, ma'am.
What did you follow to the hospital? Well, let me rephrase that. Did you go to the hospital?
I did go to the hospital. I drive the fire truck, so obviously we can't leave the fire truck at the house and have everyone help out. So I drove the fire truck to the med center. Okay. I led actually firefighter Strauss drove the med unit. I followed him through that neighborhood to get him out of that neighborhood. At that time, that neighborhood was under a sewer and water separation construction. So there were several closed roads that we were unaware of at the time. So that delayed our response to the hospital.
When you arrived at the hospital, did you provide any information to medical providers as to the events that had happened?
I did. The nurse asked, one of the caregiving nurses asked what was going on. They were kind of confused what's going on. We stated that a midwife, I don't know if that's the correct term, I'm sorry, a female helping give birth at home, performed this procedure, started this procedure. She waited over an hour to call 911.
Objection.
How did you?
Two specs.
Yes, stand.
How did you? Where did you receive the information that it was over an hour before 911 was called?
From the family member and the female.
The female patient or the female defendant?
The female defendant.
Okay. And tell me about that conversation.
That they waited an hour to call 911 and finally decided to call 911.
Was that in response to a question? Or was that information volunteered to you?
The information was volunteered to my best of knowledge.
And when the defendant said that they waited an hour to call, what was your reaction?
My personal reaction is
Professionally, was that important to you?
professionally, yes, that was way too long.
Was that against training that you had received?
Objection, relevance.
You can answer.
Yes, that was against any training that I would have received.
And at the time when did this conversation take place?
At the top of the stairwell.
Before or after you got the the bot?
Prior,
Did you have any other conversation with the defendant?
other than advising her that we're going to the med center, if she needs to ride with us, no.
Did the defendant instruct you to take the patient to the med center?
No, that the med center is, excuse me, I don't recall if she advises takes us there, but the med center is the Catchment Center Hospital. It's a trauma center, level 1 trauma center, and it was the closest hospital at that time.
And a poorly formed question. So at the time that you and the paramedics decide it's time to take the patient out of the home, was that at the direction of the defendant?
I don't believe so. I believe it was in the direction of common sense of getting the person to the best medical care that was required.
Is it part of your routine duties to update the medical staff at hospital as to what had happened on scene?
Yes, that's called transfer of care to the facility.
And was there any other information you provided as part of the transfer of care?
Not myself personally, other than letting them know that the female that started this procedure would not come to the hospital. Paramedic Hurd and Paramedic Mac.
Your only information was that the person who started the procedure would not come. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. And then perhaps some of the other squad members would have provided other information?
Correct.
Okay. After you updated the hospital for the transfer of care, did you have any other involvement in this run?
No.
Okay. Did all these events occur in Douglas County?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions at this time.
Ross, can I take a drink of water?
He asked if he could get a drink of water.
Thank you, sir. Do you prefer to be addressed as firefighter or officer?
That's cute.
Doesn't matter, sir.
Officer, during recess, before you took the stand, did you have a conversation with Brian Strassis in the hallway?
Yes, I did.
Who was present for that conversation?
Straws. That was it.
No one else was present for that conversation?
Not when him and I were carrying on a conversation, no.
What did you talk about?
I just asked him how the case went and what it was like in there, and he said it was good. That's all.
Were you advised of the sequestration order in place here?
I don't know what that is, sir.
So fair to say you weren't advised that there was a sequestration order in place?
I still don't know what that is, sir.
Officer, when you arrived at the house, you stated that you were the second person in the door. Is that correct?
Up the stairs,
Up
carrying the trauma
stairs.
box.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Who was in front of you?
Captain Paramedic Hurd.
And paramedic Hurd immediately initiate care with the patient?
He assessed the situation first before he immediately initiate care.
And how long does a scene assessment, or did this scene assessment take?
That'd be a question for the paramedic captain, sir.
Well, the purpose of a scene assessment is to ensure the safety of the
That's
the
understood.
EMS,
I understand that, yes, but that's the person in charge of that scene was paramedic captain Dave Hurd, not myself.
In your recollection, was he assessing the scene for minutes?
That's hearsay, isn't it?
Please answer the question.
Not minutes, no.
Seconds?
Could be seconds. I mean, it's a
Assessing-
hypothetical question.
Would assessing a scene and where there's no obvious dangers to EMS personnel typically take more than a matter of seconds, or at least less than a minute?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. After paramedic Hurd assessed the scene, did he immediately initiate care?
I believe he did, yes. That's a question for him, not for me, sir.
Was your observations of his actions consistent with the paramedic who was initiating care?
Yes.
Officer, you testified that you had no training or experience in breech birth. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Are you familiar with the Nebraska EMS model protocols on a complicated delivery?
What edition of that, sir?
The one that is revised on 12/7/2012, originally last revised 6/7/2019.
No, sir. I took my EMT class in 2003 before that edition.
Are you aware that there are protocols that apply to your conduct as an EMT on the job?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that there is a protocol concerning a complicated delivery?
No, I was not aware of that, sir. No. Like I said, that was before my training I took.
So your understanding of the protocols for an EMT responding to a breech birth, that transport should be initiated as soon as possible?
I believe the best option at that time was for them paramedics to try to deliver that baby to get it out and breathing. They attempted that first, and then we transported the baby and mom as soon as that was attempted and after the episiotomy.
To your knowledge, is that the protocol applicable to a EMT or a paramedic who responds to a breech birth to attempt to successfully complete the birth?
I can't state for a paramedic protocol, but I would say that would be in our probably EMT protocol. I would assume so.
Are you familiar with a procedure that EMTs are directed, that is in the protocol for EMTs, where 2 fingers are inserted vaginally, making a V shape and pushing the vaginal wall from the nose or mouth during a breech birth to try to create an airway? Are you familiar with that procedure?
I am not familiar with that procedure, but Captain Hurd attempted to insert some fingers in the vaginal area, and there was no room at that time.
That was
he attempted to do that, a paramedic.
And from what you could see, that was not possible.
From what I was seeing, correct, that is not possible.
When in the sequence of events did Captain Hurd attempt that maneuver?
I would say after you're saying of the assessment of the scene, right after that.
Before the attempted episiotomy?
Yes, sir.
So if Captain Hurd attempted this maneuver we just described, you'd agree with me that he definitely initiated care prior to the episiotomy procedure?
I would assume, yes, initiate care, but yes.
Officer, once you initiate care, does that create certain obligations or duty to you as a responding EMS personnel?
Yes.
Is one of those duties to protect your patient?
Yes.
If you believe that a third party present at the scene was attempting to do something to your patient that was harmful to them, you would attempt to stop them, wouldn't you?
Actions hypothetical.
At that time, I thought it was a trained professional medical personnel that was there. That was above and beyond our protocol and care. So I didn't have any concerns.
Did you or anyone else ask Mrs. Hock what her training might be?
At that time of chaos, no.
Is it fair to say that Mrs. Hock was acting in a manner consistent with someone who knew their way around childbirth?
From what I've seen of childbirth, yes, at that time.
And so your decision to allow that to continue, sorry, excuse me. You would agree with me that had you brought the bot in immediately to the scene, that you could have initiated transport sooner?
There's only so many people to carry so many things. We had to see what we were getting into at first. We don't know what we're getting into. Once we realized what we need, what was going on, we went out and got the bot.
Well, you testified that you received word on the radio that this was a breech birth, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that that was an urgent emergency situation?
Correct.
High risk?
Correct.
And as you understand the protocols, at least for you as an EMTB, the proper practice would be to transport quickly?
That's correct. But from the time of dispatch to the time we got there, we didn't know if the baby was born, if the baby was still breached. We're not relevant to that information until we get and assess the scene.
You had 6 EMS personnel on scene, correct?
Correct.
Based on your experience responding to based on your experience, when there's an urgent call and a report of a serious medical situation, you would anticipate that you're going to transport, you would presume that you're going to transport that patient, correct?
That's correct.
Is it your testimony today that none of the 6 EMS personnel who responded had a spare hand to bring this bot in immediately upon arrival?
Objection argumentative.
Okay, sorry. Can you repeat the question, sir? I'm sorry.
Is it your testimony today that none of the 6 EMS personnel, when they initially entered that home, had a free hand to carry the bot inside?
Someone could have grabbed the bot, yes, but at that time, that was not the priority of getting the bot into the house. The priority was assessing the situation with the time of lapsed of being breached into the time 911 was called for us to get the baby, see what was going on.
So you would agree with me that the act of you being told at the top of the stairs to get the bot required you to take time to go down the stairs, go out the door, go to your truck, get the bot, and reverse that journey back up the stairs?
Yes, in a matter of 30 seconds. It's not that far, sir. It's down the stairs to the front yard and back upstairs. That doesn't.
You'd agree with me in an emergency situation, every second can be precious.
Yes, but patient care was still going on at that time. It wasn't effective. Didn't matter if the bot was there or not there at that time.
You'd agreed with me that you couldn't transport the patient without the bot.
That's true.
Officer, are you aware that you are a mandatory reporter?
Are
you aware that you're a mandatory reporter with respect to suspected child abuse?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that if you suspect child abuse or neglect, that it is your duty to report or cause a report to be made to law enforcement?
That would be my duty to inform my superior officer, and then they do that. As a driver, I respond to Captain Isold and Captain Dave Hurd, and then they would make the report.
Did you cause a report to be made with law enforcement?
I did not know.
If you believed that child abuse or neglected occurred on a call you responded to, would you make a report to law enforcement?
Again, I would have to follow chain of command.
So your understanding is that you aren't directly required to report to law enforcement, but that it is sufficient for you to inform a superior?
Objection asked and answered.
In a work environment, we follow the chain of command, kind of like the military. You respond to your superior officers. That's what we would do. In a non-work environment, yes, I would. If there was something on my day off and something that occurred, I would initiate law enforcement to make a report.
Are you aware of protocols that should be followed by EMS when they respond to a scene concerning establishing who is the highest credentialed or trained personnel at that scene?
Can you repeat the question, sir? That was kind of.
When you respond to a scene and there are other people giving aid, are there protocols you follow?
Yes.
And is the protocol that the person with the highest medical training should take the lead in providing that care?
Yes.
And you spoke I believe, about abandonment or transfer of care earlier. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And is your understanding that that concerns when a licensed medical professional is transferring care, that if they transfer that care, it must be to someone with a higher degree of training?
That's correct.
And you testified that no one determined the qualifications of Mrs. Hock.
At the time, no.
No further questions.
Very briefly, at the start of your cross-examination, you were asked about talking with Stratustus. Did you talk about anything concerning the topic of his testimony?
No.
So you were asked about continuation of care and if somebody's already treating a patient when you arrive on scene. Is there, as part of the procedure of assuming care, is there a procedure that the person who has already initiated care is to identify themselves?
Yes, and give a report of what they've been doing.
Also, what their credentials are? Hi, I'm so-and-so, I'm a doctor.
Yes.
Did you get that here?
No.
You saw the T-shirt, saw that the person was doing procedures that you wouldn't be able to do. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And based on those observations, did you presume that the defendant had a higher level of training than you did?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was based on your direct observations?
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about a chaotic scene. 6 firemen, the patient with the baby hanging out, and a midwife at the top of the stairs. You talked about, was there a lot of other discussion going on during this time frame? Or was it
Discussion
simply,
of,
was a discussion, a calm discussion of, hey, I've tried this, maybe we should try this next, or was it just, we need to move?
It was calm discussion. I mean, people call 911 at their worst day of their life, and then we show up and they expect us to fix it. So
You indicated you were asked a number of questions about that 30 seconds it took you to go get the bot. And you stated that there was ongoing patient care at that time.
yes, ma'am.
What specifically was going on when you went to get the bot?
They were trying to still perform paramedic care on paramedic herd. We're still trying to get the baby out at that time.
And okay. And then my last question, you were asked by defense that you can't transport somebody without the bot. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So if you get somebody out of a burning building, you have to get the bot first?
That's true. No, you don't. You just carry them out.
Okay. So you don't always have to have the bot.
No.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Bri Bear, for the gifted membership. Victor Barr got that membership. Oh, Victor. Thank you. I will thank Bri Bear for Victor and thank him for myself. So, last witness. Don't rub it in our face that you're on a lasagna high and we're just sitting here wishing we had lasagna. I mean, Jody's off dreaming about lasagna right now. All right, last witness. I don't know if you guys will be able to hear it, and I can't remember when it happens. I think it happens when they're almost done with their direct of him. The prosecutors have a bad hot mic moment about it, their own witness. So if I hear it and you guys don't, I'll let you know.
I get my next witness.
Make.
Also, the sound, it'll come back in just a second.
State may proceed.
State your name and spell your last name for the record.
David L. Hurd, H-U-R-D.
How are you currently employed?
Frame houses right now.
Are you retired from the Omaha Fire Department?
Yes.
When did you retire?
August 7th, 2022, 2021.
Congratulations. How long were you with the Omaha Fire Department?
23 years and 8 months.
Prior to being at the Omaha Fire Department, did you have other fire department experience?
I was on the Millard Fire Department for 7 years.
Okay. And then did that actually merge with the Omaha Fire Department?
Yeah, Millard merged with Omaha in 1998.
Okay. So how many total years did you serve with the fire department?
Around 30.
Okay. At some point, did you become a paramedic?
Yes.
Tell the court about your paramedic training. What exactly does it take to become a paramedic?
You got to go through, you got to take it like an EMT quiz to see if you're qualified for it right off the bat. And then if you pass that, then you go on to the paramedic. It's like a year of training. You go through classroom training, and then you do clinical stuff, like you go to the hospitals.
So a year of training, are you literally just training for a year? You're not going out and doing firefighters.
Yeah, we're still doing.
You're still doing your
firefighter
firefighter stuff, but the training for paramedic takes a year to get it all done.
Roughly a year.
Okay. And you said sometimes you go to hospitals?
Yeah, we do clinicals.
Okay.
Like we work in the ER, and then start IVs and stuff. Practice.
All right. And I assume that's under the supervision of a doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Once you get your paramedic, is it a license?
Yes.
Once you get your paramedic license, do you have to do ongoing training to maintain that license?
Yes.
What's the ongoing training look like?
I just like the department has us do certain like ALS stuff, cardiac. You got to have so many hours. I think it's maybe roughly 40 hours every 2 years.
And ALS, is that advanced life support?
Yes.
And I assume since you've retired, your paramedic's license has now lapsed?
It should have.
Okay.
Maybe in January.
All right. Not looking to recertify at this point.
There's no need for it now.
During your paramedic, either the initial training or ongoing training throughout your career, have you ever received training specific to dealing with birth, childbirth?
We go through it, yes.
What kind of training do you receive?
Just like if their heart stops and stuff like that.
So you get
how to deliver it.
How's that training done? Do you actually observe babies being born in the hospital and on that?
When we went through paramedic class, we did.
Okay.
But once we're out, we don't usually.
Okay. And during your time as a paramedic, do you recall if you've ever had to deliver a baby?
I've been involved probably with 3.
Were
but
they-
they were usually out by the time I got there.
Okay.
One was with another paramedic, but I was driving the engine then.
So you've responded to babies being born and you arrive and the baby's already there?
Yeah.
So are those pretty uneventful in the sense that it was a normal birth?
Yeah, seemed like it.
All right. And the babies were okay?
Mm-hmm.
And so, is that yes?
Yes.
And so is mom?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to direct your attention to June 15th, 2019. Were you working as an Omaha firefighter paramedic on that date?
Yes.
Do you recall being dispatched to 4826 Balding?
I believe that's the address.
Do you recall going that day to a incident where there was a maternity issue?
Yes.
Now, you as the paramedic, were you also the captain?
Yes.
Okay. Were you the lead person then? Were you the highest ranking individual on this call?
Yes.
And what role do you have when you're the captain? Are there special duties you have to do?
Usually on the squad, we alternate runs, and that run was my run.
Who do you alternate with?
The other guy on the squad.
The other paramedic?
The other paramedic, yes.
Who was at that night?
Matt Carroll.
So by alternate, meaning one person's in charge of the call, and then the next time around, the next person's in charge of the call?
Yes.
Likewise, is that how you do your reports? The person in charge of the call is going to be the one that writes the main report?
Yes.
What information did you have en route?
Dispatch is a maternity case. And then additional information en route was that the feet were starting to come out. 25-year-old female is full term.
Okay.
Feet.
When you learned the feet were coming out, is that what you learned, or did you learn that the baby was breech? What did you actually learn?
When?
What did you actually learn? Did you actually hear feet are coming out, or did you get the words breech? What information did you have?
We just heard the feet were coming out
Okay.
on dispatch.
What did you think when you learned that?
Might not be good
Okay. Why do you say that?
because usually the head delivers first.
Is a baby being born breech it's considered a pretty serious situation
Yes.
for you as a paramedic?
Yes.
Did you receive any specific training about helping deliver a breech baby?
Not really. Just we're supposed to load and go.
Why do you say load and go?
There's not much we can do for the baby.
Okay. And is that just in a breech situation or any childbirth situation?
Mostly in a breech. If it's a normal delivery, it just depends what happens. I mean, if they're not breathing, then
If you're there on a normal delivery, and it looks like the baby's getting ready to actually come out, are you going to try to
we'll
get
stop.
that baby
Yeah, we'll
delivered?
stop and get ready to deliver it.
Okay. All right. So when you arrived, what happened next?
We arrived and we were met at the front door by a male, like he was holding a child. He directed us up the steps.
Who was first up the steps? Do you remember?
I think it was me.
Okay. What did you observe when you were up the steps?
Went to the top of the steps and there was a patient to the left of me. She was on all fours.
Was that the mom?
Yes.
Okay. What'd you see next?
There was another lady there. She was holding the baby. The baby's all the way out except for the head.
Okay. How was the woman holding the baby acting?
I don't know. I wouldn't say she was panicking a whole lot, but she wasn't hysterical or anything. But she was concerned.
How about the mom?
I think she was just crying.
Okay. Did you see anybody else up there?
At that time, no. I was just focused on the baby.
What happened next?
I think I said we probably better get going because this doesn't look good.
Did you ask her inquire what was going on, or did you try to get information about what had happened so far?
Yeah, I think I asked what her relationship was here.
And did you
I'm not
learn
su-
what the relationship was?
Not for sure. I didn't know if somebody might have said midwife. I don't know.
Did you get the impression the woman holding the baby was someone there trying to help with the delivery? Okay. What did you observe next?
I don't know. After I said we probably should get going, I don't know if she said maybe let's try one more thing. And then she asked for, I thought she said she asked for a scalpel.
When you say try one more thing, were you doing, what was she
Like
trying?
manipulating the baby a little more, see if we get it out before we moved her again.
All right.
Just one more time to.
And
try to
did
get
you
it
try
out.
to do that?
I think I assisted.
Okay. And what do you think what do you think you did?
I just held the baby. I don't know what she was
Okay. All right.
trying to do.
So you say she wanted to try one more thing, and you think she asked for a scalpel?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she didn't get one or we didn't have one. Then I heard her ask for some scissors.
Okay. Did she say scissors or did she say trauma scissors?
Scissors.
Okay. Do you have scissors?
Yeah, we have trauma scissors.
What are trauma scissors?
They're they got like an end on them for safety, and they usually cut clothes off with them.
I'm going to show you. Is it a 98? Is that a picture of trauma scissors?
Yes.
Okay, so you say end on for safety. What do you mean end for safety?
Like you can't puncture anything with it. It's like rounded.
Are they specifically designed not to cut into skin?
I suppose you could if you wanted to, but they're designed not to puncture skin.
Did you get the impression when she was asking for the scissors that she knew what she was doing? Or what were you thinking when
I had an idea if she's asking for scissors for some reason. That she had some medical training.
What did you think she was going to do? Or did you have any idea?
Not for sure, but she might be trying to cut the peritoneum, I think, because that's the only other thing you could do.
So what
besides
happened?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk
That's
over you.
fine.
What happened next then after you gave her those scissors?
We heard a scream. Which came from the mother. And then after that, I think we just got her loaded up and went because the baby didn't respond to anything. It stayed the same.
Okay. Could you see what she did with the scissors?
Not really. She was kind of in front of me. I was kind of holding the baby off to the side.
Did you see anybody else up there?
I did not.
Okay. At some point, of course, that you had the other paramedic, Matt Carroll, was up there, correct?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did the other firefighters come to the top as well?
They were probably in the hallway.
Okay. So after that, did you, well, first I should say, do you recognize the woman who was using the scissors? Do you recognize her today? If you don't, that's fine, but.
No, I could
Okay, you couldn't.
tell you what she looked like.
Too long ago?
Yeah.
Or didn't get a good look?
I
Maybe?
didn't even get a good look at her.
Okay. All right. Now, were you directing the scene? If you're the captain and it's your call, are you giving directions to people?
Somewhat.
Okay. What do you mean by somewhat?
I'd ask for stuff like the equipment. I'd ask for what we needed.
Okay.
But Matt was there too. He was we kind of worked together.
Okay. Do you know who handed her the scissors?
No.
Did you hand her was more than one pair handed to her?
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. So after that, you decided you need to get her loaded up and out of there. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So what did you do to get that affected?
We got a bot. It's an orange thing. It's like a flexible stretcher. We got her on that. And then we took her down the stairs.
How quickly was that bot able to get up the stairs?
I think we took it up when we went. We usually take it up when we go.
Okay. How was she loaded up on the stretcher?
I think we laid her on her back.
What did you do anything to support the baby?
I kind of held the baby as we went down the stairs the best I could.
Is that important to do?
Yes.
Why is that?
Keep control of the neck.
Now, were you paying all attention to where the cord was at this point?
No, I didn't see it.
You didn't see the cord? Okay. Did you take her down feet first or head first?
I want to say feet first.
What did you do once you got downstairs?
Took her out the door and put her on the stretcher.
And did you get her up in the squad?
Then we took her to the squad.
Did you? Is it typical to start IVs when you put people into an
Yes.
ambulance? Why do you do that?
In case we got to give them some fluid or medications.
Once you get an IV in, is that something that the hospital personnel then can use your same IV that you started?
Yes. Yep.
Were you able to give her an IV or did she refuse?
She refused one.
Okay. Did she say why she was refusing?
She's had a bad experience some other time.
So in light of the fact she refused that IV, did you force the IV or did you?
No, we can't force it on them.
Okay, all right. Once you got in the squad, did you do some other efforts to try to get her to deliver before you were driving away?
We thought we'll try to see if she can push one more time and see if it'll come out or not. But
What did you do to help the push? Did you help lift her legs or put her into any position to get her to
at
push?
that time, I think we just had her try to push, put her legs up, and then had her push.
You did put her legs up?
Had her do it.
Had her do it, okay. And did that work? Okay. Did you do anything to try to get oxygen to the baby?
Normally we put a non-rebreather or some airway down there by the area where the baby is, just to get it a little oxygen if we can.
Okay. And at that point, the head was still inside of mama, is that right?
Yes.
Yes. All right, so head to the hospital. Did it take a while? Do you recall?
I don't know how long we, that's a few roadblocks we ran into. There was construction in the area.
What did you do on the way to the hospital back there?
We just tried to maintain what we could, keep the baby warm and held it.
Keep the baby warm?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
We put blankets around it.
Okay. What, at some point, was the baby able to deliver?
As we turned on off Saddle Creek and going up Farnham to Med Center, I think Matt had an idea, just put her legs up as far as you could. They kind of pushed them up and then it delivered.
And so had an idea, meaning going to help actually extend her legs up?
Yeah,
Okay.
as far as they could get them.
And is that what they did?
Yep.
And what happened?
The baby delivered.
How did the baby look?
As we were going to the hospital, it had good color, but as time went on, the extremities started turning blue.
Is that a pretty serious thing to see that?
Yes,
What does that mean?
it's not getting oxygen.
So when the baby was delivered, how did the baby look?
Bluish.
Was the baby breathing?
No.
Okay. What did you do?
Started CPR.
And by CPR, what do you mean?
I was compressing his chest. We just grab it around the thing and use our thumbs to
So that
compress
it's
it.
small, so it's not like we see with adults. You're literally just using
Use
your
our
thumbs.
thumbs. Yep.
Okay. You don't have any, I don't know. It's a manual thing. You don't have any equipment that does CPR for a baby?
No.
All right. What about the umbilical cord? You're trained to cut those umbilical cords, isn't that right?
Yes.
So did you cut the umbilical cord?
No.
Why did you not do that?
At the time, I thought that was the only survival thing it had since I didn't want to cut it right away.
Felt like hopefully maybe the baby could still get some.
Nutrients and oxygen from the mother.
Okay. Did you do anything? Was the umbilical cord beating at all? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
And so sounds like that happened fairly quick before you were getting her at the hospital.
Yeah. Yes.
Once you got at the hospital, then what'd you do?
We unloaded the stretcher. Nurses met us as we backed in, they met us outside, right at the doors. And then I think we went into the room and then they cut the cord right away and took the baby to a different room.
At that point, are you finished with your role once you turn
At that
over to the
time.
hospital?
I just got to do the report after that.
If you didn't hear what she just said, it won't come as any surprise to you, any of you. The lady in the purple just said, because she's asking if there's any more questions to ask, she says, he is such a terrible witness. And then I can't understand what she says after that. I have just never heard somebody admit, somebody on the stand, their own witness is such a terrible witness. But yeah, he is a terrible witness. It's like he is just sitting around with his friends telling the story, having a beverage of the adult type or whatever. So, yeah, we're almost done. Yes, no, well, he's horrible. You'd think they would have known before they put him up there. And he also keeps referring to that poor little baby as it. Please stop doing that.
Did all these events occur in Douglas County, Nebraska?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. There's going to be some cross-examination, I think.
Afternoon, Mr. Hurd.
What's that?
You said good afternoon.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. Could you please describe the training you received in responding to a breech birth?
The training? All we know is that it's serious. And if it doesn't come out, we just got to get going as soon as we can.
Fair to say that the training you receive in birth in general is relatively minimal compared to training in other types of medical interventions?
Yes.
And is that because your scope of practice doesn't include many interventions that you can use when assisting at birth?
I would say that we don't come around it that often. It's not as often as one of our calls.
Sure. Would you agree with me that, or excuse me, are you familiar with the Nebraska EMS model protocols?
Somewhat.
At the time that you were working as a paramedic, would you have been familiar?
Yeah.
And do those protocols more or less describe the best practices that EMTs and paramedics should do in various situations?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that if you responded to an uncomplicated labor, that those protocols might include preparing for a birth on the scene?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the protocols for responding to a complicated delivery like breech birth, that the best practice in that situation is to transport as soon as possible?
Yes.
Mr. Hurd, when you arrived and walked up the stairs to the patient, did you immediately initiate care?
Yes. I assisted.
Did you or your colleague, Mr. Is it Carol?
Yes.
One of you immediately initiated care?
We assisted with the baby at first, yeah.
Fair
We
to
weren't
say,
sure what was going on.
fair to say that you sized the scene up
Yes.
and then initiated care immediately afterwards?
Yes.
And is there a protocol for EMS personnel when they respond to a scene and another person is already rendering care?
If they're a higher rank, say, like if a doctor's there and they run the call, then they're supposed to come to the hospital with us.
So
higher ranking than us.
in that situation, is it your responsibility to determine who has the higher training?
Yeah.
Because if you had higher training, you should be the one in charge of that scene, correct?
Yeah.
And were you able, did you determine what training Mrs. Hock had?
Not at first, no.
Mr. Hurt, can you describe again what exact maneuvers you attempted to assist Emily with the birth of her child?
I was just holding the baby at the time.
You tried no maneuvers?
No.
Mr. Hurd, once you initiate care, does that create a duty for you in regards to your patient?
Yes.
And does that duty include keeping them safe?
Yes.
And does that duty preventing them from coming to further harm?
Yes.
And was it your belief, your judgment at that time that the actions of Mrs. Hock were a reasonable response to this emergency situation?
I didn't know what her rank or status was. I didn't know if she's a nurse or whatever at the beginning.
If you thought that the actions, did you understand that she was going to try to do and I apologize, I struggle with this word, episiotomy?
I had an idea.
And you did nothing to stop that?
No. So I didn't know if she was qualified for it or not.
But you didn't ask her if she was qualified, did you?
No.
Is it your testimony that besides holding the baby and assisting Mrs. Hock, that you provided no interventions that you learned as a paramedic?
Interventions? I mean, there is no other interventions besides go.
And you'd agree with me, and I think your words were load and go,
Yes.
that was the priority in a situation like this,
Yes.
because time was of the essence.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you learned that this was a breech birth en route to the scene, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
So you knew even before you entered that house that the best practice in your profession would be to load up the patient as soon as possible and transport her to the hospital.
If it didn't deliver, yes. There's a chance it could deliver.
Are you aware of a procedure that an EMT or a paramedic is authorized to attempt in a breech birth where they insert 2 fingers vaginally to create a V in the birth canal.
Yes.
Did you attempt that?
Yes.
Was it successful?
No.
At what point did you attempt that?
I think right before we moved her down the stairs.
After Mrs. Hock attempted her episiotomy?
I believe so.
Mr. Hurd, how long were you, after you arrived at the scene, was the patient moved into the ambulance?
I don't know. Without looking at my report, I don't.
If I showed you your report, would it refresh your memory?
Yeah.
May I approach? I'm handing you a patient care report. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Please review that, and when you're done, put it down and look up at me. I apologize, Your Honor. I have a complete report that contains 2 pages that report doesn't include. I'd like to offer it this time.
Sure.
This is a complete report.
That's fine. I should have brought my glasses.
Oh my gosh. I'm so glad we're almost done.
Looks like 9 minutes.
I forgot the question.
And Mr. Hurd, in your training, are you and other EMS personnel trained to load and transport a patient quickly?
Yes.
Do you have to pass training scenarios where you're timed?
No.
Is there a standard in the Omaha Fire Department that EMS personnel are held to as far as the quickness with which they are able to load and transport a patient?
Depends on the situation.
How long does it take to put someone on a bot, strap them in?
Depends where they're at. If it's accessible, like in the hallway, it'd take probably longer because there's not that much room. Trying to get people in there to help lift and move.
You'd agree with me that several things happened in that hallway before that bot was brought up the stairs?
I think the bot was already up at the top of the steps.
Is your recollection that that bot was brought in immediately with the crew?
Yes.
Mr. Hurd, are you aware that when you were a paramedic, you were under a mandatory reporting obligation in regard to abuse and neglect of a child?
Yeah. Yes.
And is it your understanding that if you suspected the abuse or neglect of a child, that you were required to report that to law enforcement?
Yes.
Did you make a report to law enforcement about this incident?
No.
Did you cause a report to be made to law enforcement about this incident?
No.
It's almost over. Promise.
What's your training in neonatal resuscitation?
If they're not breathing, then we just bag valve mask, breathe for them. If their pulse is less than 60, we do chest compressions right away.
Are you familiar with the normal rate of respiration for a newborn infant?
I think it's between 100 and 140 maybe.
Are you aware of differences between resuscitating an older child and a newborn, a neonatal patient?
Yes.
What are those differences?
Their heart rates are different. The respiratory rates are different. But basically, we treat them the same.
Mr. Hurd, how long did it take to, once the patient was loaded up in your ambulance, how long did it take to get to the hospital?
I'll look at my thing. Can I look at my report? I don't know what.
Yes, please.
It's like 19 minutes.
19 minutes. Mr. Hurd, what's your understanding of your scope of practice in regards to responding to a patient undergoing childbirth?
What do you mean?
What type of things are you allowed to do under the scope of practice when responding to childbirth?
Assist with the delivery.
Any other interventions?
If they're not breathing, we can give medications.
What medications are those?
Epinephrine we can give. Atropine.
To the infant?
Yes, if they're not breathing.
Mr. Hurd, are you aware that as a mandatory reporter, let me back up. If you believed that you responded to an event in your professional capacity as a paramedic, and you suspected there was some type of child abuse or neglect occurring, you'd make a report, correct?
Yes.
And do you know that there is criminal liability that you could face if you failed to make a report?
No.
But you do understand that it's a very serious thing being a mandatory reporter.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you would err on the side of caution if you believed that child abuse might have occurred?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
No, Judge, thank you.
No.
We're gonna be in recess for the,
That's it. That's it. That's it. Oh my gosh. That was painful and horrible and awful. Also, how many seconds would it have taken just for one of them to ask her, "Who are you? What's your relationship here?" And if you thought she had experience and then she asked for trauma scissors, maybe she doesn't have as much experience as you thought she did. There was all kinds of red flags flying all over the place in that whole situation. That was awful. I don't know. It's bad. It's a bad situation, and I don't like any of it. I hate that they're going through it. I just am not convinced that she should be where she is, and no one else is. And the law, she did not break any laws. We need to remember that. So we will continue with day 2 tomorrow, and I hope that it has much better witnesses than we had today. But Dad was tough and went downhill from there. It did not get better. It got way worse. Way worse. But I am not sure what time Jody is starting in the morning. So make sure that you have your notifications on. I didn't know. I think the parents didn't want her charged. The dad said on the stand that he did not want her charged. But did she do that, did she ever complete it, Brian? Because I was not clear on if she ever actually completed the procedure of it. Because I was sitting in my mind thinking it would be horrible, but if it was to save my child's life, I think I just me personally would just be like, just get it done. Let's do it. But that's me. She did do that. Who from the state? I don't know. I don't know that answer. But the parents did not. Maybe the hospital. I don't know. Again, she has broken no laws. And I think what they're trying to charge her with, they're not, it's going to be tough. Oh, I know you know. Brian, I know. It has been very apparent all day you don't like her. We've got it. There was a lot of mistakes made by everyone involved. From the person on trial, Angela Hock, to the parents whose trauma, whatever happened to her at the hospital prior to her husband, because he says he does not know, has really affected her ability to be able just to go to the hospital and be okay, make things okay. And the baby would probably still be alive, which is sad. So, all right, I'm going to go. I need to go think about something else other than that baby and the description that we got. That was awful. Really, Bri? You guys. Well, she is not charged with, if she did cut, I understand what you guys are saying. But she is not charged with whatever, what would that be? Practicing medical procedure without a license or without anything. She's not charged with that. She's charged with child abuse resulting in death. That's what she's charged with. And that's it. And the judge, if you guys didn't get here early, the judge will be the one to decide. There is no jury. So you don't have to worry about that last witness impressing the jury. Also, I think the firefighters, because they're trained, like police officers, they're always just trained to like turn to the jury, turn back to the state, turn to the jury. These firefighters didn't know where to look. They're like, let's look at you. So yeah, I think that may be the problem. I really do, Bri. I think they charged her incorrectly, and I think that may be the problem. And they're going to have an uphill battle because of it. I think, Bri, when you were gone, I don't remember. I thought there was a time that the dad said that you were still here, that gave him, they talked about going, that she had said they may need to go, and they said no. But then when she said call 911, they did. So again, I don't know who she says you need to go to the hospital. They said no. What is she supposed to do? She can't just tie him up and put him in the car and take him. As soon as she said call 911, they did. So I don't know. The fact that she wouldn't even take an IV in the wherever she was in, the ambulance or whatever, because they could have gave her pain medicine and they could have done something more to get that poor baby out faster. And maybe she would have survived. But there's a lot of hindsight, and we don't know. The positioning was weird. I don't know when that happened because she was in the bathroom. All of a sudden, the paramedics are showing up, and she's on the floor on all fours with the baby hanging out with everything but its head. I don't know what happened. The doula didn't tell us from the bathroom to that happening. If she did, I didn't hear her. I don't know if that would have worked, you guys, because of the husband was so just, she has PTSD from the hospital. She has trauma from the hospital. I don't know what it is. And then I'm sure she had trauma from the first child because she did end up in the hospital. She wasn't understanding that she needed to be at the hospital for this delivery and every delivery after that, which they did not question him on if the other 2 children that they have were delivered at home or the hospital. Yeah, I don't know, Bri. If she could, coulda, woulda, shoulda. I don't know. They looked at going to Kansas and Iowa. So to birthing centers in Kansas and Iowa. They were really trying hard to not end up in a hospital, period. All right. I'm sure you can hear that. I am being summoned. I am an hour late for my poor dog's dinner. I told you not to watch this. My daughter-in-law just had a baby, like I said, 2 months ago. I told her not. She probably did not want to watch this trial. So anyway, I will be here tomorrow. You just won't see me tomorrow, but I will be around. I will see you all in chat. So behave. Jody is hosting. So I don't know if she's going to start at 8 a.m. Eastern time or 9 a.m. Eastern time. It will not surprise me if she starts at 8 a.m. because she's 14 hours ahead of us. So that's what I'm thinking. But like I said, just make sure your notifications are on so that when the stream gets set up, you'll hear that little bell. So thank you, everybody, hanging out on Jody's stream. And I know you won't, Gabby. You don't behave when I'm here. Thank you to Brian, Jody for the gifted memberships. Thank you to Debbie Chamberlain for becoming a new member. And thank you to Jody for dedicating the stream to my to Miss Hensley, my dog Hensley. And with that, I'm leaving. I'm going home. I'm not going home because I am home. That's how tired I am. So see you guys all in the morning. Have a great night. Be safe. And make good choices. Whatever. So see you guys later.
Jody and Debbie here. Fill your screen with cheer.